Beautiful day today. Made it rain earlier, it's crazy. That should be 1200. So batch number 5. Got this thing dialed in now. Transferred over and transferring it in. Got it down to 15 minutes. Going in like this. 20 minutes going in on the other. And figuring out my hydro plant and water hammer situation. Closed loop system. Generate hydrogen. AC power so that I can fight a fire in case we get nuclear winter. Otherwise I'm running everything on solar and water hammers. Structurize itself and everything. All those nurses scale up my little things that I showed the boiler years back. Protect all this. Grow a bunch of food, other things. Offensive capabilities. Now I have my power. Immense power. And when I discharge it, it'll be back into the water. Beautiful conversation in the previous video recorded. Maria and I working some things out. Forever grateful things happen like they did on the 12th. So bring a lot of things up and moving forward, evolving. I love you all. Thank you. Continue with my work. Integrated endeavors. Love and light. Free energy. Yep. Make a beautiful engine. Using these guys. A trifactor. And then there'll be a pond, hydroponic on that side, so forth. This guy. This one's filling that one now. Tuck there. Wow. So the Delta Plus has to be even faster. Right?
That's what I thought they said, the Delta
No,
Plus.
that's the Delta.
Oh.
Not the Delta Plus. Listen better, baby. Don't add things. Try to subtract. Let's see. What old Yousteal stole? 535. 35 hours. That's crazy. Let's see. They drop it down into 400 tomorrow. People. Wow. Whoa. United States is down to 12.7. India is 29.3. Iraq is 3.9. It's 48.7. First subscribed to 51.3.
Mm-hmm.
That just don't make no sense.
No.
What is other? That's a cobbling up everything. views. Just over 1,400. Just below it. I've turned away 900 views. That's 42 plus 26. 35. Crazy. Well, that's crazy. That has 9 views. I just put that up.
Hmm. I haven't looked at it yet.
I put up the video of start with some of the next one.
Wow. 367 views. I dropped it from 500. 367. Took 6 hours away last night. What the fuck? Dude, that's crazy. There's not enough English for gender age. India is 16.9. United States is 12.8. Not subscribed. Subscribed is 54.2. Not subscribed. What the world is going on my channel, dude? Where did Iraq go? Oh, they're 70.3 now. What the fuck is going on? It's 367 views. Huh?
water supply going. Well, it's leaving at noon. See if I can get that thing filled by then. Yeah, they really like it up here. Guys that were normally just looking like normal, this stuff have all organized themselves into some interesting looking growths and so forth. Like, you're definitely not what you were before you came up here. Gotta go through and scan everything again, because you weren't doing that at the house. You weren't doing that at the shop. But I can't wait to get the Buddha going again and have a big ass plasma fountain bubbling and see how big the crystals and so forth go on there. I bet. I think it improved it. This load's almost ready. There's about 3,000 gallons. Got another 1,200 to go. Feel that ain't completely up to the dome part. Yeah. Pressurized by itself, to itself, from itself. 2-inch pipe, split it, or we want to water ram pump it, and this one to the top, split it off to where that'll get pumped down, connect the two, go that way, 2 ram pumps, pump water back into that, and have 4 nozzles and spin permanent magnet over there. Integrate half horsepower, 1,500 and something gallon a minute. Pump it that way to pressurize everything until it's in my head. I'll make a motor out of it. Have a motor going without power, and then also powered to give us a bunch of power for pressure and so forth, for fighting the fire, but also for this power is just going to be for moving water for the farm and the big old things that I'm going to be doing. Top there. Removable bar. Good top. Oh, take her off. I'm going to go grab some more water, take this bong hit, and take off and get some more water. 750. For the trip, I think the government took over my channel or something. The way the shit is going. The analytics and so forth, how they disappeared. Got what's going on in Iran. Also talked about it coming to fruition and all them things. Yesterday was Thursday and today is Friday. Juma Mubarak. Keish Foundation put up another one of their videos and my channel gets knocked down. Interesting thing. Grab my 4th load. Be back by 12. The trailer and let the boiler have her day and unload this while she's gone. Get the backhoe and everything situated. See how I'm coming and dig. 4,000 gallon going. So on and so forth. Up there. Pulling in right on time. It's this thing. Get it pumping and see if we go. 4 today, 5 yesterday. Interesting enough, I put 7 in that guy. 6.5. It's supposed to be 15 gallons. I stupidly did this without plumber's tape. Silly enough. Anyhow. I gotta dig this big rock out. That's in the way of my angle. I'm just gonna back this out and wrap it with plumber's tape while there's water still in it. Do it in. Get the backhoe over and start working, getting this stuff out the way, getting the trees cut, getting that dug, getting this trench. I'm gonna do a two-way split where one's gonna be ram jetted into that one, the other one's gonna come around and attach to the other. Be pressurized by the 1500. This will be pressurized. Pump water in through here from a 2-inch pipe down into this. From there, 25 gallons per minute. 20 to 25 gallons per minute, inshallah. Almost full. Get this tackled. Get this over there. Those cleaned out, and the rest of that group right there. I'll be able to see that in the belly. And clear shot in the virtual particle beam. So yeah, 2 coming down. Ram jetted into the 1-inch. Pressurize that. And it becoming like such. Joining 2. Become 1 pressure. Split into 2 ram jets. 4 nozzles. Create power. And create energetics and pressure for a spigot system. And start bringing in more water and so forth. That'd be the first big heart unit. Talk there. In case we have a nuclear winter or complete blackout from fire like last year. I don't want to go through that again. Battery banks only last so long. You need that infinite. I make about a quarter of a million gallons worth of water access to, besides the mine shafts. Talk there. They got that many people vaccinated about the Delta virus, L502R, mink variant, and the swine flu. I'm still kicking everybody's butt over there. I don't know what's going on. Just like here. That's not even the plus. Let's see what we got here. Wow. Knock down even more. One video only worked there? That's insane. Since this morning, huh? That video's been looked at. Only that video's been looked at 14 times. What in the heck? What is going on in this town? What the heck is going on? Morning. Woke up to 367. What is that? I'm so confused.
that video. Supposedly. What in the world? Still, that's crazy nonsense. They completely wiped away June. Wow. Crazy. The hell was that? They wiped June's away? Jesus. Three beads. It completely blacks out my plasma videos. That's crazy. And I completely blanked those ones out. Suppression is crazy. Oh, let's see what they've done now. 3:36. What's ahead now? It goes down when there's people looking at it, right? Crazy math. Let's do videos, huh?
they still released it, and they're just now letting people know because they had to go through trials.
He just now told people.
So despite of them knowing, because the kids had, for them to do that ruling, some of the control group of the kids had to present it.
Yes.
All of the parents that had shown up during the interview saying that they were putting their kids out there to do the human trial. Some of those kids had to present it for them to put it out in the public, but still want to rule out the vaccine because the way the end
justify the means in making money. Not curing
now,
anybody.
you know, what does that myocarditis do to the kid?
Not curing anyone, but just making money. No, they have no clue. That's what I was saying the other day. You got these people hitting this, when they hit my age or whatnot, what happens to them?
Hopefully they get to 40 too.
I got no idea.
Sadly, hopefully they get to 40.
You hear what you're saying, Mo? Unclassified report doesn't rule out aliens.
That was what I was hearing in the radio yesterday down here. There was a guy from the State Institute doing an interview.
I keep explaining to you more whether it's funny over on this side is because SETI and Cave Paul are connected.
Yeah, but it's stupid. In the report, they concluded that it's inconclusive. Like, they can't draw a conclusion that there is alien life.
No, you're talking about something completely different than what I'm talking about on this. So, they're just talking about UFO sightings, and the report doesn't rule out aliens. That's what they're just talking about. And the thing you're talking about in the SETI thing is different. It's for them saying, we think that right there, because of all the different breakthroughs and so forth that the public doesn't really understand and comprehend, we don't really definitively state that it's some shit that's not made by us, but it's still 60% can be an adversarial or a black ops operation because of these advancements that we've made. Yet if we got those kind of advances we do as such, why are we still driving gas cars like I've been asking the other dude was asking, and people were asking Keish stupid ass. Oh, well, if you stupid fucks still made this shit, why am I still driving a gas car? And they were freaking out on the man. The guy, they didn't comprehend what the hell he was asking. Well, you said we made gas cars that fly, why am I still driving a gas car? If your shit's accepted, bud, and really doing what you're doing, instead of just telling people it's possible, and because you made us think, or got all the dummies together to think that, that it's possible somehow to make a car fly that needs to have fucking beacon points, like fucking magnetic beacon points, like a fucking mag train. I don't know how that's space technology and some new shit. That's still a fucking car stuck to a road. Stuck to a plane somehow. Fucking thinking in fucking Euclidean geometry. Fucking retardedness. If you're able to get away from that and do some things, hey, just might be some stuff that humans made. That's what always intrigued me is you get into Lenr and you understand how the habitations work and all that kind of stuff like that. And making one thing into another in time domain sequence and spinning the engine and all that. Ain't nothing that's a UFO that is not from us. If you actually comprehend the work. But interesting enough,
looking at that video of that building collapsing, man. That shit looked just like when trade towers went down the way that disintegrated. It's crazy. It collapsed on the inside and then spiraled out to the outside wing. Straight pancake. People are trapped inside that shit. Ain't no way for them to get to it.
There's still 140 people missing. There was a couple
That shit, whole story building collapsed on itself.
Yeah.
It did exactly like that mall thing in fucking China. Or the accordion. Where I was talking shit, what you were saying the other day on me, and I was like, well, that's as retarded as the dumbass people using in Iran, and nuclear reactor started by the Germans and finished by the Russians. Like the dumbass mall thing that collapsed, where it was started by one company and then finished by another, and shit added to it. You know what I'm saying? You just don't build like that. What I was trying to say. They just don't work. So, what they do, they build like that. I was like,
Yeah, there was a couple that they're actors. They've been a couple for like 12 years in Argentina. And
Argentina, they had Chile or some other country, the fucking sister-in-law died.
they were visiting on that hotel, and the guy, there was an interview where the guy, an audio, where the guy says that they had just parked their car.
The president's sister-in-law or
They had
sister
just
or some
parked their
shit?
car in the parking lot, and in the moment that they were in the elevator going up, as the door of the elevator opened up in the lobby, all they saw was dust. And they had enough time to get out of the elevator from the parking lot to the lobby, where it was collapsing.
Down on top of them.
Enough time to run out. But they said that it was scary as fuck. They couldn't see each other 3 foot apart. They almost lost each other in trying to run away. This is a young couple like you and me age, you know. And they said that it was the scariest thing of their life. Thank God, like by a miracle, their life, because it was crumbling as they entered the building. And yesterday, when I was coming from Gabrielle's, there were also a lady saying that she had traveled from Europe to visit her aunt. That it was an artist that was hosting there, and when she landed on the airport, she had just heard the news her aunt is missing.
So I'm confused on the thing, because they showed the Argentina couple that got hurt.
You see them?
What I'm confused on is the newscast stated that they went to Argentina for a vaccine and came back.
Oh no, this is like a couple that they live in Argentina. They might have been a different couple. Maybe other Argentinians that have gone for a vaccine.
Hear what I'm saying? Argentinian citizens, I'm not sure if I heard it wrong because I was going to sleep, but they either got their vac in Argentina and came here, or came here for their vaccine. But the way they illustrated it, because you know how things stick out in my head where I'm like, that didn't sound right, in the way that you produced it to me. And usually when I go to hear it again, it's actually how I heard it, so, you understand? Why it stood out to me is someone from here went to Argentina for a vaccine. That's what sounded strange to me. But again, it wasn't someone from Argentina, it was someone from one of the countries next to yours. It was the president's sister-in-law, came up with her family. Or was here with her family. And they haven't been able to get a hold of them. It was like president's sister-in-law or some shit. Not of Argentina, but Paraguay or Uruguay or something like that. But the way they had said it, it sounded like they went down there for a vaccine. I was like, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't matter. I thought it was odd when they showed the 3 other couples and the older couple that was from Argentina. Talking about so on and so forth. Like actual Argentina nationals, unlike, you know, since you're American. And I was like, interesting. You know, a lot of motherfuckers from Argentina there.
Oh yeah.
Let's see if I can find the thing I was listening to last
Lots
night.
of people with Argentina. Is it Barcelona?
I can't remember what I was watching last night. Let's see. Yeah, that tripped me out. But the video that they show, anyhow, the video starts out with showing the shit collapse. And the way it collapsed,
It collapsed on the inside. And what's odd is those buildings are made to where they don't fail like that. Supposedly have one or two or three different safety measures built into where they don't fail like that. If you remember the Chinese mall thing that collapsed the way it did because they were doing the work on the ceiling, the roof, and they put those big ass fucking AC units up there and so forth, and then threw it off. But they showed structural degradation and turgor strength had been deformed because they didn't put the columns on top of each other in that building. They were off to the side. You understand? You can't put a column on concrete. You can't columnize concrete without the columns like the Colosseum like you see in Rome. Otherwise it'll punch through and it just pancake like the building in China. You understand? The weight has to be on top of itself, honey, is what I'm saying. Instead of your forehead forward, if you comprehend what I'm saying. I don't know, honey. I'm just talking because I'm talking with you, and I'm the only one saying anything, so I'm going by your body language looking at you. As I'm speaking, all I can do is just relate what is going on, honey. Hello? What the fuck?
I understand what you're saying.
Really, you do. Either about your forehead furrowing, or you explaining to me about the teeth thing, or about the columns have to be what? I'm trying to figure out. Never mind. First time in 200 years of American construction, we have a catastrophe like this. On this type of a building. Otherwise, we've had stuff pancake and shit like that. But for structural, no. We have too many things set in the where if one fails, this goes as such. But as you'll see, the dust right there is coming. This stays standing. The inside of this collapses, draws this way. What my issue is on the right side right here. You see is standing. It's still like we'll call it Building 7, World Trade Center. How does it collapse if all these safety measures are set in, henceforth why they're still part of the building, the other half of the building standing? How does the center here fall out? And this, you'll see just disappear. And go in a manner that is not conducive to not having, say, no, I won't go there. Otherwise, you gotta disconnect and rehook up in extreme moments. Getting there. I just don't get these games. Anyhow. I don't know. I sent her a message asking, "Are you tuning me up?" Or I haven't said anything to you or done anything. You keep sending me this stuff, and then you erase the messages. After shooting me out, I wake up this morning to you saying I'm not talking to you. But I go, but I am talking to you. But yet, you just keep erasing the messages. I mean, how old is that? The messages that you're sending to me are fucking, like, why are you saying that to me? I didn't even do nothing to you.
So what does she want?
I don't know. That's why I asked, like,
She got your attention.
I asked, what do you want, dude? Like, fucking. Okay, this phone turned off and I tried to say goodbye, but you never check messages. Love you, son. Be happy. I said, why check when what you feel, you erase. If you don't feel the way you wrote, why write what you've been sending me? Then play innocent. I'm not sure what you want. Every response just answered with more BS that I supposedly done or said about you. Huh. You be county BS monster, etc. Please be well. If it's good, bye. Then be good and bye. I tried talking. You just want the text, so it's still all back on adult choices made and lived with. Accept your choices as an adult, like you taught me. Maybe in time I don't want yelling ever again in my life. Let me get situated wherever I land, and then after I can rest and be with new energy and all, we can visit or something, but I'm not rushing anything with you anymore. My PTSD can't take shit no more. I seriously have a fucking fear. Okay, I need time alone by my fucking self, for real. You're cussing me out because you're stating that's all you have is time by yourself. That's why I get, you understand? It's just like our issues that we have, honey, where I'm like, okay, you're not making any sense to me, Maria. You're not making any sense to me, Mom. Because all the messages that you just erased. In a safe place with no damn landlords harassing me so much, the Adult Protective Services got involved. I'm tired. Okay, that was when? That was. My wife and I have been married for 8 years. That was 8 years ago. Hello? Do you remember, Sash? When we first got together and my mom had sold fucking my grandfather's rifle to the fucking maintenance dude. That's what she's talking about. 2013. 2021. I'm tired of fucking fighting my own battles. Those ungrateful, my father taught me to push myself and find boundaries. On my own, never had no fucking man fight for me but my daddy. Long time ago, so I walk different and funny. Especially now I'm gonna be 60. Pain changed you. I can't help how shit turned out for either of us. I did what I always thought best. Now I get out of fear, disguised as love. Huh? I don't talk about the abuse from my dad because you love him, but you know your Uncle David, so how do you think we grew up with a crazy fucking Marine? And a mama thought, I just don't fucking. Was driven on abuse, keep going on. Now my body is done and I don't want screaming at all, because I don't want to talk about these fucking pasts. So, why is that all that you live in? Getting yelled at the shit. Who yelled at you at the hospital? I'm so fucking lost. Who was yelling at the hospital? So you gotta show me that we can move forward. Both of us old enough now to be over past it. Meet me where I'm at. Or yeah, what you said. I'm fucking tired and feel like I'm fucking beat down, tired and fuck shit. My time. That's friends, commercials, whatever. So fucking. Just do what you want. That's sad.
Said to her, sad, be well. I hope you get all the money you wish and need and keep talking about. Anyhow, I got water to work on, power, food, and fire. Be well. Please stop thinking before you have to erase what is sent. Remember, English isn't my wife's first language. She looks at me the same way, not to see if lying, but to comprehend what's said. And only yelling in rehab or hospital was by you. Sorry you aren't strong enough to check someone that is supposed to be the parent in whatever situation you are in with them. They slip. Checked. You're acting like the child in this relationship, like now with these erasing of words and victim stuck in 2013 and longer times. What is today's date? When have I done any of all this you say and keep in the forefront with every message or comment about me? Hello, wake up. Are you a Metcalf or what?
Oh, my mom said that when Ximena and Juan were sitting in Rosario, because of Ximena's dad seemed to live close to my mom, somewhere in the, not in the neighborhood, but in the surrounding areas. And so they invited Ximena's dad over for barbecue. Ximena's dad, his wife.
Oh.
Yeah. So they hosted on it was my brother's idea, so.
You must have been listening to the conversation that day.
They did a barbecue and they hung out. They had a really good time.
Listening to that conversation that day when we were talking. Listening and they had a conversation about it.
Like my mom asked my brother, like, what's the deal? And my brother was like, I like the man. Like, it seems like the man is trying to make his way back into Ximena's life. Like genuinely trying. My brother said every time I reached out or whatnot, like he was there. I do understand that they didn't have it, but I don't know. Like my mom felt like it was very inclusive and they were trying to like heal that. So she was saying that
she's not doing like Mickey.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
No, she acknowledges that she don't come from a fucking cucumber.
Baby's coming on 3 years old and coming on a second child, and motherfucker still ain't looked at none of the messages her father sent. Yeah. Mom sends messages to the husband talking about Happy Father's Day, and he think I'm talking to me when no, stupid, it's grandma talking to you. I reach out to you for me, and y'all don't talk to me. And you think she's me when she asks you how you doing and keep in contact. And I'm just like, I'm just baffled by this shit, dude. That's all I was just saying in the sense of your brother's not doing like fucking Caleb. But then your brother's is doing like Caleb, where I stated, where you see the mirror. Why is Semina's talking with her dad? Because your brother. How did I say our daughter come back in her life? If she gets with the dude, even if he's a fucking dirtbag. Because of our codependent ways, he'll bring her. We'll get a blip over. The rest is on her.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's still her. I'm sorry, but it's just way too weird because even in the last 3 years, Michaela's behavior has even digressed because.
Why do you think I'm trying to talk to my mom going, dude?
Like digress. Because before you would even at least reach out or something or say, it's a happy, at least a formality of a happy birthday or nothing at all. It's like, oh no, I'm just like, wow. But it ain't mine.
What do you mean it's not your circus?
I don't know what Michaela's got in her head.
By stating that right there, that's stuff for love. Never mind.
She's my family. I'm saying it's not my circus. I can't speculate what's going on in her head. I had 5 conversations in my life with Michaela. that it wasn't a tango, that we both conversed. Like, I only talked in...
No, she's a person like myself to where you have to get her to engage, otherwise she'll give you small talk.
So I haven't been able to engage with her, so I just really don't know. Other than on your side, I just really don't know what's going on her head. I just can't really, what I said by, it's not my circus, I can't really, like, I don't know. It's just, I can't speculate or say anything because everybody has their own psychology.
No one was speculating or anything like that.
Of why? Of the whys of why?
The whys are? The whys are because somebody's not doing like what I've done on your side of the family, or I explained to you. You see all the goodness that's happened on your side, and I say, please do it to my side. Which is, if you had to be an asshole, as I'm always confronted and labeled as, because I fucking bring stuff to the forefront, and it helps the family, I'm asking you to do the same.
So do you want me to message
I don't want you. I
and
don't
tell
want
her
you to do a motherfucking
how I
thing.
feel
What just came out of my mouth? Can you play and follow along? Did I say I want you to do anything? No. I'm illustrating back to fucking someone who said, I am that child's fucking mom. And I realize why I have this inference on this child before she went to Oklahoma, and while she's in Oklahoma and now she's back, is because so much of her, what she's going through, is the same in myself. And I realize this now that she's left. And I said, well, damn, that's why I've been trying to get you to talk to the young lady. Somebody stated they had an adult conversation with themselves and acknowledged that shit. And here we are, almost 2 years later, going backwards on stuff, saying, that's not my circus. And I'm going, as you said it a couple other times, but honey, don't you get why you are not able to comprehend, or you get frustrated with the kids so easy, is because they mimic you so motherfucking much that it's crazy. My lead way of talking to them is through you, as you've gotten your family back. Why? Because I'm the fucking asshole. And all of a sudden everybody wants to talk. And the things that I talk about. These are your own motherfucking words, dude.
Yeah, I just haven't found the avenue of talking to somebody that I just don't know how to reach to.
It's reaching to self.
Yeah.
No, I'm being serious. From your own words of what you told me, on that you had it, not an issue, but could see why I was asking you to try to help talk with Mickey and the stuff, and seeing from Andrew to Caleb. Hello? I tried to talk to my mother about her grandchild, and she flips out on me and says, I don't want to talk about your kids, I don't want to talk about you. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's a whole other fucking stupidity to me on some shit like such. Because you don't like the way the young lady treats you, Mom? You fucking raised her like you raised me. So, I don't know. She's not talking to you, she don't talk to me either. Just like you don't talk to me. Except all they're doing fucking cussing out some shit, and I don't see that it's talking. So I don't respond. You're asking me a question? Is that really what you wish to say to me? Because we can start over new this day. No, I want you to listen to those messages. Well, that wasn't a heat or whatever was in your head that you thought we were arguing about, Mom. Are you sure you want me to listen to that? Has your ideas changed? Because I don't wish to go backwards. Today's a new day. You're actually talking with me. How are you doing today? Huh? No, honey, I want you to listen to something from 5 days ago. I don't feel like going through that, Mom. You were cussing at me, And what was the point? Well, I can't remember what was in the message. Well, then, explain to me the message now. We're always wanting to live in the past. But isn't that making me go backwards into the past to listen to something? And then I have to figure out, is that how you really feel? Or not? And so why I'm saying, why don't you tell me how you feel now, instead of with all that emotion that was added a couple of days ago? Huh? Oh, you got me so fired up I can't stop. Okay, you can't communicate without emotion? That's the thing. Depending on what they find is fault in this is going to change stuff on the shores and everything. Especially with, like, before dumbass Trump got out of administration, they made it to where you can cut corners and stuff for federal funding sites for flood zones and other things and such, which was dumb. Because remember that the flood happened with Texas and everything. They changed the building codes for such. Now, with this, depending on what they find at fault, because there's those three structures, two of them were built in 81 and one was built in 91 or in the 90s. That was built from that same corporation that built that one that just collapsed. They may have to go in and knock down all the buildings that are like that.
They condemn them?
Yeah, if they feel are fine.
Because eventually it would happen in time.
Yes or no, or in the sense of, again, there's fail-safes, right? That place is where hurricanes and shit like that happen, right? So you got all that aware of all the things that happen, okay? The hurricane ties and different things to keep stuff reinforced there, like I put in this, because we got them crazy-ass winds that we get, right? People are looking at that and making fun of. But if you go inside and you look at certain things, things are placed there for such, like I said, there was stuff structurally integrated into that to where you wouldn't get that collapse as such. How did those fail? How was there a failure upon a failure upon a failure to cause, literally the intrinsic rattle of the building to go away?
Mm-hmm.
Henceforth, why it just turned to powder. The only part that stayed more solid and structured that I was looking at in the rubble was the roof and the flat columns that make the flooring in between. Otherwise, the columns and the structural walls turned to powder. The only thing that was still in a seam, looking like some fucking like sedimentary clay or whatnot, was the floor. In between floors, you see the seam. Everything else, powder.
Which is it starts a foundation and then you put the pillars up. So from the pillars.
Well, they have a basement again. An adjacent building was built after this was built. Cracked its. Because they're on the beach and all that kind of stuff, water, again, its foundation, its basement, its footings. Like what was the issue when Hurricane Sandy came into New York and they were worried because there's a tub. If the tub basin of right there that keeps the water out got cracked or broke, fucking New York would flood, da 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 da. Well, the same with this. They're in a basement. There's a floor. That 12-story building is parking's underneath.
Mm-hmm.
Saw that?
Mm-hmm.
They built another building next to it. The basement, from the weight shift and all that, because again it's on sand. Mm-hmm. The differential of that thing's footprint cracked that one's footprint. And they said they repaired it. Satellite pictures in the 90s. It was built in 81. Front part of the building went down a little bit, settled. You understand? They were doing roof work. What's interesting, though, the lady that was talking, stating what street the crane was on that they were doing work and putting the concrete stuff on the roof, is different than where, if you watch the videos, where the initial beginning of the collapse occurred in the structure is in the center. On the opposite side where the crane wasn't. The center of the building falls out.
Yeah.
And then it dominoes. You understand? Something in the columns here where the building that is structurally standing up, these columns here failed. Boom. But the secondary and third thing to keep it upright stayed in the building structure that's still standing. Watching in the video, it does like a house of cards. I said it did just like Building 7, where nothing happened to it, but yet it tacoed or pancaked on itself. You ask yourself, how and why?
Do you think they should be evacuating the people of the building next door, of the one that they supposedly?
The woman that was sitting there talking with the shit that I was listening to last night, lady was saying, I feel scared, but yet I'm staying in the building because I'm trying to assure myself, but play myself stupid when those people, it was crazy the way he put it was,
what follows is this.
Those people went to sleep in that building thinking the same as me right now.
Yeah.
But I have no place to go.
Yeah.
So my safety is to be in this building that was made by them, she explained, as a doctor.
Unless they were to, like FEMA would accommodate them or something.
No, it was a doctor. She was stating, I feel scared. Again, hear what I'm saying. I know where I'm at in my house is fucked up. It was built in 1981 by the same goddamn company. I feel scared I shouldn't be here. The lady asked the lady, do you wish to be there? I am reassuringly playing mind games with myself that I'm in this building, but I have nowhere else to go, because what do you do in a stressful situation? You wish to be at home. Three buildings made. 2, 81, 1 in 90s. She lives in 81. So they asked, do you feel that you should be interviewed? She was like, on my own accord, yes, I wish to go, but I don't want to leave my building. Are the government officials making you leave? No, they're not. Plain simple.
Yeah, the government should.
No, they're not. Until they figure out, because the next couple of days they're stating, our focus is only on doing this right here, and by doing such, if they do not scan and analyze everything, they will miss stuff.
You're not anticipating to what's to come. You're always catching up.
You'll miss some things, because what they're going through is what engineers and other stuff, and they're watching to see turgor strength deformation and other things as such in the concrete and rebar. They analyze to see where the structural stress actually let go, which caused the cascading effect of it to fucking pancake on itself. Trying to have an adult conversation with you. Add your seamstress and your master's degree on fucking putting fabrics together, and it's the same as putting pylons underneath a platform so that it does not break, or bolts and so forth, and the same in your stitch work that you do so the seam doesn't come apart, honey. It's the same. Exactly the fucking same. You know, if your clothes are going to rip in a certain manner, this person pulled in this such, and so on and so forth. They had done this, and they state to you they did not. You know they're lying. Why? Because the way you do the stitch and so forth, and the way that it only gives its way of stretch is fucking that way. Hello? That goes with everything, but people get focused on, it just only applies to this, and it's like, you're fucking stupid. It applies to that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. Hello? So, rebar is what? The fiber. Keeps stuff structurally sound.
And then the floors come and everything coming this way.
But still it has rebar. Yeah. Stuff is still trellised and so forth then. Henceforth them stating, was there exposed rebar, like when we're driving through Berkeley and you have that big ass 6-foot crack underneath that bridge where you see it rusted now, when it was not like that when we first got together. It was just a little ass crack out like this. Now you see like the stuff exposed. that will collapse. Why? Because your structural support strands or whatnot have been frayed or rotted. What happens to the fabric? Someone pulls on that, it rips. It's insane.
And people just had a lot more responsibility on their hands.
So in a sense, think that was set up in a way to where they put their stitches too far out on the edges of their silk and thought that they were going to stretch. What happens?
You do have it.
Building coming up on its 40 year. That's why I say if they find something with the structure and design, it'd change all the building and so forth for that state, all coastal regions. It should. And they should go in and not refurbish, but they'll have to knock those buildings down because in the sense of insurance plight, depending on what happens with this payout, it will be more equity for the corporations to knock the buildings down and rebuild them than to just allow than to just pay them out.
Then let the accident happen.
Yes.
Yeah, totally.
You understand?
Oh yeah.
If this doesn't go that way, then we'll have more of these as our, again, infrastructure gets older.
That's gonna be up to Congress to fucking nail them to butt and be like, you can't be.
Somebody's lobbying them and paying them for their fucking trips. I don't think it will happen.
We get an apartment here.
But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Here, let me give you an apartment you can enjoy because by the time that you die, this shit hasn't collapsed yet. So don't worry about it. In your lifetime.
Uh-huh.
So good.
So that's the thing. If it's a small business corporate, even though it's a big monster, depending on how big the monster is, if it's easier for them to just take the loss and the damage of them allowing to keep having known impaired structures up and just doing the cash payout and such. I mean, it's like with those other corporations when they get hit with those fines, and it's like, dude, they're making $70 billion a year, and you're hitting them with a $10 million fine? What the fuck is that supposed to do?
Yeah, rather keep the machine going and pay it out.
I mean, seriously, you guys think that's going to make somebody
Yeah, make it where
something?
it's a loss. Like, it really doesn't
Exactly.
shit. But they won't.
Exactly. Johnson got hit with $1 billion payout. That's still less than what they fucking... It's a hiccup to them fools.
That's what they go from, like, a third what they go from the government. You like, get the money for free.
With every fucking vaccine shot.
Yeah, or like the opioid crisis in Ohio and the company that owns the fucking, what's the drug? Not fentanyl, what's the drug that they give to people?
Fucking
Oxycontins and
opioids, period. Push that shit. It's a dope man.
And then knowing the fucking results of what it does neurologically and the addiction to people and still push it.
Henceforth, the skewering of what actually happened in America during this pandemic and who actually died from what. You understand? 900,000 people, not 500,000 people, but the 500,000 people, 365,000 of it was people from suicides, alcoholism, killing themselves and their family, and fucking opioid addiction, overdose. Yeah, all those pills are all federally regulated, mandated, and fucking followed and licensed. And how's a doctor give out, or I should say, not just a doctor, but Walgreens and all these places that we're supposed to go trust during this time and get our vaccine from, just got hit and showed that a town of 30,000 people, how did they give out 500,000 prescription bottles for oxycodone? Hello? But yet, who's watching this? Who's getting paid? And again, it's a federally mandated numbered thing, so every little drop of whatever the fuck is supposed to be made from it is fucking monitor, who's getting the cash kickback of the manicured analytics? He's not paying attention to the numbers. Or we got more ingredients having to come in because shit's more getting shipped out or whatnot's going on. Like, who's not paying attention? This is crazy. Yeah, hopefully they find out what's going on with this stuff. It'll change. It will definitely change some stuff. Unless they lobby the shit out of them people. And again, it's cheaper for them to just cash pay out when a building collapses instead of having to redo stuff properly. That's the fucking way here in America. Cash out. That way we don't gotta do no fucking changing or nothing or actually address the issue.
Getting it together. Transferring this guy over to that guy. This has a GABA in it still. Letting it sun tea out. Drink this water. Switching this over into this one. Got my rice protein and everything ready for the curls. Go grab him now that I got water source. Throw some plasma sacrament. We'll take this over, fill it up in that one. But first I'm just gonna fill that one. Fill that completely up with it. Put the other one on there. Go get it. Yeah, 500 gallons. Plus 300 gallons, 4,800 gallons of water right here. I'm gonna start working on that. Get the power plant junction over there in the little pond. Get this cleaned out of the way. Talk there. Situated on the heart. Hydrogen going in power. Permanent power. Liquor water structure KELEA. Talk there. Evolve. So less than a gallon of gas, but filling the 250, bringing it there, filling it and offloading it, we move 5,000 gallons. This load should fill my 2,500 up. So with that, honey, grabbing the water and filling the tank, this will be the last load. That'll make 2,500. Be that would double handle the water. It used less than a gallon of gas to move 5,000 gallons. Because we got this much of a gallon left. Yeah, it's been evolving me. Every time I come down, I gotta figure out something different. Keep it from falling in there, and that's the best plan of mode right there. 4 minutes of that amount of water. Yeah, still 4 minutes. We got that in 4 minutes. Compared. No. 5 minutes have passed now to get to where that's at before with the 3/4 inch in 15-20 minutes. at 100 gallons. The most I could get out of the other hose was 7.3 a minute. That'd be 35 to 40 gallons right there, not 100. We're passing 100 now. That's all I was sitting there doing on it. My dumb ass, way my head works, so I was like, dude, if we go like such and we do it like this, I know that will open that up. And put just a little bit of back pressure on it. I got the cap to reduce it down to 3/4 inch coming from the end. Just a little bit of back pressure on it. But put that 1 inch on the inside and shh. We're gonna experiment with getting the extra water with grabbing the other hoses and wrenching and seeing how far it goes now with this type of pressure. We need to see what our limit and so forth when we grab the thing and the measuring tape so we can know. And like with the wand and everything in each nozzle, because I still feel that water blaster nozzle thing is the best thing to keep away from the fire, so you're not fucking, you're away from it by 6 feet plus the water coming from it, you know. But 85-foot drop should give us about 42, 43 psi. If I curve it and link it to 1500, going to that spot, I need to measure it out, but it's about 130 feet. Should have about 56 psi. Excuse me, on its own. Ram pump that, drop it even higher, and send it out one of those little nozzles where you get about 80 or 90 psi. I'm gonna make a ram pump configuration where it's 2 and a 1 of a 1 inch and a 1.5 inch pipe. Down pipe, we're gonna do it as a 3 inch pipe, but we're gonna do 2 separate pipes. But it equals out 3 inches on the down pipe side. We're gonna do 1.5 coming into 1.5 ram pump, inch ram pump, going into a 1/2 inch ram pump or a 1 inch ram pump to compress the water and get it for it to come to our jets. It likes the spiral, the chirality, and everything. And it'll water hammer and shoot out and slam. See, it's forced right here. When you're filling this, you got to make sure there's at least 1/2 foot. If this wasn't on there, then it would be fighting like it is now, because water don't like to be compressed.
Yeah.
So if that thing wasn't on there, it'd be
You know, weight down.
But once you get the cavitation away and it from fighting a wall, because what will happen is it'll column itself, because water don't like to be compressed. It'll find minute compression inside of the base here and walk itself out.
Yeah.
And you'll hear the difference in the compression in that, because it'll make a water hammer back down the pump. Feel like that's shooting out slow. Over here. There we go. Hydraulic flippers.
That's hella fast. Doesn't really do it much time.
9 minutes.
I said you had it full in 12?
15 to 18, depending on hiccups, and sitting here working with it, making sure that it's in my head optimum sound. So like I said, I'm playing around here, kind of acting like if there was a fire, but being serious about it. Or like, if I really had to rush down here and blah, blah, blah. Excuse me. The 45 minutes, the 55 minutes that it used to take is there and back with 2 of these containers full now. Saw this? We're going to take this back and fill it to 2,500, and I'm going to stick the other tank on this, clean it out, and we're going to fill it up, both of them, see how long that takes. But it's still less time than getting one tank than we were before.
Oh yeah.
You understand?
No, I'm just gonna get in the water one more time.
No worries. Enjoy yourself. Strap the other one on here. A couple of straps broke the other day. That won't be suffice if we're having an emergency. Things will fly off and stuff. So, up there, evolution. I'm seeing sprays at the top. Looks like we're getting there. Turn it off and put the plug in, otherwise we're going to lose the water that's going in it. Damn, that's not even a full. That's crazy. Everything's full to the top, or just about. Top here. Alright. So I'm gonna cable this dude in. Cable the other side to it. Yeah. Get that off there. Fill it in from the top. So, water's gonna be pressurized, pumped, ramjet to the top, pushed out, 3-inch or 2 1.5-inch pipe to 2 ramjets. Going to a smaller 2 ramjets, going to 4. So, pump back up. The bell drain. Same I'm gonna do on this. Have it push itself up out some way. Seeing that once I get the other hole started, I'll have to position this guy back. I'll drain it into that pond and reposition it back. See, this guy's angled in a funny way. So I need to put some plumber tape. I gotta dig this out. I'll scoot that guy back, flatten the ground out, bring it level. And, yeah, we're full and tapped in to where, excuse me, electrical hydrogen gas. Put this in the top of that guy right there, and we got 4,000 gallons coming out the bottom of this right here to our line. Top here, it's now powered and charged. Imagine what a wall of water would do. Top there. Make you get all your stuff together. Huh? Wire these guys together. Let's figure out a drain system or a piping system where they're into each other. Just figure out the space right here. That coming off and attach. Right now the pump maybe to draw and then make where they're connected. If not, make a siphon. Do a siphon and bell system inside of that where it goes in. Attach to the top. Get into the atmosphere and so forth. Plug me.
I'm west side round my Yousteal. On the phone seeing what my little cousin is.
Goodness. Beautiful day. Getting our stuff done. Getting this wrapped together. Watering system. Bell for that. Bell drain. Not a different type of siphon. But then I have to be careful if they articulate and move. Anyhow, tuck barrel. Coming together. Put this thick cable in there. Not that little stuff, you know? Got like 6 rolls of this. Plastic on plastic. Shut this down, get it all whoa, and evolve it more. Load it up. And take and go fill them up. Tuck there. Power, food, water, fire. Beautiful day. Love night, everybody. Working on our second container. Top beer. Do 500 gallons at a time instead of one. 250, you know? Fill up the other ponds. Fill up the ponds after digging them. 8,000 each and higher. Get them all connected. Do bell drains into them so they're connected to each other and so forth. You can use their kinetic energy in their negative atmosphere. Love and light. That's how a motor in a car works. That's how everything works. Love and light. In my stoneness, I was only thinking about the car's tow capacity with grabbing the 500 gallons. I'm looking at this thing's axle. It's a single axle, so that's 3,500 pounds. So I can only take it. Utility, I'll do 250. Drinking water, I'll take it to 200 gallons. Should be that 250 gallons that I'll be hauling. On this line, we're at 150, so that's 400 gallons. So 8.39 times 4, that's 32. I'd have to do the bigger trailer to grab more since it. No, it's a single axle, double axle. These axles are only 3,500. Gallons, 32 plus 584, so I want to stop this at 180 gallons. Yeah, just under 200. That would be 3,200 pounds, and I got the 50 gallons over there. 50 is 200. So yeah, that'd be 3,400 pounds. We're at 175 now. I'm gonna shut it down. That thing's kind of bowed. I was looking at it here while I was smoking a spliff. I was like, hold on a minute. Looking like a Honda. So we're at right at 175. 250 there. I'm gonna snap this axle on this thing. I remember and make a red line on here. for water transfer in case there's a fire. If we're using this trailer, that's as much as you can grab on both of them. Either one, if they're both full, or one's full, the other one can only be that much. Take no chance on the bumps of snapping the axle. Won't do no good during a fire. But that's an extra 175 instead of just 250. Alright. There. Alright, here we go. Yeah. Not that axle. Let's see if I did break good now. Oh shit. 65 pounds. Over 3,500. That's why that was looking like that. Yeah, that's the cap. Gotta make sure. Everything's straight. Looks like the camper's on the back wheel on this of it. Always know your stuff and be aware. Even if you're doing things where you're supposedly not aware. Take these notes in the mind. Always. If I would have filled that tank up, I would have broke the axle. $425 is capacity for a single axle trailer. If you wish to push it, I would do it at 425 gallons. Would give you 160 to 170 pound difference on maxing out. If you have heavy bumps and so forth for terrain. Just be mindful. Stressing your stuff in the time of need and overstressing it and breaking it where you don't have it is childish. Especially when all you have is yourself out in the middle of nowhere. 3,500 working pounds that we can multiply. Kinetics. Get my triangle measured. Big take to the small, 85. And from my small to where the rotor is going to be, 65. So it's 150 feet of cumulative. Oh, 45 to 56 psi on its own. Why am I water hammer those? Pressurizing that and then siphon where to draw more and then pump it into itself. And the 2 1.5 inch pipe ram pumps into a smaller 1/2 inch ram pump. Play around with the one that gives me the better PSI on the nozzle side, RPMs. And then I add a pump 60 feet back up to the tank. Be more once the pond is built on the side. Then it'd be even easier, so I do a siphon. Then I do a bell drain on the pond. Push it back up and help with the difference of the atmosphere. So we should really get some good water movement out of that. I have 8,000 to 9,000 gallons in a closed loop system. Try to do 25 to 30 gallons per minute. What? You cut an electric line? Why? Why?
There's a line, or should I take the wire from there?
It's okay, honey. See what I've seen you. You're gonna do as you are.
No, I just noticed that other wire don't go any longer than to get over there, so I didn't know if I should reroute it and bring it over. I haven't cut it. I just noticed that there's this. Running it right there.
Awesomeness Abuela is making over here. Getting her door set up.
You can step inside, check it out.
Have a rose bush over here. Natural lighting. Ventilation. We did our own drain.
A little love. But I came with that idea of the rain guard. Look here. You like it? Here. When you're showering, you know, you stand there. I need to test it. Maybe I have to add it to another panel.
It'll be a whole lot more. You'll have to do a slider over.
Yeah. Well, I came up with.
The whole thing has to be covered if you're trying to keep water from coming over here.
Yeah. So I came up with this idea. I was gonna do this long. So another whole panel.
No, the whole thing has to be covered if you wish to keep water from coming over. I don't know what you don't understand from that. Keep your splash from keeping over if that's what you're trying to do. The whole thing will have to be blocked, not partial. Epic. What's up there? Doing Ziggy. Contemplating on how to fabricate this. There's the 1.5 gonna come around. The L, create a vacuum as this secondary one's gonna come in here. Ram pump is gonna collect excess from the waste valve and cycle down. So, gotta change my 85 to 80. So this at a nice even spot. Ram pump it in. Secondary. Ooh, top there. Cook some food tonight, barbecue. I got the 2500 hooked up to this. Put some cinder blocks in there. She asked me why I did that. Secret. Go up here and open the nozzle for the first time. We got 1, 2, 3, 175 plus 50. 225. 1 inch down to 3/4 to 5/8. Water nozzle. 85-foot drop. And in your face, bud. That the back pressure would kick out. Blow my thing out. I didn't even get all the way in there. Still didn't. Anyhow. We're gonna do 2.5 hoses. Here's the bubble. 2.5 for 3-inch down. 1 water hammering in. 1 coming like such. 1 sucking. That's pressurizing, pushing, and helping. Let's see. I got the line open now. Gonna see how much water we got. Water to plants water. Talk there. Water on demand. Ram pump this. Build up. Ram pump this over. Top here. I think from way over on that mountainside. And I have ram pumps going and doing this whole thing. Food. Water grandma's bowls. Top there. Ram pumps coming down, ram pumps. Hydrostatic kinetic KELEA Plasma 30 gauge. Infinite energy, free energy. Harness the power. And get it to where you get something spinning off this. Top there. Over here watering the bulbs. What? So, power. This is from the 2500. We're gonna ramjet it. Yeah. So my triangle is smaller than the length of the water hose that I'm using by 15 feet. Talk beer. My infinite energy. So fish. Stasis fingers. We're embezzling up some things. And we got some summons, some mangoes, and squashes and stuff. Engine Pojo, some sausages, and some beeps, some sausages. About to hot plate them real quick. Get the fire going. Type there.
See.
Living like.
Salmon tacos. Let's see. On the veggies.
Let's see if the foxes and stuff come out and fight with us.
I'll come out with the broccoli.
What's up here? She had asked what the cinder blocks were for. Look at Romeo, he's so patient. Oh, Papa, you know we're barbecuing. That's what it's for. You get a nice bed of coals inside of them, with a pile of leaves and everything. Gets the brush pile out. Got a nice thing in the center. And got that up off the thing where I can cook it in there. And we can pull it off once it's done. Squashes and everything. Fish and chicken. I was saying I can actually do furnaces. They do kilns and everything. Updraft lit force. Just like what I do with the water and everything. Let things flow. Longitudinal waveguides to where it just gives its own energy. Copy. Burn up what's there real quick. I have to worry about nothing. Just from some leaves. Like how a L.E.N.R or like how a BioLite works. Well, it has a filter in it mixed in with it. Oh, solar lights. Wow. Got the other ones down the converter. Energetics, different grids. Oh, Bubba. Free to hunt. He likes this stuff we've been coordinating for his hunting fashion. Whoa. 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 Whoa.
KELEA voice. That's crazy. Whatever other is. It's taken over. I'd say that's a computer. The computer just took over. No wonder humans watching my channel. Jim, no more people. I got 20 views already. Person on my stuff.
Remember the hot dog brother out front of our old shop?
Is that from the military?
Yeah.
KELEA hot dog or something? Yeah, nice. How's he been?
You're doing good. Him and his wife is in Quanah.
Wow. He looks happy. Nice. Can you take a picture of me with the bathtub?
Yes.
I asked Caleb how he was doing yesterday.
Still ain't kind of the thing. I'm irritated because they sent this bullshit at the thing. For the gals. They posted a thing a week ago on Facebook. A cousin or whatnot said, finally guys posted, and it's like, we had already been asking them so that we could help scan and make sure the baby, blah, 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 blah. Again, we're not part of the family.
I tried to reach out. Because this is solar plexus, you know. And so I asked him if he's been stressed.
There's more bullshit. Them saying they're gonna come up for another.
No.
Blah, blah, blah.
I have said so many times, you guys want to do burgers?
I'm not worried about anything. That's out of my head. I see them as my mother now. Like I said, with fucking Ted and them saying that shit. Reality, live in reality, bud.
Yeah.
We're not family. We're just a sperm donor. Just a sperm donor. Everybody treats you. Live in that and wake up. It makes things easier. Less stressful. How do you get to the fucking camera phone? How do you make it to where it's not taking a picture of myself? We live in the mirror world.
Hey, Mama, smile. Thank you.
So gotta do our handle and other stuff like that, like our other doors. And it should be good.
Can you? Never mind. I did it. No worries. I just wanted a little bit more of it, but no worries.
I'm not in your head, so I don't know what you want. Illustrate to me and I'll try to execute it. If not, let it stay in your head and you gotta do it. Ben Franklin to make power. You start hating so much about that good fucking feeling in life that you have that you fuck it up and don't realize it. Because it comes into the back way of fucking chiralities that state this is bad or this is wrong. And for the shit I was trying to talk with my mom about. And stating, this has been passed. You see, before she made it where I couldn't fucking talk with her, she was hitting on Michaela. And one thing I've always talked with her about is, you heard me state. And she threw that up in my face. And we had to talk about that. Well, I'm aggravated. And my voice changed and so forth because it's like a conversation with you and your mom and dad. And you bringing that up. And me asking you, are you sure you wish to say that? Because in an adult context, I explained to you this is from my heart and this is how I feel. It doesn't matter if you say you don't care about what I just said. This in that moment, we said we're having an adult conversation. Now you're bringing it up in a non-adult, in a confrontational manner, in an argument, and stating that conversation that I had with you that you said you acknowledged that that was a conversation, and me giving my viewpoint, and you accept that viewpoint, and we can work on that and evolve and move forward. Why is it now, in a supposed argument, you're bringing that up as if it was something horrible?
So I understand on our instance, on your mom, like...
throwing up that she
did everything.
She took care of Michaela. Which, I'm working. You've talked to Ted. All I did was work. Try to give him money. Try to give my mom money. No one would take it. You understand? Hey, Erica. What did my mom say? How dare you talk to me like this? When have I ever talked about my daughter? You talk to me like this, and I raised your kid. Mom, I signed my printer rights over to you. Because you were supposed to die. And you got the little girl that you said you always wanted. Hello? Why should you bring up the last 3 messages I listened to? That. Hold on a minute. So, Mom, if you're saying that, and you're putting it in a manner there is, you're going way out of context, but sure, if you're going to go that route, Mom, this is why you do not like when I state your granddaughter you raised as your daughter, when she does not talk with you, and you're begging me to get her to talk with you, when she does not talk to me, and you're getting pissed at me, and then when I try to talk with you about it, you tell me you don't want to hear about your granddaughter and your great-grandchild? Now, children? That it hurts your heart because she doesn't talk with you? And I say, I wonder why she doesn't talk with you. I haven't said anything to her or done nothing. You raised all of us. Hello? So if she don't talk with you, ask yourself why. She reached out to you only because her father asked her to. Because the family needs to heal. And you jumped down her throat like a child when you're the grandma. Hello? You gave my wife an apology, and I jumped on your ass last year when we last talked verbally to each other instead of sending messages like now. That, hey, Mom, it's beautiful you gave my wife respect, but you need to talk to your granddaughter and apologize to her also.
You have to turn these into your behavior, not just with one person.
Hello? Because Dad has stepped away from that behavior, and you don't like it. That's why granddaughter moved to Oklahoma and then came back. Hello? But yeah, you're gonna throw that stuff out there? Why does Michaela act the way she does? Because she was raised by 2 women. Her mother and by you.
But what would they tell them? Just ignore everything and everybody that is not you and what you desire right now. Basically.
Uh-huh.
Like there's not... I know my family is not perfect, and we do have a lot of like... In the mix, there's a lot of fucked up concepts and things like that. But...
The offshoots of them again, not to speak over you, is why I ask, your fuck-ups are my codependent hinges.
my family fuck-ups are your codependent hinge. You have the cure for them as I'm curing your fuck-ups in your family. Hello? I've been begging you for 8 years to do what I've been doing to your family. We've been seeing all this progress on your side and digression on my side. Heavily. Because there's no work. This is somebody sitting there waiting for the perfect time to hand somebody a cup of tea and talk about something.
No,
Yes.
trying to create situations where
yes,
I
I'm
can talk
trying to
to
create
Michaela.
situations to talk to Michaela or whatnot. You're talking to Caleb.
Yeah, because Michaela don't even read the messages. So I'm talking to Caleb so they would come up here and talk to Michaela. If I send Michaela...
Caleb just responded to you?
Yeah.
When's the last time you asked him like I do if I'm talking to Caleb, hey, is Michaela there? Can I talk to Michaela?
It was.
When is the last time? Hear what I'm asking.
It was when he told me they were pregnant, and I said...
Is Michaela there?
Yeah.
Can I talk to her?
And he said, we'll talk when she get back from the supermarket. She never got back from the supermarket.
And you never followed through with? Okay, sorry for luck.
I'm sorry.
I'll just point this out. My mom is a grandparent. We're a parent, or a great-grandparent. We're a parent and grandparent, right? The child did not respond back to you. Me, when I get involved, I get you when I don't have my license. We show up at a motherfucker's house and knocking, right? Hello? Or no? That once. Again, when I get involved. Because I've been asking someone to help. Otherwise, when I get involved because of the way I was raised, it's confrontational or seemed as confrontational because what did we do when we knocked on the door? We went and sat with that family and we ate. And we asked questions. I asked questions. To see the picture painted from that household, from my household, about our household dwelling. Also, the picture of our daughter. What the fuck's she doing in the house? What's so special about over here? You have to be over here where you're not staying. Free of rent, free of everything, except you gotta pay for internet because you wanted internet, so you gotta pay $24 to stay in this place. Not to stay in the place, but to have internet. And you can't even fucking pay that. You're staying in a foster home with 11 children. With a woman, rest in peace to the woman now.
Sleeping in a couch where they told you they don't want you there.
Why?
And you know it's inappropriate when there's another 4 kids
hello,
in the room,
honey,
too.
Your husband is begging you to please reach out to your stepdaughter. Because I'm sitting there and all I get is what? Because she's looking at someone that is just now in her life and the only thing she's been given. I can show you the memories of today. It's us going to fucking to reggae show with the babies. The kids were with us. This is a hard rock show right now. Reggae on the river. Or not reggae on the river, but hard rock show in Nevada. The kids came up with us. I had to ask her mother permission to take the girl when 2 months later she turns fucking 18 to go visiting when I have what? Court order that I have fucking half custody and the rights to see her. Printed on a piece of paper from a judge. But still.
That's a mindset, though.
I'm not exactly.
Do you see yourself as adult enough to make a decision where you wish
Not adult enough. She is a minor still. She's not 18. But therefore, she asked her mother for permission. When stated from her father is you do not have to do that. One, because at illegal, but two, the mindset. Why did she have to go ask her mom and why was she told yes? So that you can go see how fucking redundantly retarded I explained to your father how his life would be because instead of going to college and all that stuff we wanted him to do and make money, he wished to do his way. High school dropout, does his experiments, does his stuff, he's fucking homeless, deadbeat, drunk. Here, honey, you want to go stay with your dad and your stepmom? Who's a fucking angry piece of shit like your dad? Watch them fucking eat each other up? Hello? That was said, that was done. Gone into the thing. Kids had the best time of their life. Hey, would you guys like to work this show? I will pay you. The more I put interest in, the farther I got a wall block, honey. And I was explaining. That's why I said, fuck, if you don't want to be here, then fucking pack your shit and leave. Hello? What did she do? Just like her grandma. Had her people there. Here's what happened. I took the house key. To make them have to fucking use the house key to fucking show us that they wish to stay. And they left. She left. Wasn't they? She left. Hello? That's straight my mom shit. And like, I left. Okay.
The first time that you're being asked to sit down and have a conversation, you reach out to somebody and you say, hey, help me move because I don't want to fucking put up with this.
When the people are asking you to get your job and the house is yours, you don't have to put up with this. It's not like you had to put up with this anyways. We only came home to eat and fall asleep.
But is that how bad do you think you had it with just having to have a relationship? There's no relationship building.
5 days after fucking talking with them about, hey, I'm noticing that you were acting kind of strange and acting like you don't want to be here. You don't have to pay anything. Please, before you go on this route, me and Maria went through some stuff and we almost got fucking hoodwinked on Craigslist looking at apartments.
But it's a relationship building
This
because
is what
they
you're
wouldn't
doing.
care to build relationship where they were at Andrew's house. The complaint was the same. They don't show up at the table. They're self-absorbed. All they do is care about themselves, nothing and nobody else.
And out of my
which is
mouth
all
was,
like,
whoa, that is not the way the Metcalf side is, and that's not how the Pearsons are. Where the fuck does this come from?
Where?
Henceforth me asking. Michaela,
Because you can't just
You
turn
don't
your
come
head
from-
around every time somebody wants to talk to you.
I know your mom didn't raise you this way, and I know your grandparents didn't raise you this way. I'm this way because my grandparents, rest in peace on them, and being your grandfather.
Because the same of the house situation is at work. You're being asked to put up with an adult situation, you run away. The same. It's all the same. There's no standing and planting your ground, like putting your vision out or whatever it is that it's, or there's no building. Like I see no building skills, like no fucking building skills. It's like
Michaela did like my mother, henceforth when she was whining to you about that bullshit of her losing her job, first thing out of Dad's mouth where I seemed like an asshole is, honey, was there anybody else that worked that got reprimanded the same that has more tenure than you? Yes, okay, then what the fuck are you talking about and illustrating to your stepmother? Come on. That you were singled out. Caleb, shut up and let me talk to Michaela, because you're making it sound like some victim shit, and I know about your father. I went to school with him, rest in peace, and I went to school with your mom. Your family fucking has that bullshit, and I don't know where Michaela's getting this, but it don't come from this side. It don't come from the other side. Fuck this lying shit. And shut up, fool. Let me talk to my daughter. Michaela, just go like this? Okay. Well, as an adult, right? Your man got a job? No. Only income is you? You know this will be the outcome if you take that choice as an adult. You sat down as adults and talked to each other as a family that if you do this and you go on a trip, you lose your job, how the fuck you pay for the baby? Huh? Or are you going to reach out and make up a story of fucking you got victimized? You sound like your grandmother with that bullshit. Don't go that way, honey. You ain't getting no sympathy for me, because I'm going to ask you a couple questions. When you give me clarification on what I'm reading and seeing, I'm going to say, no, I can't help you. Because I didn't get no help. Whenever I did any stupid shit like that to myself, and when I didn't do such to myself, I've never had help. From nothing. So, I'll help you with some shit, but if you put yourself in a predicament like that, only help I got is for you is fucking some conversation. If you don't want to hear it, then fucking enjoy what you're going through. Because y'all getting back to that whole
other thing of just wanting to talk when you need money. And it's like, that ain't family to me. I am not an ATM, neither is your stepmother or your mom. Only motherfuckers that you wish to talk to on a daily and weekly and all that shit where they see the baby is them.
Yeah.
You can keep it with them. And I already made that decision fucking last month. You motherfuckers made it loud and clear. Me and mom is not part of the family or seen as family, so.
But that's because Michaela don't see it as either. Because, you know, like, with my, like, in the situation with my brother, my dad would push away, and we would always be like, it ain't you or him, like, it's fucking
Us.
all of it. If you're uncomfortable, we'll take it elsewhere. But you have no ruling or ownership.
So I understand what I've been saying. For me, bashing and bashing and bashing and bashing and bashing. Your family just had a Father's Day. For the first time ever. In your fucking life. In your life, mama. Your mom, your dad, your 3 brothers. 1 roof. Barbecue. When has that ever happened? This year, 2021. Hello? Eight years of fucking beating a motherfucking piece of hot iron ore and adding carbon to that motherfucker to sharpen that bitch. I don't know what you're doing on my bellows. You ain't belling nothing or pumping nothing. It's, yeah. The kids didn't respond to me. You flip out because I jumped down your family's throat and called them out and called them myself. You don't want to talk to me? Issue is, you don't have to use an interpreter to fucking talk to the persons over here that I'm asking help with. I do. So it always seems like, rah! I've gotten really good at fucking, even if a motherfucker don't understand my language, they understand the gist of the information. And modalities that get the motherfucker to fucking see. And through dreams and everything else. You will get my point that I'm projecting at you. And change. If you do not, you will get sick, and the people around you will stay away from you. Think about that, honey. You know, Father's Day, first time ever. You understand? How many times have I been hurt before and no motherfucker care? Not once. Not until now. Think about that. Hello? Because even though on your side and your whatnot, you say in projection an argument a month ago where you said the family sees me as an asshole, I feel like shit because of such. Because of my modality of fucking not waiting for the perfect time to hand a muffin and tea. And thinking of the perfect moment of the snow. Fuck you.
But at least a time. I'm not
Stabbing you.
even giving the time, honey.
Not even giving the time, neither am I, honey.
Okay.
I have to jump in a call because me and your sister are not friends, or your brother, or anything else as such. I have to jump in on a conversation.
Yes, you do jump in conversation, but there's a conversation being happening. Here I'm reaching out on my own.
Yes.
To try to have a conversation.
Yes. Yes and no. You have them kind of like what G, where they're scratch the surface. If you look at the context, they're these. Just dig a little bit deeper and you'll get more response. Because it's like such. You get more if you dig just a little bit deeper, is all I'm saying. You'll get the reverse of what I get. Because I don't scratch the surface and I dig deep, people fucking stay away from me. Hello? Small talk's easy as shit. I don't know how to small talk. Small talk's what you're talking about when you go and talk with G and everybody and so forth. And you say, oh, we used to send each other a message and it'd be 2 or 3 days before she sends me a message back. Hello. That's small talk. You scratch the surface, you don't have talks like that. You can, whether 3 or 4 days in between or 3 or 4 years in between. But they have
just the surface, and change you in between each talks.
Yeah.
That's why I said before, I've been hurt several times, and the family ever asked how the fuck I was? Fuck no, fuck that nigga. You scrunch your face. That's the truth. Now, because of my bashing into the night, for the first time I feel like I'm part of something, because people that have been projected to me that I'm just an asshole fucking fiend to them actually asked how I'm doing. And the first person to ask was not your mom and dad that actually associate with me, but someone who you made me feel I had disrespected and fucking have no chance of actually being able to talk or get yoga instructions from the woman, because the way I jumped on her motherfucking ass the last time I talked with her, the last 3 times. And now look at her. Hello? And those 3 times that I jumped on her were 3 times that I kept trying to get you to ask a question and us to talk with the family, mom and sister, on a certain specific thing about, and it never happened. And I noticed it never happened. So like myself, I have to inject myself, like I'm saying what you should do, is inject yourself and go past the surface. And as you notice when you do such, hey, you see fucking results, yo. Do not. The video I've been trying to upload since last month of the talk with Samina is a perfect illustration. Because you asked how the visit with mom and dad here had influenced such. And she opened up and explained a monologue of backstory of the visits to that point. Hello? And every visit since this last one, you pointed out that I was an asshole for doing this fucking modality the way I do. Why illustrated to you? Are you speaking for your family? Did they say that to you here recently? Because you're attacking me in a manner that is way out of context. And actually attacking me, you're hurting my feelings, and I'm illustrating you're hurting my feelings. You know what I'm saying? For being the son-in-law and having the keys to unlock the codependent bonds, and while we got together and the shit that refracts on the opposite chirality of my family into the family and refract back into myself. And I asked for my other opposite side of my virtual particle to do that to my chirality so my side can heal. Because that's what we do for each other. One inherits the son, one inherits the daughter. Oh God. We sat there with our oldest, and our baby told us she'd never had a gynecological exam or any of that kind of stuff. I tried to set it up, and she wouldn't follow through. You stepped forward, and she went. You understand? You started going to the gym and the sauna. Our daughter followed suit with going with Andrew to the gym. After me sitting and talking with them for 5 hours on exercise, they can do it themselves in their form. Now, because of going to the gym and trying to help that young man get away from the pills, what happened to him? His mind shattered because the way her body is looking, and him being a foster kid, is self-image. He blew up and went, oh my God, I got a trophy wife, or whatever the fuck he wished to say, and I'm not worthy of this girl. And blew up in just fucking less than a month. 50 fucking pounds. Can't even see it. Inside of his mind before it developed in the physical form. And talking with him. And his cognition changed, and the same with her. Is he faking you? Fucking help me. Help them. I see exactly what's going on. But for some reason when I speak it just okay. Same with Caleb, man. Talk to him. One ear and out the other. You talk to him. Fuck, they got a garden and all this stuff going. Fuck, the talk we had with them just before the shit. They're hanging out with their friends, and the fucking idea of the kids before COVID hit was fucking to be on welfare. And they ain't got nothing wrong with them. They fucking work or nothing. I'm like, the fuck, dude, you got a car and a job. Both of you got a car and a job. And the friends you hanging with don't have a car or a job, got kids, welfare. And they're playing on your thing to make you feel bad because they don't got something and you do. I don't fucking get it. They don't pay you for gas money to get you to take them around, do all the little shit. When you go over there, you watch TV, do you get to watch what you want with them or choose anything? You know, you just watch what they want. And this bitch moan, complain, you go get pizza and everything, and you pay for most of it. What the fuck do you get out of that? Now they're making you feel like this is the way to dang. You want to go get welfare and Medi-Cal and all that, you better go ask mom because I'm not doing that shit. I never was on it. We don't do that shit. What the fuck you need it for? You need to come work for me and we'll pay you. You want to get assistance? Go talk to your mother. I'm not with that. Besides, mom claimed you as a dependent, so you gotta go out for her taxes. I don't know where the fuck you guys are getting this shit from. This fucking handout mentality. It was fucking world's given to you for free and shit. But I happen to do some fucking work and get some sweat on your ass. I don't know what the fuck. What?
Because in true reality, you're
Fucking minimum wage is dish now $15. We told the little girl we'll give you $15 an hour plus 35% commission or whatever the fuck you sell every day out of this motherfucking store or at a motherfucking show. We're making $6,000-7,000 a weekend. Out of that $6,000-7,000 a weekend, dude, I don't have to work that fucking show. You're working it with your man, and guess what? $4,000 of that is fucking yours, plus your hourly commission.
But you don't want to put the work.
But you don't want to stand there and have people give you money for doing nothing but just standing
It's not
there.
that. It's making yourself.
What the fuck? I could not comprehend that.
It's not that. When one don't want to put the work
This
of
is
being
dumb.
present.
Them
and
kids is sitting there doing that. We're at other shows. Damn, kids, you're making how much a month? $12,000 plus hourly.
But again, it has to do with the interaction of social
God damn, I could not comprehend that shit.
relationship and behavioral and social construction skill set.
You want to go out and have fun and see a bunch of people here? This venue is people your age.
But Ezekiel, in that scenario, what did
Here's
they
some
do?
money. Do you want to go out and walk around? No,
Michaela
we're going to
was
sit and fumble.
stuck to his head. And
We're
they
just gonna
sat
fuddle.
there in a whole playa arena that it was all of their age.
This just came out of my mouth.
So, the person is not comfortable with putting the work of being present and doing the social interaction.
I'm going to go work at a casino.
Where
I'm
you're
gonna go
not
work at a
being
casino.
seen, you're in the second row. The same with nurturing and whatnot. The way that I see it, you're like in the background making shit happen.
You're in the front,
But somehow,
not seen.
yeah, not seen, but not running it. You know what I'm saying? It's just different the way that one sort of like
present oneself. I feel like. Because both of them give you ready to. One implies way less work than the other one does. Way more money than the other one does.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't you wanna
And you can do what
work
you want.
yourself to the skill set where you're running it
And
and
you
you're
can do
not
what you
working
want.
for somebody else?
You got face paint and everything else on your body and so forth, and whatever the fuck you wish to wear. The other one, you doing what they say.
Well, no, you still put the paint on your face, but it still look pretty. Yeah, because she still put fucking makeup on her face and dress up with the nails and all that shit.
Makeup and that is different. It's the same
but
but
just
different.
to fit on that.
It's the same but different. You're splitting hairs with me. I just keep it with adult context. The face paint that you and her had on your face was face paint. It was not makeup.
No, it's an expression of ourselves.
Okay, so what you bringing up the
On
other
the
aspect?
other context, you still paint your face. I was saying, but it's not so much an expression of yourself. It's for you to please somebody else's.
It is an expression of yourself. It shows that you're not working on a bunch of stuff.
Well,
Watch, I used to illustrate to her and illustrate to her mother, and illustrate to all the women why I would said it's nice that you don't wear makeup because it shows that you do not have that inference or non-tool set to work on self-image. You just had some other issues that were in that category. Makeup wasn't the issue. You understand? Because it's, never mind. Was what I was talking about barely, but completely not what I was talking about. Look, you work for yourself because your mom and dad work for themselves. What has come out of my mouth to our daughter?
Mom and dad work for themselves.
On both sides.
Mm-hmm.
Like you, on your grandparents' side.
Everybody and you work for themselves.
Do you understand? What has come out of my mouth to our daughter?
Everybody you know work for themselves.
Everyone that's alive. Still. Working for the motherfucking self and own and run their own business. Why do you wish to go work for someone else? Why not work for one of us who is begging you to work so we can teach you and leave this shit to you?
Well, because that wasn't what she wanted to do. Originally,
Henceforth, your sister and you, your brother, are not the firm. Your cousin, if he gets his shit together, might be able to hold on to it. Otherwise, the firm's gone. L.E.N dynasty is done in that form. Right? Your family only has that one avenue. None of you people wanted to be a lawyer. But it's different than here. As a lawyer there, you got at the lottery. Your mom was one of the first people to not have to be born into some shit. That's why I'm saying, what the fuck did you guys not get taught? That how important that golden ticket is. You need to keep that shit running. So that when you get to cousin who's just been flirting around and people are like, hey, stupid fucking, we're about to go. Like, we're leaving this fucking year, stupid ass. Next year, nigga, this shit is done. There's no fucking around. There's no fucking sister popping up and fucking, okay, dad, I'm gonna take this over. I was just joking around. It's over. Ours, we're still alive. Unless something, God forbid, happens, we die, our thing we're trying to start is done. Otherwise, if we wish to stop, it's done. Or someone can pick it up. Or we can do like all the old people that we'd ask, hey, can you train us? Because there's no one around here who knows how to do this shit. And one day say, buy us out. We're done with this. We could sell out our business for $400,000 and tap out like everyone else tried to say to us. And say, fuck you kids. Here's the money. Here's what you want. Here's money. Right? Or, here's a way to fulfill the things of the family. What people don't get. Henceforth, me trying to say to Ted, let me run your business. I comprehend. You just had daughters. I comprehend. I wish to stay in this. This is my life. Henceforth, me coming back. Hey, dumbass, the one you pushed away, guess what I got? My own stuff. Hey, your kids don't want none of this shit. They're going to sell it. Will you do what? give it to me
But also,
because
what have they
you
seen?
train me.
You got Michelle
You
that is
train
still
me.
under his thumb.
You train me. No,
Because-
she's not under her thumb. It's under the mom's thumb.
Well, it's, I mean,
Understand what's going on. That's why
business run.
business
Why
run.
she ain't running something like she.
She's
hasn't
not
worked
running
up to
something
running
because
something.
she has never stepped forward to do such. Hello. The one to do such was Crystal. Me and Crystal set up the Pearson site, mill site online. She was running that. That was 15 years ago.
The woman had
Running the
15
mill
years.
is completely different. You have to go out with her father and meet the clients. And the people that is buying the mill wood from, because he's buying orchards. And you have to have the fucking eye of the dad who's passed that to me. From working with him every day. She didn't work in the mill next to her dad. She cut the firewood. He did not see the growth like with your dad.
But that has
and
to
others
because then
with teaching
Mikael
a
and the
woman.
other kids would have seen the
Teaching a
potential
woman.
of growth.
We're teaching a woman. That's
but
why.
if you still have a lineage.
That's why it was passed to Tom, Michelle's first baby's daddy. He was supposed to take the mill over, but he died.
The men died. There's still 15 years where somebody could have stepped in.
Somebody could have, but no one did because, again, shut up for a second. He has no boys. There's 3 girls. The one that's running the mill with him is not his kid. Wake up. I don't know why or what is holding on to such. Why I'm saying to stop with the bawdy language. Of saying such, if you see underlying toes. Ask yourself why the woman never stepped forward and ran the stuff. Hello? Why didn't she hop on the forklift? This is why your husband says, get on the fucking forklift, man. And stop being like these other women where this is the man's job and role. Get that shit out your fucking system. Hello? That's how she was raised. That's how that household is. How is she going to be put in control of the mill if she's not seen as being having the aptitude to do such from her own dad? That's not her blood father, but her father. And raised her as his daughter. But when she ran off, like I explained to you, when Caleb was first born, and found out that that was not his kid, that's when that shit changed. Okay? That's when that shit changed. And it went from me running it to when I went on TV, no, dude, you're too smart. You're too smart for this. Literally. And like you had heard him say, he likes to try to change the way the mill or this thing's in operation where he works at to run more efficient. He has an issue with how things are run. Well, fuck, if you're running this thing like this, Ted, you bought a $40,000 machine at the time. The only person that run it was Tom and me. Now you're trying to run it. Why haven't you taught your daughters or your grandkids now to run the shit? Or my daughter, when at her age, when she was working with you, I was running it, and it was fucking brand new. Henceforth, my question to him when we went over there was, in front, was, hey Ted, this thing got how many hours on it? Let my wife run it with it, because if you try to say something, it's not like this thing was brand new, because when it was brand new, who was running it? Tom, who was tweaking in my ass. Who was fucking high on pot. And you know a stone. You didn't know how to run this motherfucker. You only had 2 people. Hello?
From him not running it to be the only one running it is digression to me.
Yes. But it's digression to me, like you've heard me state, if your kids do not know how to run the tools and the so forth things, your dynasty is done. Because you do not raise them as such. Your family did the same way. Henceforth, the Bugnallen dynasty is done. Pearson's is done. Holland's is done. Everyone's that I've met up with and cheated on and so forth, their families were at the end of, say, their genisms, energetics, and at a repoint, a restart, of being able to start fresh and be their own accord. Otherwise, enveloping back onto itself
and making a fucking torus, or not a torus, figure eight.
Of another 100 years of fucking shit.
Bullshit, yes. But worse. You understand? It's like, Mom, you're telling me this stuff Grandpa did this to you. And I'm telling you did this to me, and you're telling me that there's no way you could have done that to me? Hello? Huh? Maria, you understand? Oh, I don't want to say those things that make you feel better, grandparent. Lady, like you hear me state to other people, grandparents keep treated different than they treated the kids, so, hello? I'm not stupid as shit. It's like someone acting nice to me, I know it's treating their kid different than they are me.
See, everybody gotta have their own experiences.
How is that a fact? Is when you go into a room and you see someone acting nice to you, you see the other person that was in the room prior to you, that's from that household, how's their body language when that person's acting towards you? Hello? Perfect example. Perfect indicator. What's really going on? You understand? I keep coming around, you smiling at me, having a good time and so forth, and that person over there fucking looking like a hot dog on a motherfucking hot griddle? What the fuck's up? I can be blind to this and keep entertaining this like you thought what was going on in the Maskell family. Rest in peace to John. As I explained to you, what my brothers, to me from knowing for so long, would interject because outside of that household, people that were friends with from the skate park would say, "Oh, he's doing this." And I'm like, dude, I'm wiping his mom's ass, bro. Are you fucking serious? I'm bathing this woman. I see her as my mother, and it's not my mom. Doing things that I've never seen you guys do. Or even fucking
Have
step
you ever
up
been inside of
or
that house? It's like a workload. Like
entertain fucking life.
trying to be another set of two hands. It's super helpful because it takes weight out of the other people. Like there was a point that she, Laura needed the cup to be held for her, or just to be turned around, or just giving a little massage on her feet that is not given from John.
Fucking shit-faced drunk alcoholic sitting in the fucking house as you see me is doing what? I got you. And people are hating. In the home fucking household are hating, going, bro, you gotta leave. Why do I gotta leave? Your parents didn't say so. I'm not here for you, nigga. I'm here for mom. Hey, mom.
Loved it.
Mom said, whatchamacallit? I gotta go. Why?
I never seen Laura had a
I
bad
got in
day.
a fist fight with these niggas over that shit. I mean, you don't understand.
With Luke or Brian? Luke.
With outside external folks.
For what
Because they were saying and other things trying to say to kick some shit not understanding. And I'm going, bro, you're in your room high drunk. Your fucking kids are running them up, pick up some shit, nigga. Your mom just told the kids to do some shit. You over here doing something, you're over here mad. Because dad said some shit to you. And you think that I'm over here fucking licking dad's ass, Astaghfirullah, because he's being nice to me. And he just jumped down your ass. And I know this, Brian. Brian, you guys are good friends with my mom.
Brian,
you didn't
just
see
send me a friend
you
request.
didn't see how I used to be, how you and my mom would be, and I would be I go, think about that.
People
my mom would be
feel
nice with you guys.
Yeah.
And I would hate and be jealous. I see the jealousy, but understand this, Brian. There's no jealousy here. I'm trying to help your family.
Yeah.
You understand? Because I see you as family.
Brian just sent me a friend request, and every time I see Luke, he always shown like, as they grow and see it, they feel the tension.
It took time to grow and them to grow away from, again, Jessica and all them people staying. Dude, staying at your parents' house for how long? I'm going, come here, guys, you guys are talking shit. Here's a message from mom's telling me to come stay and chewing me out, going, babe, why the fuck do you keep staying outside? You're making me and dad feel bad. These people on them. Hey, you're staying outside. And I'm going, I got a snowmobile jacket. Racing snowmobile jacket, minus 20 below. And I feel bad because I'm staying in the house because of what people externally, the mind chatter in my head, but I'm understanding that's what's going on. Yeah. These people are stating this stuff, and I'm seeing the hostility in my brothers. Hello?
Well, that had nothing to do with you. I mean, it brought it to the light where actually...
I'm having
hostilities with my brothers where they're like, bro, people were stating this, and I'm like, but you know what's going on in the house.
But one sees the parent
You got no weed.
friendly.
You got no weed. Where does mom get her weed?
But that's the thing too.
Am I selling it? Am I selling it? How the fuck does L.E.N.R live across in the house and sell weed to John and them, Peaceville Palm, and do the stuff that they was doing when they wouldn't have got the house that they got kicked out of if it wasn't for John and Lori, rest in peace.
Yeah, because Lori was giving him like the
Hello?
recommendation.
So how the fuck do you charge that woman for the fucking herb?
Yeah, that's nasty.
Yes. And you fucking talk shit on me.
But in Brian's eyes and Luke's eyes, they saw their friends with the shine, with their little happiness when he would come around, and they feel bad, you know, because they couldn't provide that. So ego clicks and the mom child clicks.
But I would try to make it to where that would happen.
I know.
Why
but
did
they
the
were
dishes?
inclusive. I know.
Why did the dishes? Why did the laundry? Why did all the stuff? Why I was such good friends with the IHS workers?
I know, they were lovely. They were lovely. Dude, like Lori had an amazing, but she always played it too. Like she always was amazing too. It was a good environment to go around.
It was a good
despite
environment because you had to do everything but breathe for the beautiful woman.
But she would look at you with a smile.
And she complimented, and you could tell
Yeah.
she was in pain.
Yeah.
And would not ask for no. That's what hurt me, where I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
You know when it hit me? Because I never really met Lori beside that situation.
My mom's household was the same way, honey.
Ezekiel, when we went to
And my
John's
mom flipped and went like this with Steve, to where it was like, ah! And I'm like, what the fuck happened? Where we have this? Where's the opposite? Of Lori or my mother, how she is now?
Because Lori's also in a constant happiness state, but you know that ain't not the natural state. So it's like both extremes. But it hit me when it was John's funeral, rest in peace. And in the table, in the reception table, they had a picture of Lori with the kids, and Lori was standing, and she was like and somebody came, I don't know if it was
I've known her since that, honey.
or whoever was next to me said Lori used to be a nurse, and
Yes, that was me.
and it hit me like
That's
crazy.
how her and John, rest in peace, met.
Because she not always been like that,
No.
and for her to have such a good like.
But that's why she has such, because she was a nurse, and the codependent bond that she had, how her and John got together, but also how Jason and Luke and Brian's fathers got with them. You understand? The older brother, they got a different brother.
Jason has a boy too. Blonde boy.
Their dad was a butthole to the mom.
Oh, first marriage, Lori's first marriage.
Again, nurses are codependents. What'd she get with? Okay? What did she get with?
Somebody that needs
Level
work.
5 clearance, motherfucking Canadian Special Forces medic. Okay? Ranger medic with nuclear fucking facilitations and so forth. Capabilities of understanding. You seen the suits and all everything. Noel and everyone, he trained over 7,000 EMTs in Northern California in that area.
No, but was it first marriage? What was the
First
profile of
marriage
the guy?
was, look at Luke and Brian. They were partially raised in the household with their dad, where their dad, like with myself, was the monster. Henceforth, Luke's marriage and Brian's first marriage with the kids. And alhamdulillah, his sobriety now that he has away from alcohol. Because he went through shit with his father, but he went through more shit with John's relationship. Because of John's training, like my mom talking about. Like, the first thing I did when I got in the household with my boy was desensitization. What you do when you get hit like that? You don't flinch. It's like with me and my Uncle David, rest in peace, my grandpa, rest in peace. Mom complaining about her doing such, her getting that. I got done the same way. You know, so I'm like, So I was like, dude, if you want to whine about how you was raised, nigga, I was raised the same way. Except I got your brother, rest in peace, and your dad punching me in the face with Sam and my other boy cousins fucking going, as you stated. You gonna cry? I told you about it, dude. It's like great. I fucking missed and didn't fucking block the punch because I think the motherfucker was gonna hit me like a goddamn man. My Uncle David, rest in peace. He fucking almost knocked my bottom teeth out. He almost knocked the shit out.
What was he trying to accomplish?
What do you mean, what is he trying to accomplish? He was teaching me and Sam how to fight with my uncle and my dad and my grandpa. As my mom was taught with my grandpa. As she was just sending a message for she made it where I can't see the thing, so I was going through and listening to him. But she was complaining, you don't know the fucking shit that I went through as a kid. With your uncle, rest in peace. With a crazy Marine. How your uncle turned into a Marine. Rest in peace. Sniper like his dad. Your grandpa used to sit, us twins, and make us slap each other in the face. First person started crying and shit, got her ass whipped. That's what she was complaining about. I got done the same way, Mom. That's why I said, sitting there spinning back, going, what the fuck are you talking about? I got done the same way.
Well, let's
Because when I got left at Uncle Clarence's house, I had an infantry ranger. And my boy cousins was raised by him. Well, I got done the same way in that house, as you heard me say. Well, I got the nicknames that I got because I was a smaller one. And you start hurting me in a certain manner, I get vicious. You know what I mean? Army infantry and Marine mishwak and a couple other styles of fighting I've been trained since I was a kid to fight. Why I tell you don't touch or do, or I was trying to explain to you, if I have my attention on you and you do some shit and you touch me in a manner where you've made it where I've had to desensitize myself so I won't react and fuck you up. Because you're touching me in spots. There are kill zones. And I'm not used to being around people. And or allowing someone to touch me in that manner. I didn't let my ex-wife, I didn't let Erica. They don't wish to be desensitized. You understand? Henceforth, the conversation with my uncle recording got messed up. Uncle, how would you survive if someone coming to your door and fucking shooting you in the face with a shotgun? How fast does it take for your body to move, to go like such and step to the side and push the shotgun this way to where your face didn't completely get blown the fuck off and Alexis get fucking hit? Well, how fast does it take a person to pull a trigger? Twice. The dude didn't realize he had it on what? Safety. Uncle Clarence realized it was on safety, henceforth why he didn't have split second the movement that he did to save the family in the house.
Crazy.
Oh, and still got shot. And survived. And you can't tell the man got shot point blank with a fucking sawed-off shotgun. BAM! Can he? No. Look like Al Sharpton still. Why I mean, talk to him and ask him. How the fuck you think you survived it, Uncle Clarence? Before you open up talk about Lisa. Another shit in the family. Who come to our shop? Give me a hug and say, I need help with my marriage.
Your oldest cousin?
His oldest boy. Second oldest boy. His oldest boy does what? Like his mom. Second oldest boy does like the dad. Doesn't trust women and thinks his wife gonna. But all he had was what? Girls. How the fuck you think them girls are gonna treat they men? Wake up, honey. So my dad gave up a fucking scholarship. Not a scholarship. A scouting from fucking Oakland A's because he was throwing a fastball and baseball better than Nolan Ryan. Better than Nolan Ryan. They offered the kid $50 million, man. Fresh out of Marysville High School. Maurice turned it down. All the shit that you... Here, look at me, please. All the shit that you see right now that they're trying to do for fucking changing things where scholarships and schools and people come in and fucking take kids out of the fucking stuff that don't know nothing.
didn't start it. Was during that time before they changed stuff to now how they're trying to get stuff to work. If you don't have mentality, you know what I'm saying? Think the man that walked into the shop. You think he'd ever come to the fucking compromise of there's something wrong with me? With all that money?
With the ego? No.
Do you understand?
Like, there's something wrong with you. Why can't I trust you? Kinda. You
You
know,
understand?
like, why aren't you behaving properly or something?
He's working at King's Clothing, doing printings. But all the little girls all have full scholarships from softball. Marysville softball team for fucking 25 years now. It made nothing but the newspapers. Yet, we didn't have that. We wouldn't have the money and so forth things for the young women here. Because what is there for women to do in this fucking area? Think about that.
Air Force?
Think about that. Yeah, the Air Force, you get raped. Woo. How many girls in the women's fucking circle? Yesterday was the day we started the women's circle for the first time at the other group. Or at our old original shop. Okay?
Out of 12,
Okay?
I'll say 4 will be married to one, 3 will be joint, and the other were dating people from the military. And they all had the same experience. But they're all still committed, they're all still there, they all feel part of something.
Part of what?
And
I feel part of something if I gotta look at you
in the last year,
and pray you don't fucking rape
in
me.
the last year of the shop in 408,
Pray you don't fucking rape me. You're supposed to be my fucking comrade. The fuck?
in the last year of families, of kids, of families that we've like, talked to several, so many, like Kwan's, 2 out of 3 of his kids enrolled in the military.
Yeah.
2 of them are girls.
Because of the pandemic.
Both of his girls enrolled in the military.
Because they've seen it as a place of
One within
stability.
a year got pregnant already and had a kid.
Stability.
The same with Brenda and Robert. Their grandkid was getting married, going to training, and having a kid all in the same year. And you look at that girl, and the way they cut her, she looks like a 14-year-old girl. The way that she stripped her from all of identity, as that girl is trying to
find identity.
Find her identity, at the same time bring something to this world, and have some identity to pass on or teach somehow.
We're gonna strip that away and then inject this.
As they're both children, and all they've been told is go seek some stability through the system.
Excuse me.
That half of the women already that we talked to, that their partners were deployed, they were miserable as fuck because they were at home, raising the child on their own. All
Now
they
they're
did
back.
was FaceTiming, like I do with my parents.
Yeah, but now they're back, and they're even more miserable than when the person was deployed.
Yeah,
He
that's
or
all they
she.
had before was FaceTiming.
Was that?
And now you're gonna put up with a person 24/7.
Not put up. Hold on.
Well, put up like.
Let's have an adult conversation here with the analyzation of what we've had. It is not they had to put up. It was actually they hoped to have to put up. It was the inference of they're actually more not here when they're here than when they're away because of the work and the trauma that they went through, let alone the shit they bring back, trying to figure out the energetics of the kids if there's children involved, to the animals, to the fucking household energetics changes. How many families come in looking for sage and other things and cleansings and so forth from mom or dad coming back from battle and it affecting the family in that manner?
And the disconnection on the plane because there's
because of such.
expectations on the real world that
Then you have the
wanna be
person
met,
coming
but
back and
also
doing
the,
a job.
also the person that wants the work done in
The
the
other
spirit
person
realm
having a
to
job.
have that understanding.
And the other person still bringing back information and so forth, and still not being able to talk about such,
Yeah.
or the work that they done or went through, they choose not to open up to their spouse because they believe it's too much for their spouse to understand. Yet by holding it in, it still again causes an issue, and it's projected to the children. Children pick it up, and it causes an interesting social paradigm. You know, it's like the soldier that we helped, or I helped, and talking with mom, asking, you know, before it was, you know, I'm raising the girls by myself, dad is away, and now dad's back, but now dad's as way as much as he was when he was deployed, because he's working for the U.S. military and doing these type of things. Well, your mom talk with dad about this, and talk about some stuff. You know, she explained, you know, when she went on that trip to South America and helped install that water and other things like that, and the kids were in dad's hands, that, you know, she learned about herself and other things and so forth, but again, it was causing a rift between them. So it was like, I'm only doing this and I want my life. But it's like, if you think in that manner of I want my life and the kids have their life and dad has their life, not as one group or a unit in the sense of like what the military entitles. Of yes, it's an army of one, but yet you're still part of a larger group in a sense of drone. You are a fractal, but hopefully the enlistment or the branch that you went into trains you in yourself in the sense to where you can make your own military or army. Otherwise, you're just a tool.
Yeah, even apart, you're still part of it.
Otherwise, you're just a tool. Henceforth, the branch that the people that I was trained by and so forth going into and other things, what my mom was complaining about, the goofy devil dogs that our lineage follows, are the Marines. Do you understand? And the JSOCs mindfuckery people. You understand? And the CIA and such. Why those people were recruited out of my family. For the aptitude to psychic visualization and so forth. Manipulation of others or to themselves to keep a fake gate or a plane open or closed. It's still all just goofball ass sorcery. What do you find around a military base? A really interesting pattern of things depending on what the military base specializes in. But you would think Babe Ruth come to motherfucking Marysville in 1915, right? And all the other stuff that you see. How come ain't Marysville shit now? Answer that. We got one sign left that still states Sister City, Taiwan. Right? They took down everything else. How we was the Sister City of Taiwan, where'd the money go? What happened to our resources here? Because we was big. We've been big since before Babe Ruth. But again, Babe Ruth came to Marysville. Hello? This is such a little shithole, everybody tries to say. Why would Babe Ruth come to Marysville? And all the other movie stars come to Marysville. And football and baseball stars come to Marysville. Hello? Real that. It ain't the state capital. It's some little dumbass little piss hole town. What, Indy 500 and all that kind of stuff started here. We got the first people that flew around the world, honey. They flew here. Huh? Some of the world's best air pilots and other things like that back in the day. They flew here. How?
The first pilot to break this town.
Boeing and other things like that. Here. But it's a little shithole place that nobody know about. Motherfucker past Sacramento, they say, you say Marysville, what? You understand? The Tesla towers, the first electricity in the world was here. First hydroelectric plants was here. And it still is. The people or the genetic makeups is just washed over and fakeated and stupid shit. That the people eating themselves.
Yeah, like that lady
Over
from
and
the
over
Pentagon that
themselves.
did the clearance, she said that in this area itself, she had multiple people that she knew that worked for the military, that worked for that branch of the Pentagon, like psychic visualization and having that trade. And things that it's not known, like on the open.
We're a demographic of interesting people that just come from here. If you look at the history of this area, again, from Woolworth to all kind of things, Levi Strauss, the Bank of America fucking started here. The candy box is now closed. All this stuff, Mervyn's, Macy's, JCPenney's, Levi Strauss, the pants, all this stuff like that. Frogtown, USA, that was made right there next to the Fifth Street Bridge, written by fucking, whatchamacallit? What's his name? Look up Frogtown, USA. That's where they used to have, where they moved the Sierra Nevada World Music Festival. It's written after a book, after a story. A gentleman that wrote it on the bottom of a little island that's on next to the Fifth Street Bridge. You can still see it. What the fuck is that dude's name? He wrote a... He was a famous writer. Hello, the famous writers used to come here and write.
Frogtown?
Yeah, Frogtown, USA.
That's what I put. Yeah. It's in Calaveras County? No?
Yeah. Look up its origins. Origins of Frogtown, USA. They used to have frog races there. Big bullfrogs. Big ass bullfrogs. I do. 3 and 5 pound frogs. You looking at me? The frog's the size of your damn tablet.
Mm-hmm, yeah, they used to raise them.
Yeah, listen. Right now I'm having a brain fart. There's a dude. You should know who I'm talking about. Maybe. You're from a different country. It was a writer that wrote about it and it turned it into a town. He used to write a bunch of his stuff in Marysville and so forth, just like they used to come up here to this. The Hope House and write stuff, that kind of thing. What are you seeing, man? What are you seeing?
It's in the river banks of LA. And I was gonna look into these ideas. A wonderful, weird, creative have blossom along.
What?
It's a white origins of Frogtown, USA.
Frogtown, California.
Yeah.
It's right outside of Sacramento.
Oh no, this is in LA.
Mm. They fucking just right there, dude. So I'm like, what are you looking at, please? So I can see. Let me see. Thank you. Frogtown. What was that writer's name? Frogtown. 2 different words. Ah. There we go. Mark Twain's his name.
Mark Twain.
Mark Twain, man.
Of course.
What do you mean, of course? I'm over here trying to figure out what the fuck the name is.
You just didn't give me any clues. You were like, you should know. You should know.
He's
Is that
old
right?
ass
Or you
fucking
should
liar.
know?
Talking about motherfucking shit from the old days. I can't remember the goddamn shit. I still got my temple hurts when I cough still. My brain's so fucked up. It's Angels Camp, nigga.
In Calaveras County. Angels Camp.
Angels Camp. Angels Camp is just right over there.
Behind Sacramento.
Yeah. Not behind Sacramento, above it. You get to it the back way to going when we used to go to Placer.
I know Angels.
That's what came out of my mouth, Maria. That's what I'm saying. Where you came in Los Angeles, if Marysville was where Reagan the River and Sierra Nevada World Music Festival started, and in 2000, 2001, it got switched to Angels Camp. It's been coming out of my mouth. I went to Angels Camp for 6 years, till I stopped working there, the security and so forth, when they stopped allowing people to use the water spigots and bring ice and shit in. It is corporate. It's fucking disgusting. They're kicking people out for selling water and other shit like that. Yeah, Mark Twain. If you look up Mark Twain in Marysville, he wrote that here. He used to come here and stay at the little island on the side where they just rebuilt the Fifth Street Bridge. That used to be a holiday dock spot. Where they used to bring up fucking paddle boats and stuff. There was a motel right there on the river. Shit in the county state hall. You can look at it. I tried showing it to you when we were in there last time.
I remember the whole traffic and everything of the boats.
I was trying to show you that. That little island that has those pylons right there from the pier from when that fool was there writing the fucking story. That's where he wrote, where he talks about falling asleep underneath the tree and fucking waking up and being an old man and shit from being fucked up on absinthe. And the people were doing opioids and shit.
I realized he needed to quit fooling around with tones, the news, and becoming a full-time fiction.
It's like the state of Nevada has come from a woman named Nevada from Nevada City. Frog my mom complained about having to eat with my grandpa, rest in peace, from her fucked up childhood. Tastes like chicken. They get like this big as a tablet. You don't find them no more in the orchards because of the fucking spray and shit they started using in the 90s. But before that, them motherfuckers are big. That's what I don't get, why people ain't paid attention. How the environment's changed. You don't get the levees getting boiled out or the stuff on the clay things, so they make a hole. They bore out like a pocket like this on the side of the canal. You see hell the fucking things. That shit be crazy when you see them in the river rats fighting, dude. You gotta be home with some river bombs though. Like, I'm not for this shit. I'm like, dude. When I bring up stuff my mom thinks and complain like I had a fucked up childhood, I'm like, dude, thank you. I wouldn't be living right now as an adult with my wife and this right here going through this fucking naked and afraid shit, enjoying every part of it. I'd be fucking frustrated. Going, oh my god, it's like, I need this, I need that. And it's like, dude, it's fucking simple. You understand? That's what I don't get. I'm trying to fucking illustrate to the woman. So I said to her, if you and Uncle David, rest in peace, actually lived up, Grandpa fucking taught you, rest in peace, like I have, you'd be living like me. You would have raised me like this, Mom. Not the opposite way. The power goes out, you go into town because you can't watch TV. I stayed home at the house. You don't see left. Okay. Fucking shit from freezing. Kept this and that going. And he's like, I thank you for it. I'm bringing it up. I'm not bitching about it. I'm not complaining. I'm saying thank you. You can see how you want it. But I said thank you because I would not be putting my wife through what she went through to break her from feeling like, oh my god, this is so horrible. Now she's like, I cannot see myself living a different fucking way other than this. Okay? So, Mom, if you actually paid attention and weren't saying what you're saying to me no matter what you were, how you was raised, on the farm and all that shit like this, well, I would have loved to got raised on there. And all the chores and everything and all that stuff. That's a good motherfucking life right there. You got fucking something to do and ambition. You're not bored.
But don't live in 15 years ago. You got it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Do it differently. Change it. And that's it. Why keep talking about it? I'm not keep talking, but I'm saying no. Changing, evolving from it. It's like, it seems like she's coming out wanting to justify herself or wanting to explain herself. And there's not really no explanation to be done. Just change. Like, change. Yeah. Don't display the same behavior. Change. Nobody will hold you back. But you keep holding yourself back.
That's what I keep trying to say to her is I'm not living in that time. The only time it's brought up is when you say something. Otherwise, all this stuff you're saying and all these things and so forth, ain't nobody living in that time. Until you give that observation potentiation, and that is what nuclear decay is reflected back at you. That's your glow stick you just broke. If you don't like it, then don't get that fucking signatory to make the nuclear decay emit that light back at you. Otherwise, it's not seen. It's not responded at all. Unless you send that to make that excite and get that potentiation back, it is not existent at all in the fucking matrix. Intrinsic rattle. It is not there. If you wish it to be, it's in your own accord. Fucking drinking absinthe on the docks right there in Marysville, dude. Fucked up on opioids and shit. Until they started outlawing it, and then it really got good there. I mean, as yourself, you look in the city planner, how the fuck is there 43 fucking brothels and bars? Well, no, just brothels on a 3-block radius. And then you go on the other, and just before I was born in the 80s, they knocked down to make Mervyn's right there, Macy's. That whole shit was just nothing but brothels and bars. 93 of them. Okay?
There had to be a clientele for that.
Okay? That was after the base was made and all these other things. That was supposed to be a gold town. What the fuck do you think they was doing right there? Marie, how was there a casino across the street from the fucking McDonald's? You understand there's a casino, a legal casino right there. Been there since I was a little kid. Before the Indian casinos, nigga. The building is right there. There's the hospital across the street. Here's McDonald's. That white shit right there.
Mm-hmm.
The fucking casino. Gambling casino.
Mm-hmm.
That hoes used to stand out from when I was a little kid.
Mm-hmm.
Hello? Up until about 1992. Hello? From there, no. From there, up down the main street where fucking Colloidal school is to where Walgreens is, honey. That whole shit right there. The fucking elementary school. Hello? I lived in the apartments right there. I had to walk through to go to Colloidal school. All that was on the thing right there was needles and tracks. And people asking me stuff. I'm being serious. This is downtown Marysville. Main Street. Not D Street. Downtown Marysville on Front Street, where you got 35,000 cars. 35,000 cars on the day fucking drive by. What's your guys' priority? Because remember the base. It's all the apartment complexes and all the things. The ecosystem is to do what? Service men. Service the men. Hello? Henceforth, the Marysville Police Department's fucking rape kit fucking check policy. Hello?
Mm-hmm.
And the migrant worker policy here. Hello? Ecosystem. And why this is the ICE holding facility. Main hub. No one realizes. Hello? But who owns it? The judges and families that started this stuff here. Hello? Energetics of a gel that's a couple hundred years old almost. And faculty that's inside of it, and the people that have been running that institution for a minute now, they got nothing else on their agenda than to make money. What laws they gonna do or change? Excuse me. You can't even walk on the levee. Not even the T. Can't walk down the street. And be homeless living. Where they run you out. Nobody knows Marysville. First library, first power, first everything. Sound barrier breaking. Dude's a fucking child monster rated. That shit's crazy. Shit, that ecosystem thing. Mary's all down. All involved with the shit. I try to talk to somebody about it and mark them with that invisible ink and see who else they touch and fucking make color. Wow. That fucking blew me away how many people were involved in that shit. I mean, that's why I quieted down about that. And that's why we got moved to another building. Sold off underneath us.
See.
I actually thought old girl that runs the copy shop next to the police department, shit like that, had enough fucking firepower behind her and in her side of herself to fucking do something for them young ladies at the fucking the brick coffee shop. Nope. Nope. Looking back on that now, after having a conversation with that woman, that's right, when fucking Pego came in and had that conversation, shook my hand. And got me the first time. Sorry, you guys moving. What are you talking about moving, dude? It's just me and my wife running. This is our business. We ain't talking about moving. We're staying here. We're trying to buy the building. Yeah. No, come here, say anything. I gotta go. I'm sorry. I was just congratulating you guys on wishing you luck on your move. Well, we're not moving, dude. Here's a picture. Post this on Facebook. Post it to your wall. You're the undermare. Nigga, what the fuck?
I see him greeting people on the fucking Walmart
fuck
door
are you
in the
talking-
middle of a pandemic.
Nigga, what the
I'm
fuck
like,
are you
what's
talking about,
wrong
bro?
with you? What's your need? Like, seriously, people are mandated to stay at home, and you're volunteering to greet people. I mean, I want to assume you're volunteering and that you didn't went from the fucking city counciling to Walmart employee. I mean, nothing wrong with it, but I don't know what's in Penny's fucking astral chart what he's supposed to be doing, but it's like, dude, we're in the middle of a fucking pandemic. Stay fucking home. What's the need to be doing this?
Post that shit to Facebook. Ask them, "The fuck you mean, dude?" 'Cause it's funny. The next day, we got property management coming in saying we gotta leave. I paid 3 times the rent we're paying right now.
$1,400.
The motherfucking building's been sold out from underneath us, and we got first rights to say no, and ain't
Already,
nobody
I
said.
felt that 800 was like a lot, or 700. 800 we were playing on.
I'm like, dude, kind of coincidental. You come and say that me and my wife never talked about moving. We trying to buy this motherfucker, and you shake my hand, and now property management in here. And they done sold the building. I don't know how, because we got first rights to say no. We got the money for this shit, and they never gave us the right to say no. And now we out. Here we go again. Henceforth, asking the community, should we stay and fight? Don't give a fuck about the money. Excuse me, should we stay and fight and do this for y'all and keep taking from ourselves and show you that you can do it too? We push, got in, show them you can do it too, ask them again. No response. We're closing shop, not for good, to open up on our own shit. Stop taking from ourselves, give to ourselves, and give to you guys. How do you feel about that? We'll keep the shop open, or still do side venues. Be around. Let us know if you want that. Nothing. Okay. Now you want to send messages saying, where'd you guys go? What happened? Oh, bro. You didn't see the messages that I've been posting. I mean, I know I'm shadow blocked, but every day I posted with a hashtag.
I was surprised
And
that
date.
people didn't know that we left months later.
That shows you how much I'm shadow blocked and showing you, please help me, dear, because people are, again, not comprehending. But literally, for 95 days, hashtag 94, 93, 92, down to 0. We're out. Nothing. My business page, my page, my group channel. Interesting. Anyhow. L.E.N.R that all crazy and shit. Thank you, boo. You saved my motherfucking life. What? Okay. Stress on your ass no more lying with this bullshit, and you think we can't tell that you're lying. Just keep shit honest. It'll be a beautiful thing. That's why we don't want to buy the building from you. Now looking back on stuff, you just been lying about shit, dude. And I ain't trying to help nobody retire, and I had this stress on his back. So let's y'all keep it. You just made it to where I don't want that. I'd rather have this and not see it as a stress, because now it's a stress because I'm here and I don't get to see this, so it's stressing me out. So now my stress is gone. So thank you. Have fun with this. Motherfucker, we told you we had this much money and all this kind of shit, so on and so forth. And nigga, you took a $40,000 payment for this building down. Are you fucking serious? And you carrying the guy? Bro, we could have gave you $150,000 right there, like nothing.
I'm cool.
You understand? That's what I'm saying. I'm like, what the fuck? We talking to people for how many years about this shit? I'm sitting there like, do I need to put my knee pads on? Because I really want to make this fucking work for this right here. I'm even willing to go in with hiding fucking G. And it was like, here, they can have this part right here, this can have this right here, and oh my god damn, I'm so glad that, ooh, that would've been some shit. Oh my god. Ah, that's a whole fucking circus I'm trying to fucking detach from. Some shit like that, oh, hell no. Fuck, there we go. That's some whole nother fucking fucked up shit right there that would've happened. But I was willing to go that way. Hey, you come with the shit and talking about, yeah, you're gonna give me 40,000 down. Hold on a minute, dude. You came shining the butterball shit. Mr. Man with the Tesla got fucking supposedly $1 million property, and he only gave you $40,000 down payment. Huh? And he took it. And he says it's clear. And that dude hits you where you gotta cover the motherfucking AC units for 5 years. Are you serious? Oh my goodness. Huh. What's the difference between that Chinese man and me? And my wife, bro? You got tenure with us, I guess. Supposedly thought you did. Why didn't he get a Tesla? You looking at debt. We got more money than that fool worth in equity, dude. His stock is dog food.
He drives a Tesla.
His stock is dog food.
Borrowed.
His stock is dog
He's
food.
leasing and renting, like he
Nigga,
looks good. So then he carried. Let me suck these Chinese dudes.
How the fuck you gonna tell me this dude's worth $1 million when his stock is dog food?
Whatever. Tells me how it works in 5 years.
Your stock is dog food, bro. It depreciates every day. Our shit goes up in price. Every day that they dig the more of this shit out. And the stuff we got is from before they started digging this stuff out, so it's worth a lot. That's why I looked at him, I was like, thank you, dude. My wife's motherfucking... Half the down payment on this shit was right there. I get to fucking take off the floor on just one fucking amethyst butterfly fucking set. I looked at him and I said, you're dumb as fuck when he said that to me. I said, I walked him around, I said, you know how much is this right here? And this and this and this and this right here? I said, I buy the building by selling 7 of these motherfucking specimens in this building. I buy this whole building, dude. For what you're asking. But for a down payment, here, you want this amethyst cluster and that other amethyst cluster, not even touching your butterfly wings, and that's the payment? And it won't go down, dog? Like this inflation money that you just got paid is not. So, I just crack up at this shit. I'm like, dude, I'm looking at him like, dude, you telling me these numbers and shit. But I'm like, bruh. And we just hit $250,000 worth in gross. And you're kneecapping us. You fucking asshole. Okay, I'm willing to fucking take a $90,000 fucking, actually $160,000 motherfucking profit loss. And start over. And say thank you. Willing to do that. Because that ain't shit. But fucking being ourselves. But to fucking be hoodwinked by some shit and be told something, I'm like, dude, you guys really don't know how capital or fucking shit works. We buy our shit outright. We don't lease or do no shit like that. And if that's what y'all like, sure. Sure. You want to give us some money to buy a tree? I'm gonna go buy some weed with that and smoke some tree. I ain't putting nothing. Just remember you buy it. It's alright. Astaghfirullah. He took advantage that we didn't have cameras. 5 years. He had almost $1 million worth of fucking inventory on the goddamn stock on the floor. No cameras or security system. Never lost nothing. Everybody else getting robbed left and right. Landlord took advantage of that and kept bringing people in North Shot. Because they understood it. We didn't realize our neighbors and so forth were telling us this idiot's leaving the front door open and shit. And the back door. We could sense it. Talk with him. You want some talk to us about something? Nope, I ain't been here in a week. Yeah, okay, well here's a picture from the fucking neighbor showing us. There's the door open with the fucking lights on and they're having to tell people fucking, yeah, the store's not open today. But you weren't in the shop. You weren't doing this. You weren't doing that. Come on, bro. That's illegal. You cannot do that. It's the same as renting a house. You can't just pop up and go through some shit. I'm sorry, you can't do that. Otherwise, it's deemed a robbery. Have your ass arrested. Because you're trespassing. Just because you got in the door because you got a key don't mean that it's not trespassing or robbery. The building is ours during this time of rent. But
Yeah.
why is your attitude change? Why are you talking like this? I don't know, bro, because fucking you pushing this bullshit right here. Then tell us, fucking 3 motherfucking months we could have got right and moved to another spot, but you want to come with some shit after you know year before last you was talking to dude about this stuff and you would act like you just found out right now. What's the point of lying? Let's be honest. You're fucking how old? 80-something years old? Hello?
Yeah.
You be a fucking adult. I mean, shit. You knew this shit was gonna happen. That's why you're like, no, don't pay us for this. You fucking alternative motives of, oh, the pandemic. You know, you don't have to pay us rent because of the pandemic. You have to pay us rent because somebody already bought the building and about to kick your stupid ass out and charge you rent, as they did. That's why I look at your mom. You want this to happen? Like, oh man, you want this to happen? I'll do a prayer for you. Give what you want. You'll get that money. That's why my mom flipped out. Yeah, you fucking think this is about money? I said, no. Money does help people. Yes, Mom, like you're saying. But the way you keep talking about stuff, that's the forefront. That's always been the forefront of talking. Come with something on the side, and my mind won't just see that as that's what you're saying because it's the only thing I've been seeing. Not once have you said non-profit. You say non-profit, any other thing you're talking about, I don't care. You said what is a non-profit. Therefore, it goes underneath the guidelines and so forth. But man, you and Steve fucking had our co-op out underneath. Therefore, it's kneecapped. You can make as much money as you want, but it's still a non-profit. Therefore, you've got the money to help people in the manner which you're stating, Mom. Otherwise, the other way you're stating, that entitles capitalism, and that means a business model that is not like my wife and I's, because capitalism doesn't allow for business models where you give shit away for free and you actually make money from free stuff. You understand? As a fucking business stay open fucking 5 years, 5.5 years on the fucking forefront, and they give out every other fucking week the amount of which they got to pay for rent and free shit to the community. Hello? What business model is that? Besides $10 to $25 below the fucking internet price and 150-mile radius fucking display in the store on the shelf, walk in and touch the crystal and buy it. $10 to $25 cheaper than 150 miles around it. The only people that competed with us in certain crystals would be fucking Shasta. Let's say 150 miles. You understand? You go to LA, go to Sacramento, you go below us, it's higher. You go up above us, the only way you get anywhere close to the prices that we had was fucking Soul Connection.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, shit online is more expensive to us. You go towards Nevada City, you go towards the East Coast, it's more expensive. They don't have crystal shops over there. That's why all your online sales is on the East Coast, honey. Hello? why is complaining? People would say, well, maybe like this. And I'm like, dude, I'm literally giving you this. Besides you buying it and you stating that this is not worth something, you're getting something that's worth $25 to $10 more than what you're purchasing from me. And as soon as you walk out the store, because I have old stock, you have something actually worth $50 more than what you purchased it for. As soon as you walk out the store, acknowledge that. Why you get on your butt about certain things? Like, drive this home to people. Actually, let them know. Don't let them think like in Tahoe where we tried giving shit away literally just for free and then had to start putting price tags on stuff. It's fucking so draining to argue with people for fucking out, like literally arguing with someone for hours. Just take Chris, please. Just take it, please. It's saying it's talking to you, please. He gave me a smile. That's all I want for payment. Oh my god, fucking argument. You know, get the fuck away from me, please. Give me my crystal back. Fuck. That business model I learned from my parents, or from my mother, forcing my stepfather into it. How I got with Lori and John, peace be upon them. Because she always used to get a care package. Free weed. They couldn't grow and so forth. What co-ops and clubs you go to have care packages for people on the regular. I was like, okay, dude, you asked for an ounce last week or yesterday. You slow your smoking down. No, we didn't cap. Here, you need some. Here you go. 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 Never asked for nothing. That's why when grand jury indictment hit you, wham! You guys are selling this, making all this. No, actually, here's our books. Here's all our shit. Same business model that we got in our business shop. How the fuck you guys making all this money, but you're giving all this shit away for free? What do you hear from Nazir? The more blessings and baraka you give out, you make longitudinal wave guide and you try to fucking keep it to where you don't have blowout, because it's just gonna go through you. Do it with non-ego, and it's like, here we are. And people just don't understand. If we could have got some kids to come in and work with us, not work for us, but work with us.
To expand and get new ideas.
Oh my god. We'd have 4 or 5 satellite shops already opened up, not doing the same thing, but evolving as each aspect
like
of
the lady from the
community
market,
needed.
she was saying that they have the concentrate teas that they do, and when me and my mom were there sitting down having a tea, she was saying that just cold teas. She was saying that her son and daughter-in-law had taken the trailer for a weekend for a festival and had added, they're treating it like the Red Bull, so they were adding vodka and whatnot and doing mix for the festival, but they killed it. They made more than $10,000 in a freaking weekend. They just did their twist. They fit the neck of, but they, with the base product of what they have. So now they're introducing, I'm not for alcohol, but they're introducing a different form of mix to it. Instead of the Red Bull or Coca-Cola, different base. And that's what the kids did. They brought what mom had done and took it to the environment that they're in, but adapted to it. And that's kind of what you want to do, like, whatever, just
that's what I was trying to get Minky and them to do. I was going, look, this is your generation here, honey. It's free range, dude. Me and mom are making $35,000 to $56,000 a fucking summer, but we're losing that money because the shop's closed at the same time that the fucking shop we're at the show. We're closed longer than we are open, so we're eating up our profits, honey. Do you want to take that over? And literally 20 grand of that is ours, and the rest is yours. plus hourly. Because all we need is 6,000 out of that to fucking restock the stuff that we're sending with you to the show. Therefore, we get that profit of 14 grand. Hello? All we need to do is cover our restock. Out of the 14 grand, we pay you $4,000, so there's $10,000 right there in hand for death. That's all I need to keep it going. To either inject into the shop, or to get into another show, or to pay for next year's lineup for the shows to go into for you to work. That's all we need. Because you're a commercial. People will come to our shop in the brick and mortar. And this helps facilitate money to get a brick and mortar closer to where this community is at. Or to get one open. Or to help sponsor somebody to do one. Nope, nobody want to fucking do nothing, dude. When they come in for work. Yeah, I'm not going to pay you. You're going to pay yourself. I will pay you to pay yourself. What are you talking about? Learn yourself, man. Come in, everybody fucking leave. We had 9 people come in and ask for work. And all 9 motherfuckers left. And I said I'd pay them. They're not going to work. Sit and talk with me for 2 to 3 hours in the shop and said, this is what our work is here. Talk to the person about what you go through so that you can help them. Are you up for it? I guess not. I'm like, damn. A couple people that work for us with Grandma, from them working on themselves, oh my gosh. One's becoming a doctor after us jumping in her head. Beautiful young sister. And the other, she's doing what we're just talking about now, hitting the shows, because she completely opened up older sister. Now her son's going to be involved in some things. They got, shit. She has the opportunity of making $150,000 plus a year free. Plus other salary base. And salary base. And other work. What all comes upon working on, so. This is some shit. To leave somebody in a store knowing that they know you don't have security cameras. They don't actually know how much all your crystals are worth. Just the price tags.
I remember
You
being
just
like, what
spent.
do you mean there's a fucking rocket?
You just spent $150,000 in a couple of months on crystals that ain't even out on the floor. You got $500,000 worth of shit. Just in wholesale fucking price, not resale. This is wholesale. Resale in the building, and you leave with somebody. Myself, I don't know the person. It's a complete fucking stranger to me. Here you go. See what you're gonna do with it. Maria. Think about it, honey. And Grandma's other choice of person she was just talking about. The girl wasn't even 18 years old. She just started running the shop. Age ain't nothing. If you got the mentality for it, here you go, honey. You moved her in with us, helped her with her college and shit. Now the young woman's a neuroscientist. For neuropsychology and shit. They're having a bad trip with me because fucking I realized she was on my acid that she took, and I had to fucking chastise her. She chastised herself. I let her tell mom on herself, because I said, I'm one of them people doing a relationship. I ain't gonna tell mom that you done something bad. You can do it yourself. You know what mom's response was gonna be, because the answer from dad was, dude, if you do this again, his only response is you out. Because I'll let you do what you're gonna need to do. And what was beautiful about it is the young woman evolved, grew up, and first step, acknowledgement, like I did when I said, man, I ain't gonna run from the DUI accident. Yes, sir, I've been drinking. Let's get this out the way. And now, 5.5 years sober. bad, not bad. Infection. Not bad for fourth and fifth degree burn. Just found a new hot water pump thing. I think I might get on eBay for a while. I have to use a propane and so forth on that thing to see how it works. Yeah, never mind on that.
I scanned her. I got to scan her chakras and the vitalities. And all of Michaela's chakras were in the 50s and 60s, low 50s and low 60s. Pregnancy came out. There's no issues in the pregnancy that had come out. I'm trying to remember heart chakra, solar plexus, all of the lower chakras.
The only places for you to do a quad like that is a river bottom.
It was hot. It was like really.
What is the point? Again, in state, she was in line, which means if you race in the quad, she was pregnant and got Mason waiting in line unless somebody there with him. But she passed out. They used baby to do stuff like that. She was hyper stressing herself.
I said, "Oh, Killer, when was this? Was she hydrated?" And he's like answering right, like started typing. He's on his phone. Because he sent me that at 11. I just see it because it's how it was here, but overheating.
This happened today.
How hot this was.
Just while we were.
She's been drinking water. It was hella hot last weekend.
So she broke her foot a week ago. She fell on Donna.
I said, yeah, it's too hot to be out being pregnant.
So she got a broken foot. He ain't got a job.
Broken ankle.
How would be working?
And if it's not working, Caleb, I don't know what he's working. But can you break it? Do you break your ankle on your own weight from like passing out? Where's that?
Oh. Got my Zigger. Beautiful weather's out here. Fella getting her sanding done. Gonna do my
Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful. It's swirl. That's gonna be amazing. Got a nice eye. Almost like an eagle inside of her there thing.
It's crazy. The before and after.
Beautiful. Hydroplank going so that everything else still running. I have to shut off anything, just like in the house. But we have a new little winter. Gotta prepare for that. Top here. And my Dikr on that right there. Let's see what's going on Yousteal. KELEA Voice News. Some crazy analytics. Oh, this is getting looked at. Okay, people are seeing my stuff I'm going through. And so forth. As our scan showing what caused it and so forth. It's crazy that they're taking all my stuff down, but information's still getting out. Got this KELEA Voice News stuff. I never heard of it before. So we come up with 1.2% of YouTube traffic
It's coming from such a year ago, a month ago. Is that somebody's name? Interesting. Somebody's name. Interesting. For that to be something completely different, but it to actually be climbing up in percentage means that people are watching the videos. But why are my views going away? That's what I think is crazy. That's a straight cover up. If you're that old lady and you're saying such, and you live in a building in 1955 and you say yourself safe, right? But then you're trying to discount this person who 3 years ago stated something needs to be done on this building. Why are you guys discounting that information and stating, oh, it's alright. That was just a fluke that that person stated such. Well, how come in 3 years, no one has not done any inspections or even fucking tried to retrofit or went out and looked at the suggestion? Because, you know, it's like with me. I highly suggest you don't do that or you do like this because that shit's going to collapse, right? But if you don't pay attention to the person that supposedly has the criteria to tell you a suggestion of, you know, that's going to fall apart or not going to fall apart, and they suggest that the shit's going to fucking fall apart to you 3 years ago, and 3 years later after it's fallen apart, you're still in the search and rescue phase. 2 days now, you're having people like this lady right now, Maria, discounting the report of the building needing to have repairs. You understand? Are you hearing it? It's like they're trying to convince people that are evacuated out of the other one that was built by the same corporation at the same time. It's okay. That building is fine. You don't have to. Well, if it is, then how come you have, you know, allocated money and other things like this for us to get away from the shit? Even if it is supposedly just in our head. Hello? You understand what I'm saying? Because that undue stress right there, if I feel not comfortable to come back and you've already, you know, supplemented me of staying away from something and other things, in America you can sue for pain and suffering and fucking mental anguish and all that. Hello? So how much mental anguish do I need to get back into that building, or in a sense of, say, as they're describing, if you're saying all this, those people that went to sleep that night, Stafford Law, went to sleep with that same fucking notion that you're trying to project on the people, and where are they at, lady? Because people cut corners. In several instances, they stated this shit needs to be fixed. The most recent one was 2018, and you guys are throwing that account under the bus and stating that didn't mean nothing because it was not backed by a civil engineering corporation or some whack shit. It was just one single person that came in and looked at it and said, you got structural integrity underneath the pylons, underneath this slab. This thing is sank. Okay, well, you're just counting that. What about the satellite pictures that show 10 years after it was built, it's starting to slump in the area where it fucking collapsed? Well, 3 years later, 6 days ago, you got an inspector come look at it, and again, what you guys are talking about, since you're the best of the best of the best, I guess, the inspector never had in his notes or her notes, or in the folder while they were doing the inspection 6 days ago, the day before the shit collapsed, that someone suggested to do those fixings, right? Because that's how they're portraying it. Henceforth, why it was cleared, and they said 4 days ago on the news, this shit was just cleared to go for what? Another 40 years, because the 40-year inspection thing was this up. When I listen to shit like that, that's a whole lot of fucking hands being greased. Why do I say that, honey? What we do in our business, getting into our building. When the building inspector came, did we have to get an electrician to do the electrical in that building that was messed up? That the people that came in after us, after we switched, they spent how long and how much money to get that wiring put properly that we never had to touch? I'm having a conversation with myself. start digging this out right now this morning. Anyhow, get started on this. I'm just getting up more right there. Get this shit done. The power going. Keep it to myself. Let's build it. Build it. Get it done. Tired of arguing or trying to talk to somebody about something. Anyhow, if it works, it works. If it don't, it don't. All I can do is try. There we go. Get Casey over here and dig this out. Finishing this out. Move this wood into my drone. Stuff I bucked down before. Firewood right here for winter. Bring it over to the processing spot. I'm gonna carve an inlay to my drone. Pieces for my buildings I'm gonna do with my Iroquois traditionals. Building staffs and stuff like that. Clean that up that way. Let's get this picked in. Get this trenched out today. Get the backhoe up here and get that stuff, part of it moved so I can get the pipe up there. Trench it. I believe I'm gonna try to do vertical, like a little rail system, instead of having it in the ground and then pumping upwards. I just have it at a direct angle. Suspend it in the air. Less hydrostatic drag and all that kind of good stuff, you know? Whatever. Talk too much. Arm feels good. Pulling that skin back. Thanks for the soda. Ain't no game. Evolve. Top there. Trick is going to be right here. This one line's coming up, water hammering into this pressurizer. And the second 1.5 inch pipe is connecting into that. Get a nice roundabout curve. Suck the water out. Let's see. Getting it in. Almost connected. And deepen it. Get the rough draft. And get that big rock cut out from underneath. Yeah. And get the pipe, the trench on us. Yeah. I'm gonna grab the water hose and let down that trench once I get it connected all the way over. And get it down. And then connect the other 60 feet down at the bottom. Start moving the wood out of the way. Get as much as I can done. And the backhoe over. Blah, 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 blah. Get it done and running within a month, inshallah. Here's where I'm going to do the Y. Where it connects into this other one. From the pressure being pumped. I'll connect this guy. I had to connect back into 2. And back into 1. Come in. Water hammer. I'm going to dig this down. Even water hammer and it come out. Push. Connect. Suck down. You push. Close loop this top here. Now time to dig this guy out. And set it down where this pipe will come up over in the flexible 1 inch into the ram pump. Ram pump exit out and come into there. And this will drain out into the pond down there, catching the water from the waste valve gate. Yeah. Hardest part, gonna be eyeballing and putting the swoosh where the 2 lines will connect. Make it draw. Give me a reduction somewhat on the bottom, but the speed up. Like the rebound on the slingshot. Yeah.
Get it on the grain on the acceleration on the outside corner. Step on it. Honey, I gotta get a new pickaxe. This stuff is so rocky. It ain't bent. Ain't doing nothing too much. Yeah. Got that part done. I'll get to that over there. Inshallah. Today. Just pick it and get at it like I'm doing right here. I'm not going to use that, so the boiler still has it. I was just using this as a template. I'll line this with plastic. And do a bell drain to push itself out and connects in with this guy and drains into the pond water. So now I need to start and do a tie-in where this comes into this part of the triangle coming down. And the interface from the pressurized. I'll bother to get my hand with the branches. Good thing. So, why? See what dumb shit they've done now. Still at 305, and barbecue tonight, yeah. Crazy. 109 degrees today in Oregon. It's out there. Look at the barbecue. The water hooked up and everything. It's nice, but it's out there. I'll get the corn. Let's see what Yousteal is done with today's analytics. Ooh, wow, now we're underneath 297. Last night, went to sleep with 308. Now we got 297 views. Insane, folks. Wow. Supposedly 3 views. Those 3 videos right there. In 48 hours. That's crazy.
Facebook is the top fucking external source. Still a demographic for better women. Subscribed is at almost 60% watching those. But there's no data analytics for male or female. Blase. Others. It's just other United States and India. It's fucking crazy. I only got that many views supposedly, huh? On something 6 days ago, it's 21. If you just go down the list right here, you got more views than what they say I got on just the shit that was put up in less than a month. They really suppressed me showing how to do plasma stuff. So from a month ago to now, if you count up all those views, that's more than what they saying. Anyhow, it started, honey. They're gonna turn up the heat on us and burn us out, as I was saying. For it to be 117, 115 degrees today in Portland, Oregon.
Oh, the volcano? Yeah, I know we're talking about it.
Shasta's on fire.
Whoa.
You understand? For Portland, Oregon, and Washington, and so forth, to get those heats, that's never got that. All of our northern country, where my mom's at, and so forth, is getting slammed with weather they never had before. Just to take out, if it goes too big, it'll go through that beautiful spot, the lava flats that we like to see by McLeod and everything, and go into Susanville.
Yeah.
And Lassen and everything. What the fuck? There was a shootout at the checkpoint for the fire. The 2 fires happened. Because of the winds the other day. That's what I'm saying, honey. On the 12th of this month, we would have made national news if we...
I know. Even if it was the next day, because it was even worse.
We would have made national news because the shit would have been burning till a couple of days back. Where the wind and shit's been. Excuse me.
If we catch you on fire, we would go to prison, huh?
I would. I'd take full responsibility for it.
And let me burn, because what's the point of me being out here? I ain't self-sustainable on my own, Coquito.
Wow. So what's on the upper part, on the opposite side, the north side of Shastina? Yeah, looking at this map. There's Shasta right there. The green blob. Shastina's where the branch 2 thing is.
So is it fire that started from the volcano itself? From...
No.
Oh.
No, it is calling it that.
Oh. Lava fire. Okay, got it.
It's on a lava flow.
Got it.
I said it's in the area that we like to drive. I drove on that spot where I was like, whoa, that was...
Oh, the Pluto's K, when we got the pictures that there's lavender and
That's all.
say...
And we got the we got hit with that crazy fog, that snow fog. The snow fog because it was so cold. More and more followers from YouTube, another thing. It's a trip. How many people have viewed this right here? That's crazy. Why does it have me do like this? Oh, this man, I can't share the video. They got it blocked. No wonder no one gets to see it. We don't allow such content with URLs, right? But it's a video from fucking Facebook itself. They block it. Why? Because it's a video of cold fusion being done in real life.
Yeah. Why wouldn't they want?
That's why I've been trying to get these videos uploaded so I can upload that. Because they just keep doing that bullshit. Now, what's funny is they say such, but yet, this is what I shared. How do I share the link? Right? It's sad and sick. That fucking retarded shit. Right? Makes no sense. You let me share it like such, but then you tell me I can't share it. And this goes against the pay, it goes against URL, against all this shit, and blah blah blah, and other fucking retarded shit. But I just shared it. And I just shared it on the business page. That shit crazy. If I put in the title that it has to do with cold fusion, no watch, sorry, the fucking Gestapo's took in fucking me explaining what's going on. It doesn't get seen. Henceforth, why the day before video is always seen and not that one. That's what's crazy. And the scan of quiche people. That's why I'm getting more and more followers. But it's getting taken off of YouTube and getting taken off of here. It's crazy. Good old bullshit. They're blocking my videos again. Loaded 3 today, and only one is visible. Good old Yousteal on Facebook. What do we got here? Glow sticks glowing without being broken. And what we got here? The basis of the universe may not be energy or matter, but information. Fucking retarded. What do we got right here? Nurse coming in.
Took my brush, pulled the hairs out, and took it to the doctor. Like, can't you see this? I mean, they're big. Big ones.
Heels. And I blocked me from being able to talk with her. The young lady that came with her daughter. A friend of mine I haven't seen in over 20 years. This friend intern, she gave me hair. Like this and put it on her wall so she understands. Sharing this in the groups to get this stuff out there again. These supposed energy things that the people don't do talk or show none of the stuff that we're doing. I'm like, dude, this is supposed to be technium connection or sports program or fucking Nassim Harriman and all this shit. You guys are fucking retarded. In the sense of you have not expanded your mind. Going into
The ability to tap into this information, or it was just shall live it how it is. So for your protection online, that's what I'm doing right now. Making sure that we're okay, that we got a clearance, because I don't want to push any healing on anybody. And say I'll promise my best friend anyway. I gotta be my best friend in my own.
do commentation over it and reach out and see. You understand? Like explain what was going on and all the other things and such.
You like the crystal, you like the patterns that are open like that. Those are often. Yeah, it looks very interesting to look at. Try not touching it. I'm sorry. I know it's hard. That's why I'm going to fix my face. And I'm just trying to rub it a little bit. Maybe like gently. Bringing like coolness from your hand. Usually I have a spray bottle with cool water.
Every job got you.
Huh?
Got you. This has some AU plasma in it.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I won't touch anything else. It's not contagious, but still, if you have weak immunities, you still sounds good.
It's not something that I'm worried about.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
I've had eczema on my scalp before.
Oh, yeah.
And that stuff, when you have a cradle cap.
That's what it's like, cradle cap. That's what I looked
It
at.
hurts.
Yeah. And then they tell me to do something, and I'm like, well, that didn't work. That made me turn 10 times redder and burn more. I'm actually looking like I'm cooking from the inside out. The microwave oven. My face on it. Bad. Thank Look at that. What's your name? Maria. I'm sorry, I thought my husband had told me. Yes, my name is Maria. He just jumped in and was ready to come in and talk to you to help her. here, do you have any form of like
42 minutes in. We start playing around and dowsing and asking specific questions. Not like a tarot, but asking questions. Again, Grandma's modality is different than mine. And she's tiddly bit. She likes to do the tea and biscuit shit. I stick you in the neck with a fucking T-bone steak fucking thing and rip your throat out. And give it back to you. Instead of being nice. And right here, 42 minutes, 23 seconds in, our higher self says what is causing the issue. Like with everyone. And the consciousness of self has to understand what's going on in this plane and its correlation. And she figures it out. And it's crazy. Because you wouldn't think such a supposed minuscule thing that everyone has around them is causing this sickness. I'll play and let you hear. Put it on Bluetooth. Good boy. You wouldn't think. But what do people do? They spray this shit on them. They put it on their animals. And they
source right now, because that's what it did. It stayed on the outer.
They play with their animals and all this other stuff. And they go out camping. They spray huge amounts of this shit on. So it's 50% to 70%. The hunter's strength version of the shit. I'm like, damn, dude, hunter's strength. They found
Of my body, like
10,000 barrels of this shit off the fucking coast of Southern California, and they're trying to figure out what the fuck stuck it there. Cause it's washing up in marine animals, and it don't go nowhere. It don't, even in the ocean, it's washing up. You see how vast the ocean is. It don't dilute that shit down. But here we are, putting on our animals and other things like that, and supposedly it's supposed to repel stuff, but it doesn't repel anything except your life.
Oh yeah, that's kind of how it would, and even down into like from like here, this inside,
Yes.
and then here, and then
Yeah,
up,
it's not
and then
the
here,
section.
yeah, and then up here like this, and then up to my armpit.
So what the woman's describing, as Grandma explained to her, your endocrine system is fucking being destroyed by this. Are you getting these feelings here, here, and here on your body? Because on this, it's explaining to me these levels as such, and as I know from experience, once I get past this threshold of 20, you're feeling and facilitating that intrinsic rattle in this plane. And sister's describing what she's going through as Grandma's asking her, hey, this and this is showing up as such. And the lady's like, yeah.
My neck.
So I truly feel like we nailed it. Honestly.
I think you did. 100%.
I have chills right now.
Yeah.
Me too.
100%.
42.9% of it being what it's called filariasis. I'm gonna highlight it, okay? And what I was just reading was
At 42 minutes in.
what in
At
Western
42%.
medicine, what
You can't make it up.
would they go for? You know, and there's like certain form. It's called albendazole. It's a form of
Bacterial.
bacterial what do they call it? Antiparasitic.
Okay, yeah.
Antiparasitic.
Excuse me.
Let's see. It says albendazole with DEC is believed to have better microfilaridal activity than albendazole with ivermectin. However, since DEC is contraindicated in patients with onchocerciasis, the albendazole /ivermectin regimen is preferred for the treatment of lymphatic filariasis in areas that are co-endemic for onchocerciasis. You don't have onchocerciasis. I believe that from the name, it might be like some form of oncological, like heart condition. But
I was at high blood pressure and stuff like that. So
let's look it up.
I have heart disease.
Onchocerciasis.
And that has to do with your veins and stuff and that part of my leg. That's why I started wearing the support hose. Oh no, actually it says, so, it's called, the commonly named, popular name to is river blindness. Onchocerciasis is a parasitic tropical disease that affects the skin and eyes. River blindness is spread by repeated bites from infected black flies. So I mean, it's saying that if anybody that is already embodying that should not submit themselves to the treatment on that combination because it would be counterproductive for the healing process. But saying that the most common medication, if you were to bring it to your doctor, have them at least contemplate the idea of treating this filariasis, lymphatic filariasis, with this, which is called albendazole with DEC. So we're gonna find out exactly what that is. Sounds like chemical. But it's traveling through. It's a lymphatic infection. Yeah, it's like those. You even said that. It says your immune system. You need to get your immune system in order. And because I have a weaker immune system, that's why it gets me. Because I have multiple sclerosis. And I get sitting duck. She nailed it. That's the thing. That's crazy. Crazy and good all at the same time. Oh. Okay, so I found out the name. So it says the filarial parasites that pose the most serious public health threats are. And it gives us the names. What I can do is I can put the names in the computer and ask what are the probabilities to nail it, like exactly what kind of parasite it is. So they would give you the best medicine for that. If you want, we can do that. I don't know. I would just think if it's a parasite, it's a parasite. Don't they have to just Well, there's different kinds of. Right. If you were going to do that homeopathic thing to get with that. Does it get separated by that way too, or it depends on what you want to do? No, it won't. No, in the homeopathic it's more like it generalized. I'm just curious. I mean, I could just send you home now, but I'm like I want to know what it is. If you are interested, I back you 100%. Yes, hey, I'm interested because I want to know.
Now I'm curious, so I'm just gonna give it.
Oh, I'll bet if you want, you can give her a bottle, like a spray bottle, or you can get yourself a bottle like that too. I have one at home. I have a couple. Okay. I might even have one in the car. Yeah, 90% compatibility with that plasma with the witness.
Bam.
That would help her topically, but the homeopathic remedy.
You can also drink it, honey.
Just in it.
Just water from the inductive and sympathetic resonance of the plasma water going and being structuring the water into KELEA water. Boom.
Having a lot of the inflammation and so forth is between the dermis layers. The body's trying to express that stuff out, but it's not able to let it go.
It's crazy how something takes on your life. I've been in my own experiment. I've tried. AV ointment did work good for most of that part. I got coconut oil last night. Always do. I do a lot. But then I'll do. Then I have a problem.
This woman's skin was so inflamed.
Like, oh, little's good, but more better.
A vial of that is safe on front of the container that water just came out.
Oh. It was taken in?
It's taped to the outside.
Oh, okay.
So people can see it. Otherwise, there's another one inside.
The fuel in my reactor. The fuel in the HHO water.
That is so mellow. I'm
such a brat about home too. I'm like thinking if we ever have anything to take us out again, it'll be some kind of major place that the government will put out on us.
Boom. What'd you say, folks? And what's going on right
Yeah,
now?
bathing is steamy too. We have such hard water here.
It's 2 years ago.
We're sitting in one of those hot tubs that are in the mountain.
Those of us that live by the base,
Hot springs.
is an interesting thing that's in the community of us that live here, different than those that move here. We see and understand what's
Yeah, but
cracking.
you're gonna wanna wait for these conditions
The others-
to pass.
Oh yeah, I don't want to get anything hot.
They let the
Yeah,
pacifier.
right now, bad.
Ah!
Heat is bad.
What are you gonna do to me next?
He tell you 1 minute heat is supposed to be in the heat bakes it if you're in the sun, and then water makes more fungus, and I don't never know for sure which one is which.
What other probabilities of these being type of parasite? So how I'm doing is, like I told you guys, I write the name of the parasite and then I scan what are the probabilities
Word
of
tuning.
embodying these parasites.
Thought form.
Readings on each and by
Get me
comparison.
done without the feather.
Figuring out which one
Pendulum or whatnot.
has a higher probability of embodying it.
Through head injuries, I've gotten aware. I've realized I don't need a feather.
We swim in love, that's what we are rich on. I don't care to have all the
This
money.
last head
I
trauma
know.
has made my
Because
dowsing
then I'll be
even
blind
more
to this
intense.
information.
My mom told me. My mom said you can be rich and you can be happy and love in a tent, or you can be miserable and life in a castle.
Do this for free for the world.
And it's a huge thing.
No one else does that.
Okay, so are you guys ready?
Yeah.
So the highest probability is the virus called all this parasite called Onchocerca volvulus. Onchocerca volvulus. I scanned. There's like 5 different ones that I scanned. Loa, Onchocerca volvulus.
The database in the feather has all of man's knowledge of homeopathy, minerals, colors, shades, frequencies, so on and so forth. To have unknown etiology come back on several of my findings, coming from stuff that's supposed to be billions of years old, but then having something come back non-unknown etiology was very intriguing. It should be suspected as something that is found in a rock from a couple billion years ago. It's supposed to be only archaea living, single cell protozoa, and not even that. But they have a fully functional thing, but then find something after that in the same type of mineral and have it come back as flute worm. Changes the whole fucking evolution theory and evolution indoctrination that they teach in school here in the world. And that's wrong. So anyhow, Dow's person's mineral content, Dow's electrical conductivity, their salt, salinity, all that. Dow's not just for water. What do you think fucking astral projecting or daydreaming and so forth is, people? Your psychic visualization center. Hello? Hello? Are you there?
Gia Timori, Brugia Malaji, Buceridia.
What the fuck? I think I'm talking another language. I'm like, is that
I know
Italian?
names
Like,
and
who's
things.
that?
I know. They're not.
What are they? People's names? Oh, there.
Oh, Oh, really?
So
I'm gonna name myself after him.
the highest one is like past the threshold of what I said as a limit.
It's 2 years ago, so Abuela is still kind of goofballish in her stuff while you hear us argue about things. Where she was stating she felt like she was saying another person's name, and 2 years ago she was saying as such, and I was hoping to understand. Those viruses were named after the Italian persons that discovered them. Like with all discoveries and so forth, things are named after the person that originated the propagation of the observational thing. Hello? You understand what I just said right there? So if you were to find something like your uncle did, peace be upon him, what observational propagation was named after him, honey? Hello? What L.E.N.R method was introduced to the world? Why? When you stupidly told me that I know nothing about you and I fucking Google searched, not for me, but for you to show you, hey, this is your family lineage. Would you like to wake up to it? Huh? What are you doing right now? I said, this runs through your family. One of the paradigms in the fucking longitudinal waveguide that you use is the feather to help people connect with themselves, back to themselves with Ionic communications, is miasma and flows. Where does that come from? Hello? With a smirk on your face. Because again, you stated I knew nothing about you and all that bullshit at that person's house we're chilling with that robbed us. And I watched the X-Men cartoon with you, and out of my mouth I said Solvate Coagula, because we watched what? Futures Past. And they just come out with the movie that year of X-Men Futures Past. Doing what? Taking Wolverine's consciousness and shooting it in the past. Different type of time construct. Hello? Think of that. And the things that I talk about and the stuff that's on my channel and in my group and the things I try to express with you. And your grandparents passing away, peace be upon them, and me stating, reach out to them and talk. What time reframe is there? Are you talking to the future, or the past, or now, or what are you talking to? Hello? Or am I going to get the response I did yesterday for trying to talk to you in the morning? Because you're reading or doing something when I'm trying to have a conversation with you.
Share my sister the information of her scan.
Well, I wanted to talk with your sister too. If you're talking with her, is she online to where she can hear? Are you talking with her in Messenger?
Yeah, some of her information. I believe she could hear.
So hold down the mic. So that's why I was asking yesterday when you were saying you were talking to Lule. Why I walked away is I wanted to continue my work. Because if you weren't talking to Lule, there's no point in me talking to you. Because I wanted to physically talk to Lule because she understands English. And ask her some things.
I said I didn't hold you to tell me what you wanted to say. I understood.
No, I went away. That's why I'm asking right now. Your attention is somewhere else. Is, while I'm asking you this, and this all correlates into, because again, this is a scanning of someone, and you talking to you about something, and it correlates to what's going on with your sister, and your brother, and your mom, and your great niece and nephew. Those that are constructed to you.
Connected. Yeah, and this whole world, not just my family unit.
But that's not what I'm speaking of. But I am, but I'm not. I'm talking about the reverse way with L.E.N.R, say, if you wish to say chirality. Those who have the same archaea in their gut biome as you. Hello? That's different than mine. In my contract. You're over there burnt because of my hand palm being around your neck and giving you the green light. But again, Acid, time construct. If these fools state that time is of observation, and observation is only that which causes nuclear decay to the observed for potentiation for you to observe it, what time was your grandparents in? And what time are they in when they spoke back to you? Be it that they're not here. Oh. If they put the two realms together, they'd understand that this time sequence and time construct and forwarding a time and reversing a time is a big fucking hindrance in them actually contemplating and understanding what was truly going on. Or at least in my misunderstanding. I know how I'm able to douse and do the things and speak on the stuff that you're able to through them using the feather. So again, back to solvate coagula, which came from my mouth, sitting at that teacher's house. As you stated, whoop-de-whoop. I have no phone, I have no internet, so how do I give you the information that I did when I just literally was about to go to jail, get my head beaten, and put into a coma for giving the information that I did, henceforth it coming out of my mouth and explaining to you. You have two doors you can go through. Where are you at on this map that I drew out? Henceforth, on the opposite page of which I laid out for you, with the magnets and the acorns and the corn, that the fucking, not squirrels, but the chipmunks did not go to. Which I stated, standing right here, looking out that way, unlocked that part of my head and opened me up and said, oh shit, I have something for this. I've been thinking about it for years, but that part of my head been messed up. And just looking out at this, open that pattern. Huh. The three triangles, this right here. I've tried showing it to you many times. Just like the French curve, and he's saying, why do you always draw that stupid? The way he projected it was stupid. And me asking, you don't understand that everything that you do in your clothing comes from that curve. Everything we do in this comes from that curve. One must understand the virtual where that curve comes from, that pattern. Because it's used in architecture and fabric. As a structural engineer, I know how to make fabric. As a fabric maker and designer, you understand how to build this. Henceforth, why sit on my ass and go, build that shit yourself, woman. You know how to do it. I'm telling you,
Definitely follow the chaos of nature.
This order, I just came together.
But understand that in that statement right there, one doesn't understand, or I might be speaking out of ego. Hear me? It took all day for me to try to get your eyes to perceive the madrone tree above the pine tree, with a branch pointing down. How does something directly above it falling down stick to a branch that's pointing down and magically, not magically, somehow the probability of it tumbling as it's falling, being able to fall
Exactly on the hole.
exactly on the hole and stay there, pointing down, and stay there and dry around the end. Henceforth, the chaos is conformity, or structure, or pattern, if you choose to observe that.
Well, I was following the conversation that we had, because otherwise I would have said I was following, before, like 2 months ago, I would have said I was following the laws of nature.
Chaos theory is the fundamentals and other things of my theorem in 97. and traveling salesman theory. Why did those jobs and prevailed at it?
Because we had a conversation
Because
2 weeks ago.
I had realized, again, back then, like what's showing you when we're on the streets and telling you what cars, never spanking for anything, who would come back, who would give us something? Would I not? That would be on the probabilities in reading a person as you're doing now, but doing more than reading the probability. Understanding and putting oneself in a sense to where the only outcome can be that.
Bringing a probability to
off the fractal, if you wish to say, since people say this is a fractal universe, but coming off that boundary and expanding that boundary to where the only thing that can be is the opposite of that boundary. If it's no, then the only thing it can be is yes. Hello? Changing the gate, or the spin symmetry of that engine, and changing its boundary, making its virtual be its physical reality.
I see.
You understand?
Yeah. Because for everything like this, there's an opposite. You just gotta bring it to the front. But that duality is existing in the virtual.
Yes.
It's there. Because it compensates. There can be like I don't know. If this is crazy. Like the analogy might be silly, but like for somebody that it's mean, they have to have like the motive of that.
On that manner, I'm forced and told they're going to call the police on me because I'm standing in the gutter in front of that gas station with the Elmo doll. No sign that says I need money. Do you remember?
Yeah, we were just looking too scrappy, I guess, for the city.
And what did I do? Walked over from that, looking at you, gentleman coming around the corner, going to make a right, pulls into where our car is at, because he looks in the back after me sitting with the Elmo doll there. And gives us
$20.
And stays. Dude, go ahead.
Yeah, he said, this is a thing that I don't get to do, so I like to donate to the cause, because you guys are traveling for me.
And you got that Elmo doll, and it reminds me of my grandkids. And all that was flown was the Elmo doll playing the guitar with the fucking magnetron, Levitron, spinning. You would left to right.
I don't know, my new weekend.
You understand? To all the other places, this is gonna go like such, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. But understanding and seeing such, if you wish to say daydreaming. Going to the realm of daydreaming, but staying conscious and saying, okay, I see this right here. And by such that I see, because when you're doing such, you're channeling, you wish to say, and to get your galvanic response, one's consciousness, you're doing the movie click. You're not there, you're daydreaming. You're projecting. Now stepping through, and again in the time construct, where are you at as those annealings happen? Because you send out a pulse ring and have now annealed those ripples, so where you have a cross reference of this is what's going on in the intrinsic rattle. You understand what I just said right there?
I believe so.
Because how does your balancing work? By annealing what? The symmetry of that which is out of balance.
Mm-hmm.
It brings it back into balance.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
But when I'm scanning the person, and what time, even though when my understanding, past, present, future, it's all happening, I can gather any information from the person at the time that I'm scanning them. It's about the intention that I put into what I want to look into. So, but at what time am I connecting with them?
Let's see how much memory is on this.
Sika, what time am I connecting?
Hold on 1 second. I need to... Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
Oh, it's asking, regardless of the person being conscious or not, that I'm scanning them, we're connecting, and I'm working, like you said, I'm working on a plane that is like I think that not only time has to do, but the space factor has to do too. Because I'm connected in the moment when I'm scanning, not selling the balances, but when I'm scanning with the person.
Hear what I'm saying. Dom Beard and everybody that I've put on there to help you get somewhat of an inclination on the channel knowledge things, they have not intentionally talked to, like with other persons and so forth, that which is construed as not being physically here anymore, or dead. Understand that, and understand my question to you. You're stating and talking about people physically still being here. Everything that those people talk about in time constructs and all that kind of stuff talks about. I'm asking you, I'm not here and you're talking to me. What time domain am I in? Hello? And what time constraint? Time has nothing to do with that. So if you balance said person's consciousness, what energetics are you sending to them? And vice versa. And what clearances do you have to do? Because is that consciousness you're refracting and going to, henceforth me asking you and chastising slightly on the sense of why are you projecting on your grandmother at the time, peace be upon her, stuff that was in your mind. Now because you've become awake and are attenuated to, stop for a long putting this way, the misfortunes of your mother's ego of not working on the codependent bonds on how she got into the Pugnalin side, and vice versa. Understand what I'm saying to that, not attacking. Henceforth me asking, why are you now placing that on mom, but then taking it upon self, henceforth since this last visit, your shoulder? And me saying to you, when I popped your stuff for you and put it there, I said, I'm not going to be your mother's acupressure. You're not Alejandra. If you haven't noticed, this is getting worse. Physicality, I pop it. I do the physical form because the emotional is not done, so on and so forth. The signal there, physicality is there, but the signal still states that it's not supposed to be there. What happened to you the next couple of days afterwards? You couldn't breathe. You understand? You want the reductionism, or we cut it off, and supposedly that makes it go away. Instead of, you understand? But again, still though, that's in the time domain of sense. Us talking right here and thinking Newtonian physics and all that and shit. But what I'm asking you, which I've known since I was a kid, things from talking with my brother, now that you've been able to do something with somebody that is supposedly dead, what time were you in? Hello? I've been trying to talk to my mom about this, because that's other stuff, but I can't have a talk with somebody like such.
Well,
and I ain't met no other motherfuckers as strong as myself. Otherwise, Chrissy Lynn, who's seen one of my guides and spoke on it and had what she's lived through since. Okay? I've only met several people that I can tell are not motherfucking lying. Henceforth, they take it like it's a challenge from me because my mannerism where I go, why the fuck are you hiding? But Chrissy, I did not. She went away because she came to us for something and actually met something behind me and explained what she's seen, and she never came back. Hello? What the fuck have you lived and been part of conversations? Do you believe it's real or not? Henceforth, you understand what I state when I ask about the plasma and other things as such. I know you did. Henceforth, my conversations to you of, you bring your friends with you. Because having those conversations is completely different than actually knowing what's going on during those conversations and controlling those type of conversations and being, say, the shishama or whatnot of person, because as you're speaking about those kind of things, or Ouija boarding yourself and those in the area, in the environment, making that type of stuff, where the goosebumps happen and all this kind of.
I always felt that it had to do with my mind.
Do you understand?
I
understand what I just said right there? Why I said to you, and started confronting those things that I said were your friends, and by doing such, were you not working on them? You started having your issues that you had back then. Where you would be high on drugs, like my friends and comrades would try to get me to do, but I explained to you. People thought I had the best acid and everything. But what can I do? My other side of my gift is I can help you see as I do. Like with electronics. And people would think they're on fucking drugs. It's not drugs, stupid. Your veils are open. Because what do you do when you balance people that aren't aware of what's going to happen when their veils aren't not even been touched? Your chakras are up, Dad.
Yeah.
So you have access to your consciousness. And get this, see reality for what it is. And you're a chord. Different from the mass group hallucination. And oh my God, make it stop. Well, when you're in the context of where you're talking hippy dippy and blue blue blue, it feels like I just gave you a piece of fucking some acid, right? Here, drop this on your tongue, stupid. I just gave you some fucking Zipper water. Hello? You understand? But then you go back to the manufacturing of this stuff, like fentanyl, that makes your heart stop and you die. Why? Because the concentration of it is so low, but on the benzene ring, because we still don't know benzene ring. There's 108 fucking sides to this one piece of one side, and dimensions to it. But we say we're masters of the universe. We don't understand benzene rings. Why the fuck is the benzene ring on that form make you die? And is that a potential of LSA, LSD, LSE, so on and so forth? Never touched itself, so you go, phew. Hey, plasma does the same. Does not ever touch itself with a set of potential. What is higher than acid? Would I have videos of people touching and not even drinking? Completely being sobered. Fucking shit-faced drunk. And on LSD. And sobered. But not sobered. Your consciousness has been awakened or, whoa. Again, what time are they in? Because when you dope the crystal, the allotropic crystal, and you change the energetics, what time domain are they in? Why does the liver get fucked off when you give somebody pharmacopoeia? And they get sick.
Slowing them down from their natural
Okay.
rhythm.
So, what time domain are in? But that's... Now we're talking about, because again, you opened up and walked and chewed bubblegum one time for me. Now I'm asking you, what the fuck have you done with that information? Because that right there in the thing, that's the physicality. You've talked to the other side. What time were you in?
It felt to me that it was...
What? Hold on. What time was she in? And in the movie, Origins, where they show things in my life, I've talked about the stuff that went through mine, and when I say why I have my information, and what I'm doing when I create my stuff. You go into the other realm of the consciousness that you speak to. Is it back on this plane, locked away as the inner child? Because now it has what? That's the other side of something I've been wanting to have a good conversation with somebody since the Flatliner Club of things that I've learned. And I've only been able to kind of talk with other people that have died, that are open and willing, or remember, or have had that opportunity to see things in that side. It's different for everybody, depending on the mannerism of the expiration, I found. But on that Origins, again, the young children that you've been speaking to here recently, that speak to you like Vicente and so forth, at 5, 6, 7 years old, that are adults, being perceived as children, beaten down every motherfucking day to be, as a child, is that Stoffer I'm putting in this manner? Is that your grandma or grandpa? Locked away the inner child that has intrinsic knowledge and knows what to do and so forth, but yet is there. Because everything reincarnates, it doesn't go into the oblivion. That's why I'm asking him, what time was she in? And has that person you spoke with reconstituted solvate coagula?
It felt like it was the thereafter, like eternity.
Understand. There is no such thing as eternity that I see and perceive and understand. Solvate coagula.
But as I was talking
understand
to
how this conversation started with, which was, they did what? Took someone with a healing factor and shot his consciousness into the past to change the future. He didn't physically go into the past. His mind and consciousness did, which was attached to that time domain. And so anything that he changes in the time domain they send him back to changes that consciousness and kills all memoritic and all that. And it's all here. And it overlays.
And even the thought form of a person that carried on and took it with would affect their loved ones here, but they're being changed. It ripples into the physical of the loved ones here.
So that goes in the, again, I origin. So is she manifest in Coco, manifest back yet? Not saying here, but wherever.
Mm-hmm.
Because you stated the word you stated, which means they have transcended like the bubbles in the video off the fucking anodes to another plane, which means you've reconstituted.
I just can only talk for Oma because I want to.
Do you understand?
Scan Coco, yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
You've reconstituted and you're bing! I'm in this gravity.
When I asked, what are you? Where are you at?
I'm in this gravity. Now, that goes back into the question to you a couple weeks back when you stated from Dude You Listen To that you got that there is no free will. But then I go, what about the shit you've lived? And if, anyhow, back into that conversation of, you guys using that whole soul contract bullshit and everything. Well, since talking with your abuela, peace be upon her, who's she talking to? You said she's an energy. If that's the end, the start is the same. Who the fuck was she talking to, Starfurlaw? I make a soul contract for her to go to the bullshit you guys talk about and jabber about in this fucking plane. And I go, you guys are fucking goofballs with that shit. Because who is she making a contract with?
I don't know, but I want to go talk to my grandma right now.
Energy doesn't dissipate and so forth. What energy created that energy to make that energy for somebody to be able to stand there and go, okay, man, bring out the little piece of paper. I'm going to sign this like this. And hey, come on, man, be adults.
Yeah, I just never heard anybody say, what did you make the contract with? It was just a contract. Like with creation itself. It did it with creator itself. That's what people
But that means that
themselves.
somebody had to be mature to state these rules. This is going to happen like this or not.
For a contract, you gotta agree the parts. So how does your consciousness agree to part of something that you have not lived before, right?
Unless you have, and he said, I wish to do it again and perfect that. That be my Zahir. Hello?
Oh, I want to send that to my sister, huh? She knows Borges.
You understand?
She knows Borges. Let me go
It is
get
what
my
I
machine
wanted
because I want to talk to my grandma.
It is what I wanted to send a message to sister to ask. When you do your meditations and so forth, is the same question that I wanted you to ask Kathy. Kathleen, I should say better. So you have a better intonation. Hello? If you're finding you have no thing right now going on, then when you do such, what comes to you? What is your intrinsic rattle in the intrinsic, in that moment, in your congruent communication to self, or your Zahir? What is being presented to yourself? Otherwise, it's being presented to you to show you you're not listening. So on this plane, you're getting that which But you're showing to you, I don't like to eat that. That meal doesn't taste good to me anymore. It doesn't suit me. But then, oh my God, what do I eat? But then there's all this stuff I can eat that I never tried. Yet I have the understanding of what I do not like if I wish to try that or not. Or I could build my own meal. Because, as one stated, I know myself now. Instead of, here, try this, try this, try this, try this, try this, try this, try this. With no filter of saying no.
Yeah, no. What my sister is describing is that she's
Do you understand?
she's saying I
She's
don't
allowed doubt to come into her mind.
fear
Doubt is fear.
of what to do, what she wants to do, but her
Of a choice of making her own meal.
Yeah.
Because everyone keeps going here, 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 here.
Well, I said, you know how you have developed
here.
different filters of what you want to put in your body, like how you want to feed yourself. Like before, the Lucia that I know would only eat fucking like no vegetables, sausages, tomato, and carrots, and rice. That's it. And tuna, canned fucking tuna.
And her body showed it.
Yeah, and now you wouldn't put any of those things in your body. Let's pass the same filter and standards of excellence to every aspect of your life, right? So, because I said they're not paying you enough for throwing out the board all of the work that you're doing at home for those 8 hours, her negative influences are at 42. I said, Lou, you're not to scare you.
That's what people don't understand is it's
but
coming all through the screen.
You're looking higher than a criminal lawyer or somebody that is going through divorce right now. So I said,
no, you look like my husband. After getting whacked by some shit, or fucking when he was in jail, about to go to prison for fucking the rest of his life.
So I said, in order for you to take decisions in the more honest manner to yourself, one needs to start vacating all of those negative influences, because otherwise in every moment that you're by yourself. And so I explained to her, you know, like, you don't watch TV dramas and you don't watch shit like that and documentaries and stuff like that I would find myself watching, you know, like.
Think of this. Your sister's like myself. I'm so passive, right? But yet, what do I do in my spare time to do Dikr to slow my mind down? I play a war game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surrounded by nature. You understand? The only negativity that comes in my reality, if I choose it to be negative or see it as such, is that game. But yet I describe it as doing my Dikrs and connecting with the people because, like I explained, abilities.
Yeah.
So, as I'm doing such, what am I doing? But again, with her, what does one take in? It's like the people that used to come into the shop. Someone's coming in for Palo Santo or someone's coming in for Sage. Or for a selenite wand or lamp or a Himalayan salt lamp. What's their environment like, honey? Why does one need negative ions being released in the air and why does one need positive ions being released in the air? Hello? How many people that were instructors and so forth had the best like this and came in for the negative ions? Why? Because they needed that negativity. Hello? One has to be more noble or less noble.
Mm-hmm. Give less.
No, understanding the connectivity of being more noble or less noble. When to take or accept or to switch off being the cathode or the anode. Where you're giving ions, you're giving energetics to your environment, surroundings, or the persons, or you're turning into the cathode and you're getting reduction. You're gaining knowledge and so forth. You understand?
Yeah, because she was saying like, we go to the beach.
Hear what I'm saying. If all day I'm seeing this stuff that I'm having to absorb,
to filter it, yeah, because
the opposite side is the virtual. What she's not filtrating is her virtual. This is on this plane reality. As she's reading this, what is her filter in her mind of mind chatter as she's seeing such? Because she's been working this shit for long enough that where she doesn't even have to do anything, the body's doing such. The issue is what's going on in the mind while she's doing such. You understand? It's like the nurses and doctors and police officers and so forth, how we got to this world where it's like, how does someone always see somebody with a weapon if I just got a fucking slice of cheese in my hand? Hello? How does an instructor of 27 years call out taser, taser 3 times and shoot someone with a non-taser? And she's the instructor of the force of showing people. Hello? Do you understand?
Yeah.
But it still all wraps back to that thing they talk about as time. See? You know what's crazy too? Like I said, I was posting that scan in different groups and so forth. Oh, baby deerback. Man, your arms got big as shit. His horns are bigger than my pinky now. The deer horns. Little man's horns are as big as my pointer finger now. They're covered in velvet. They're covered in velvet. You're right here, over by the barbecue. You're getting big fast, boy. You got a bunch of velvet. He has a bunch of velvet on his. He's getting ready for rutting. Our birthdays, he's going to be out here doing stuff. You're going to have a good sized rack of horns on him. But no, I was saying, like I said, I was posting that scan in different groups. I put it in 530, so on and so forth, and the person who liked it to see if it was actually being seen, I actually got to see that it's being seen, is Pharrell. Sister that just gave you confirmation 2 weeks ago that, unfortunately, the stuff we'd scanned on her 3 years ago that fucking... Maria, I was talking to you about something. I don't know how I don't let the deer come through there. I ain't fighting that shit. You're tripping. His horns are bigger than this finger now. And this has been a couple of weeks. The shit was as small as my pinky. He just had a nub. Anyhow, what I was saying to you was I posted that in several groups. And sister seen it. Who I'd gotten your ass 2 weeks ago stating, hey, because you do not have this on your phone or your tablet or even pay attention, even though our business is on there and our business is being ran by you. That's what I don't comprehend. And you got people love and get to see your information, but you stopped for some dumbass reason. This woman had posted and tagged and said, Maria, everything that you had scanned and told me that I had told you through myself 3 years ago.
It has just now
been observed, not by Western medicine, by Stanford University. If it was not found, the woman would be dead, honey. So, that's why I share this stuff. Because again, you don't have no copies of nothing, because it seemed like it was pointless to you. And our arguments and me going, where else in the world do you have a channel that shows this stuff? And a page that shows this stuff. And a group that shows this stuff. That's constantly under bombardment of being censored. And me asking, can you have some adult talks with me so I can record them and help yourself understand what's going on? We were talking about your sister when you walked out.
Is she having an issue with processing what's going on in the virtual.
If you understood what I was stating, because she's sitting there for how long? Again, time reference. Being potentiated. She's done all this stuff on the physical. She has not worked on this plane yet. Oh, here.
See. On why would she even take that job?
Fuck all that. Not even why would she take the job. It is... One's still working on the fucking self-loathing thing that I was pointing out at Lake Minden. Hello? If you ask that question. That's why Luli's staying with those jobs. Question is, you spend all this time, you got people that will listen to you and so forth and do yoga, but yet while you're doing yoga, what's going through your mind? Henceforth, like I stated, my question to Kathleen. If you're doing this stuff, then what is coming to you? Why are you now having this done? And this? Why is physical? What's going on with the signal? Because again, the signal is fucked up. If you're sitting there doing Dikr and so forth, whatever's in front of you doesn't mess with you. You're shielded. It's very simple. There's the echo chamber algorithm for the work that she does, and it's what are you always seeing on your screen that you're having to filtrate out?
See, I thought of that too. Not only at work, but what you're being fed. Because she would say...
But no, what I'm saying is that, but also what are you being fed for your work because you choose to do these type of things because it happens to them. Not just what she searches and so forth, but what is she being fed because of her repertoire of what is she working on. So that she can step out, do her psychic visualization, and fucking go wherever she goes while her body's doing this work. Because if you're doing meditations along with your yoga, you sit in a yoga pose doing the work, how does your signal get fucked up? How does your body get messed up in front of the screen? When the symmetry from that is the same as walking across fire, and I don't get burned. Hello? And it all comes from yoga. Hello? It's called doing what? Disassociating the mind. Split personality. Pain is a relative state of the mind, and if you're not in pain, it's because the relativity is not together. Hello? Henceforth, my arm and so forth. Hello? If one is in kata or in Dikr, how does one get hurt and absorb and get addicted and make it to where when one is away from that, that is my frame of mind, my frame of reference, my social paradigm. Where now I have anxiety because I see this, I'm understanding, but I'm still fighting against it. And I'm bringing it in. And I have it in my mouth. And I'm either drinking or eating it. You know what I'm saying? It's an addiction to the symmetry, the radiation.
Yeah.
Lily's a burnout CNA right now, honey. Wake up. She got her back replaced and she got her fucking electrolyte thing slipping down right now. Trying to figure out what to do with herself. Hello? Yes or no?
Mm-hmm.
She didn't have to go that way if little sister talked with her as big brother, myself, if she's my sister-in-law, only by a year or two, stated, you and sister get together and do this work. that I'm having your little sister do on herself so that we don't kill each other and can sit here and have this conversation where people think that we're being all fucking high and mighty and shit, where my own mom's attacking me and bullshit, which projects through on both sides of the family. But because of modality of how you have changed, and me seeing such, and going, fuck this tea and crumpet thing, we gotta go for the throat. Otherwise, what's being refracted on my side was being refracted on your side. This is just a fucking toy and a fandango thing. Hello? You heard me verbally call out some of the friends and say cause some issues so that you are able to be the person you are now with them, but yet we have to change your observational points so that when you speak to them, they comprehend. And it's not just for me. And it's in you and in them. All the way to Martina. Why? Because mom and dad are around the grandparents, grandkids, the grandparents. They raise it, everyone. It's a cycle. I don't get this weirdo shit with my mom, but it's a cycle.
You know what's beautiful?
One side brings it in, the other side's gonna go, oh, it's a cycle.
Do you know what's beautiful? My parents had planned to go to Europe at the beginning of the month to go visit Lucia just organically, right? Because last year they couldn't. But Lucia always had this interesting relationship with my dad. And check this out. The universe just... So Argentina just shut down because of the people were not vaccinated. So Argentina itself just shut down. They canceled my mom's flight, but because my dad had mistaken, and that day he reserved 2 different flights in 2 different companies for both of them differently, my dad's going, mom ain't. And my dad's gonna get to spend time with my sister.
Something that hasn't ever happened.
Ever happened. And my dad's stoked. I talked yesterday with my dad, and I was like, hey, so tell me what's up with Lucia.
Imagine what's going on and what has happened in the last couple of years.
Of him playing a role of a father, like being emotionally involved.
Imagine how it's gonna be for your sister.
Oh, a wreck, because she's gonna get to see my dad for himself.
She's gonna lose some friends. She might gain some friends. Because what has she built up? This is the thing that I hate about my mom. Where I was trying to explain to her, all this shit you say that I supposedly put where you're disrespecting my wife, calling her little girl, I have to explain to her what you're talking about. Otherwise, I don't go around, hey, dude, what the fuck? That's not my life. I don't live in the past. I don't live in it. So, why I asked you several years now, please sit down with mom and sister and you and talk. Why? Because there's going to be a shift with Papa. And you guys are going to fucking miss him when he goes because of such. And this shift is happening. Gather around and heal each other. But make sure you understand, because mom is still, as you seen, get the fuck out of the car, Dad. I'm gonna browbeat you. They still ain't worked on their twin talk to where, well, you're an alcoholic and wherever he's seen in your mother. It didn't.
You're really an alcoholic? Like, I see that my dad, he just tries to dissociate.
Yes, he tries to disassociate like I would do, because there's no communication built between the relationship.
I really don't see my dad as an alcoholic, because the man really done, that's his fixation.
Yet, if I turn into a pumpkin just with just an eye drop full, your own statement and words.
Well, yeah, no, it's the accountability, of course.
Henceforth, your words is stating why I don't like your mom, because your mom reminds me so much as my father. Henceforth, me stating, well, fuck, what do you think my codependent thing is, and how I'm able to help you get back in your relationship with your dad and your mom.
But what I wouldn't understand.
Comprehend that.
What I wouldn't.
Why I tried helping you Your sister has not had anybody do this. Why I was asking you to do such with mom and sister before this would come about, because why? This trip, we got to talk with sister-in-law about your brother acting out because you got to see mom and dad like you actually be affectionate. And don't ask, what the fuck is your guys' issue not seeing your parents be affectionate your whole life? Therefore, your relationships propagate that out. Hello? You codependently getting with someone as myself who has an issue with doing that because of things that happen with myself. And I ask, if you were raised in a house, well, how the fuck? Why I brought that up, and it was thrown in my face that, hey, did you bring that up? But why and how did I bring that up? It wasn't done in a hurtful way. It was a way of stating to my in-laws, thank you for raising my wife up in a loving home, because what she's portrayed to me for 8 years is it was not that way. And Raul, that you were not like this with Alejandra. Henceforth, why she's married to my fucking ass, who does not do like you do. Now, in reality, I'm seeing every fucking time they come and visit, I see your dad doing it. But you wouldn't. Henceforth, our conversation on it. And me going, how the fuck? 2 times a year, we see your parents for 8 years in a row. This is the first time you've seen it. Why? Because
I would live my relationship with my dad through the frustration of my mom's.
So, that's what I've been pointing out. That's what I was trying to point at my mom. So, for the trip, you go and see mom and dad. In that time, you don't even state the stroking. You state, my mom and dad are fucking cool as shit with each other, and I've never experienced that before. And freak out, come home and want to fucking divorce me. And I say at that time, because Lule didn't get to go, and I thought she was going to get to go, and I said she free went.
She was going to get to go.
But she didn't go.
No, because they changed her
so that's redundant. She didn't go.
No, she didn't.
But before you went, what did I say to you and begged you? Please, go to the beach, do some time with you, just and mom and sister, and talk on this. Work on this. Because Aunt was thrown around mom's head somehow. You take offense to it. But you somehow got fucked up in your relationships where you did what you did because your mom couldn't come see you in the thing. And I jumped on Lule saying, well, you got stuck at home, what? And you went through this. There's a resentment between the two. So the 3 of you need to talk. That's what I was talking about. Mm-hmm. Remember? You come home and did the shit. Second time seeing mom and dad from that. Oh my god, my dad's good. I'm going, fuck, you ain't seen that, dude? What the fuck? Hey, Raul and Alejandra. Trying to do like I did with Ted and Donna. Susan and Tom. Hey, your kid got with me because she said your fucking childhood was like this. Did you raise your kid like that? Because I don't think you did, because what I'm seeing around you is not that. Hello?
What it really made me change.
Now the parents don't like me. Your parents did not do that. Hello? So please, let me continue. Your parents didn't really do that. It was kind of like a joke, like, what are you talking about, Michael? I see the look in your parents' eyes, like, what the fuck you mean my daughter fucking projected that? Okay, I'm going to shut up and let you guys talk. Heather and her parents never talked. Erica and Don never talked. You guys did. There's a difference. So there's that work that's done. Henceforth, mom giving the note and so forth, and being the fucking the note drop fairy bomb. Where, what do you think happened in your brother's household after mom dropped the note off to your brother? Hey, sister-in-law. Oh, you know about your mom's house, fucking going on, okay? Hey, mom. You know what you did. Because again, paper, cellulose, the work that you do in dowsing, what was put on that piece of paper that you just touched? What time aspect did you just go to? What arguments did we fly through? Hello? Okay?
Yeah,
we
I
got it all recorded.
Dad didn't like me because
and we got it all recorded.
Shut me down.
And why I said and kept begging, please talk to sister. Now we have it where sister's going to have what she's never had. She's going to get the biscuits for the first time. And it's not to make somebody think in a manner that what is going on in the household's okay. And just glaze it over. Because I turned into a pumpkin the night before. And everyone's all scattered about. You understand? There's a big difference in relationship between Dad and you, who got those biscuits, no one else. Stayed at his office, no one else. And his son and his middle child and his two oldest. Understand that. Now, fathers in Argentina, I hear, are the only ones that fucking uplift the women. And all I hear is Mamacita Maria. What cultivated in Wule? Comprehend what I'm asking. But where? Speak with sister while she goes through this, because she got a whole lot of shit that's gonna fucking come to head. That can either be real or mind shatter virtual. Either during or after. Do you understand? Especially because of the work that she's going through and trying to figure out, do I wish to keep fucking putting this in my motherfucking head? But what's in my head while I fucking scare at this stuff?
Yeah, that's important to be brought up because it's then otherwise she can go anywhere else to do another job and it would still be the same mechanism.
See.
So both things is important to address. But also, you know what really made me see my dad for himself? When I went pick him up, when I went pick my dad up in the airport by himself, and I saw my dad like walking with his backpack, and he was like so smiley. It really like, I don't know, I just saw him for himself, you know. I was like, damn, like you're hella cool, you know. I don't know, just like seeing himself individually, not like in his environment of what I know, you know, of like him with his car or him in his house or him, you know, just him being, I don't know, it just seemed like him being him. I don't know, it was just beautiful. He had like, his eyes were smiling like crazy. I never seen it before. But that was the time that I went pick him up, and then we went to Hawaii, and that's why I felt like shit, because it was like, my dad was so fucking so smiley, you know, in his own illusion though. And it was like, bam, you know, but it had to be done. It was great. I'm thankful for it, but it just like, it always like, I don't know. I always kept having like that controversy in myself.
Of what? Of stepping forward and going, Dad, why the fuck did you say what to Mom?
Yeah, no, it wasn't that. It was an episode of the bar, of the restaurant that we went
at the
to.
pizza parlor?
Because
we
I
was
feel
in
like,
for an hour, and still, Dad.
Because my dad had just arrived,
what are you talking
and we were at the
shit
table,
to Mom
and it was
for?
like, bam.
What are you talking shit to Mom for?
But he was still in his illusion. So what I'm saying is like, I'm just suffering for what, I don't know why. I mean, I know why in my own Stockholm syndrome.
But I didn't even speak your guys' language, and I'm like, oh. I just asked Mom those two questions, and I said, I had to walk outside. Because you said what you said, sister said what she said to you, is what I'm talking about. Because why did Lule get involved and say what she said to sister? To you. Okay? That's why I say you guys need to talk with each other.
Yeah, she's definitely the nurse because she's the one that stayed.
She said, what?
That I took off.
You been gone. How dare you try to check Dad for talking shit to Mom? That's me. Y'all went on for 45 minutes, dude. Motherfucking piece of people looking at me. I smoked 2 spliffs. Came in, was sitting beside, and they was like, are they gonna eat? Are they mad? I'm like, I don't know, dude. Usually when, I don't understand the language, but it's partly my background, and I know when people come together, I don't know if I don't know if they're mad or not, because it's the fucking first time I'm seeing this go on, but I just know when my wife's excited on Skype, they talk loud like this.
Yeah, but I feel like it wasn't well intended because the day before my dad arrived, we went down to the hot springs. And we were all fed up about the alcohol thing, like crutches, but not really addressing the thing, you know.
Yeah.
So I had my input. So it all blew up of my dad asking my mom, "Hey, would you like a drink?" And my mom playing it off like,
And me watching this,
"No, I'm
pointed it out to you.
good." And my dad's like, "Don't you want a drink?" And my mom's like, "No, I'm good." Instead of putting it out there, then that's when my sister and I both felt the obligation of stepping in.
Mm-hmm.
But because my mom ain't talking for herself, so why do I gotta feel the frustration? Live through your frustration.
There was no mom talking to herself. It was trying to use son-in-law as an excuse to fucking pressure a man at twice my age to stop drinking. And 3 times I had to say to you, sister, stop doing that shit. And your mother. Mom, don't use me as the crutch. The man's fucking how old? Use this if you are going to. Your daughter, I am her sponsor. I'm on probation at the time where I have a 5B. If alcohol is around me, I go to jail for the rest of my fucking life. And your kid, she gets deported maybe or not deported. It all depends on what these motherfuckers want to do.
But that's where a lot of respect came in too, because it was
Henceforth,
like,
my words to your dad.
are you willing to jeopardize what it's my reality because of your fixation of doing this? Can
Well,
you
I
not
told
just
Dad,
be?
if you were younger, doing what you're doing to my wife, we'd be fighting right now. And not give a shit. Because the police come here, I'm going to jail because you got fucking alcohol in the house.
Well, it's a different form of disrespect. It's like your mom saying, "I hope you lose everything you got." It's like, what the fuck? But the same, it was with my dad at that point, it was seen as, well, I don't care what you got going on. Like, I only care what I got going on. And I can adapt, and I can see.
You want to go do something, you want to use a car, you better go rent your own car. I paid for all this shit. When no, Dad, you didn't pay for it. It came out of Mom's pocket. Why the fuck? You revert to who paid for what and so on and so forth. That's what disgusted me. It went from that at the thing, we fly on an airplane, get to Maui, and it blows into fucking, what? How dare you all 100 do this to us? This is the thing that I've been talking with my wife about. This is what I don't understand about my mom saying I all the shit out of her. And I go, Mom, if you only understood why my wife is the way she is and not browbeaten and beat the fuck down and manipulated. The only manipulation I do to my wife is to fucking make her fucking bring herself the fuck up. It's because of you, Mom. Our family changed because of the Rick Simpson oil on her face that you gave. You helped change a lot of 15. That's why I don't need to live that stuff. And this bullshit you trying to portray, Mom. My wife is a strong woman because I raised a woman up. Because I didn't raise my daughters. I'm not saying I raised you as my kid, but it's like, when you get someone that is so naive and browbeaten in a sense of manipulation, as my mom stated I would try to do to people, is the only thing I tried to manipulate people into is fucking elevate yourself. And make it where I cannot manipulate you, henceforth me stating I did not marry your mother. You don't like what I'm saying? Fucking tell me. Put your hands on me if you have to. I'll understand. If it takes to that point, fucking stand up for yourself. You're from a patriarchal society like fucking my background lineage from the Azores. That's all fucking, bitch, shut up and fucking do what I say. Henceforth, my mom's fucking interested saying, I'm not that way. The opposite. And make sure the women around me fucking are the opposite of, okay, because I'm a man, I'm supposed to do all this chores and so forth. Yeah, I'll do those roles, but you need to learn how to do them too in case I'm hurt. And vice versa. Or this shit don't get done. So, what's this sexism shit? And mentality and impeding oneself and thinking that I have more fucking brain power than you. Hello?
Well, we want to put oneself in the role of always cooking with the outcome is not even nurturing yourself because of the backpile that it's there. Why don't you lay it down for a day, have somebody else cook for you, and enjoy it, you know?
Not just be a role that the body's done so much that it's just disgusting to you.
No, why would you?
What is your mind doing as the body is doing such? Because that's the important part where you see a whole family be all dilapidated looking. Hello?
Yeah. What is your mom trying to accomplish with antagonizing you like that?
I don't know. That's one of the things that I try to figure out. And it's worth why I talk about antagonistic neural networks.
Because it gets to a point that all you can do is just perfect yourself. And it just creates more of a grudge because next encounter is like, oh, I've worked on all the shit you said. Have you worked on it? No. You know? Because it's like, okay, thank you for the feedback. I'm gonna not be all of that.
I'll see you next time around, maybe. Dude, how does one get... Look at my fingerprint. All I did was shovel yesterday and pickaxe. I wake up today and it looked like somebody razor blade every one of my fingertips.
Yeah, you wore gloves too.
What the fuck? Like this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cuts on that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not on this hand. There's on this one. But yeah, what time domain are you talking to? Because again, in that, they sent his consciousness back. And before the consciousness is rewritten over, say in higher origins as the example, how long does it take for the child not able to remember the things that are associative to the previous, say, consciousness domain? Time frame, if you wish to say. What is that? And then the other question is, honey, you ask questions is something that came from me splitting the materials together and making Lenr. And illustrated to you it was conscious. How is that? And what the true time is to it. Stuff like that don't ever pop up in your head. Or it don't take an argument to happen and 6 months to go by in a year to where you say plasma out of your mouth. In the sense of a construct where the topic kind of has to do with plasma. In the sense of argument over a video and so forth. Someone asking you a question in the realm of your work and so forth. None of that stuff ever slips through your head. No one.
Just again.
What is it? That's why I bogey. Like, dude. The other day, it was I hope you star in a jar. I didn't even share because that was the point. This one, though, you're doing your work, so I know people watch it. Look at it and see if we can get some of the operator feedback in the loop. Oh, Pharrell. Pharrell Johnson. Maria, your scan picked it up. I've been diagnosed with parathyroid disease. I don't know why it took so long for the doctor to find it. If it weren't for Stanford, I would be still in an undiagnosed stage. She picked something up in the throat and brain, all of which are affected. The complete and overwhelming exhaustion, along with body aches and labored breathing, calcium dumping into my blood. Surgery soon to remove the tumor from my parathyroid gland. We have the scan and everything still.
start posting and putting everything up. Even the stuff with OC43, showing it healed and scanned and what it does to the body. And these idiots doing their allopathic treatments still ain't doing nothing but hurting people. Crazy.
Pero bueno, ahora como estoy caminando, voy a ver dónde quedan esas farmacias y veo si te lo encuentro. Lo único que decime, si se toma en la mañana, creo que es uno por día o uno cada 12 horas. Me dijo la chica que me digas vos cuándo tomarlo y qué cantidades. Te quiero, gracias.
Oh, she's excited because she likes to do something about it, you know. Like she went and got herself the fenugreek, and yesterday she was so sweet, easy good. She was like, I got some lavender oil, you know. She said, so I'm gonna apply that right now. I don't know. I just find it like nice. And then today she said, thank you. I needed to talk to you. But she said she had gone already before talking to me. She had gone to the herbalist lady, and the lady had given her valeriana because she wasn't able to sleep, and a few other herbs for like calming the mind. And so I was telling her to complement that, but you know, like that was her route. Like she had been going to an acupuncturist, and that was like the route that she took, like her approach to her help herself, you know, and that's good. And she asked me to scan her. She was like, hey, can you scan me? But don't get scared of what you see. And I was like, I won't get scared. Like how unbalanced I am. She said, don't get scared of how unbalanced I am.
Hey Lou. Blessings, sister. Thank you for asking about the fire and so forth. I got a cool face tattoo now. In the store. Anyhow. Mine's not quite up to par yet. Stuff sis was saying to me, what was coming to mind is, if one has been doing this for a while, the work that you're doing, but yet now here you're starting to do the yoga, not starting, but where are you at and have achieved and so forth. My question I was posing to Maria, because when she scans you, she'll be scanning your signal, like Bruce Lipton, biology, beliefs, so forth. The thing is, be it that one is, I can say, be it that one was doing that work before you started doing your yoga and other things and such. Please don't take offense to this questioning, but in the sense of doing something as a form of prayer, because it was done before the yoga and these modalities you've learned now, where does your mind escape to while you're doing your work? Do you understand? Because it's something that the body's done so much. It's a form of prayer. What is your mind taking you on the virtual side while you're doing your work? The mind escapes. What is it doing? What is it bringing in? What is it filtering out? And then the offing of such in the social group. You know, the echo chamber algorithm that they use on the normal people for just showing them what their search results and other things are. I know that has to apply to the same kind to you and the work that you do. Say in a sense now, because you have been doing this inner work and other things, the echo chamber algorithm that's been feeding you stuff because you've been doing this work before that work has been done on self, it doesn't understand that. It disagrees with you now. The inner self, the virtual, the true self, when the physicality still goes for such.
and shows that is, in a sense, been domesticated to such. The physicality of the body, as you understand, has changed. But doing your aerial yoga and other things, please do not take me bringing up your yoga as I'm attacking. I'm just explaining in a sense that a lot of the things that have been worked upon have been physical and structurally. Yet the signal, consciously, you have created such to get the mule to shape itself in such a structure, but yet the signal still acquires that which made the mule wish to be in the other structure. How much work have you been doing in a sense of your energy food intake, your filter, be it social or in work or out of work, and your own mind chatter?
She's very self-limiting, she says, as perfection, self-limiting, doubting.
So, if one can understand doubt is the worst fear, figure out what is harboring the doubt when you do your meditations and so forth. When does it come in? And when does it leave? When did it first start coming in and hindering self to where one felt powerless to reach out to sister and ask to get confirmation of something you knew yourself? Hello? Love you, sis.
It shall pass. We'll just come out stronger with marks, scars. And my cuckoo, he looks like a fucking X-Men fan.
Fucking AM PM fucking sandwich needs to be thrown in the trash. We passed the expiration date there. Got some mold and shit now. That shit crispy, boy. No infection. Good enough to dig 100-foot trench and a big ass hole. Baby. I just checked out on these cuts on my fingertips. I'm like, what the fuck?
You're super good. You're super good, Michael. Some rooftop session and go to the beach and maybe get her started with a movement like that.
Well, let's moving. I'm doing some spinach. I'm using the trowel. I'm going to finish that out by hand on the corner side and then finish the downpipe right there.
I feel like that's what my sister likes. She likes being at service and doing things with people, but not on that accord, you know? So maybe if, I don't know. But I wish this shit wouldn't happen.
Happened for a reason. The thing is, we'll mankind figure it out and learn from it and do better instead of reverting back to more destruction of the environment. And, non-conducive ways, all this plastic and junk, this is crazy. Get this thing set up. Traffic yield. Water all structured and magnetized and plasma wise.
Could you bring my tablet out, please?
Huh?
Would you bring out my tablet, please?
First load of piping since we're taking the trailer down. That's crazy. This trailer says it weigh almost 3,000 pounds. And you can only put 2,000 pounds on this on this. But I'm like, dude, the axles take 3,500 pounds. Why can't I only put 2,000 pounds on this? That makes sense. No wonder this shit slows the car down when we when we pack it. It'll be going way over 2,000 pounds. I'm over here worrying about buckling the axle on that trailer over there with two of them some bitches. I know for sure we was way over 2,000 pounds. Those last 3 trips from the shop.
We just never had the straw that breaks the camel's
Thank
back.
you, Lord. I think we did. That's what fell off.
Before coming up the rockery hill.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like
Before hitting those bumps that
loosen
would have
yourself
just
up a little bit.
those bumps that would have just been like wham. Just like with that guy, is sitting over there with it was 65 pounds over, 65.75, 425 gallons weighs for that axle, right? Besides its own weight on there. So I'm looking at it, I'm like, man, that shit campering like a motherfucker. Campering, going like this. I'm like, figuring out the math for how much the car can tow. I'm like, yeah, take 4,000 pounds. I take that to 4,000 pounds on that. That's just snapping. I'm dragging the trailer back. That worries.
I had to run it through Maria, and she said it was fine because that's when we had the conversation.
Yeah, that's why we had the conversation. That's why I talked with you. That's why I had the conversation with you to see what you think and it's your car. The thing, it's your trailer that you were given and all that. Like, have you inspected it? Like, what's the thing? Like, I was just showing you on the other trailer that we got together. That's yours, and showing, hey, this is the tow capacity. Actually looking at it, going, what the hell? Because my idea was, be it that one's as such and longer, I can teeter-totter it and put the weight on each side of the axle. And no, that's saying you can't even put a full 250-gallon water tank on top of the shit. Because it's saying 2,000 pounds. 2,500-gallon, or not 2,500 gallon. Yeah, you can't do a 300-gallon. You could do maybe, 250 would be just over. So I'm like, huh? I ain't trying to snap that guy. I'm gonna break it. So, yeah. But then I'm like, I know them 6.5 buckets of gravel was way over 2,000 pounds because I couldn't even stop the car. That shit was trying to drag it down the hill. I had to put the emergency brake on and gravel the road on the top the way I did to be able to bring the gravel over, honey. Or there was no stopping the car. I would end up over there. The car would be stuck over there still, honey. Unless Cole or somebody came and help us pull this shit out. It was the car. I remember stupidly, I stopped the car and stepped out, and this shit kept moving. I had to hop in real fast. Like, real fast. Because it was still moving. Like, moving. I was like, alright. That's not going to work like this. We're only going to do 5 bucket loads. And I got a gravel right here. And make sure that this stops. That's all I was saying. We need to have 5 bucket loads so that gravel, just in case for a spot, if we get stuck with the car, so that we can just grab it.
Because there's no way of fucking hauling it in the middle of the winter. Why we have no charging?
I I mean, there is like what I did where I did it by hand, where I felt stupid afterwards, where I was like, damn, what I just did right here, I evolved that from pulling it over and doing by the bucket where it's like, turn it back on. It's fucking 3 hours of shoveling, this one 5 minutes of backing up and pulling forward, dumping it on there, and oh yeah, I'm liking this. I don't have to double handle this, because it's taking me 4 hours to unload the trailer instead of 4 hours to load the trailer, and then another 4 or 5 hours because now I'm tired of unloading shit. Right. That's why I'm like, let's get Casey over here and dig these holes over here, because I'm not trying to, I'm not in my 20s.
Oh, baby, you're much better than me.
2006, I went to prison, man. I got 175 pounds. I'm trying to be that size and do this. It'd be nothing. With those lungs. Just breathing in all that metal I did, my shit's fucking like, I can't get the choke untangled. Choke's on. I'm running fast. Too lean. I need more fucking oxygen. The gas is there, but I'm burning it up. I'm learning to pace myself. Got what I wanted done. Got it all cut out in one day. It was fucking hot as day, goddamn. It had to have been 100 or something.
Oh, yeah. 102, maybe.
But as you see, 11 o'clock, I was already down here by the panels. And you just go down and go back up. The sun goes. But I think that's probably why the hoe bent the way it did too, because it was so damn hot. And the ground being so hard. I'm like, shit, dude, looked like I was just hitting rock. I mean, I pretty much was, but. Because you can hit concrete like that. I ain't never done that with concrete to a fucking whole bit. Concrete bust up. Unless it's some thick ass concrete. If you want to go up by the grain thing, grab some of that burnt stuff and throw a layer, or actually no, and behind the house, throw a layer of the wood chips over across the top of it.
Yeah.
To hold the moisture.
Yeah, probably I can just do a bed of dirt and on top, instead of covering it with dirt, covering it with soil.
Yeah, clay soil is different than dirt. I'm interested to see what you're gonna get from that. Because it's different than soil. It's clay soil. It's different than dirt, all that kind of stuff. The nutrients and stuff that it holds is completely different. So it'll be interesting. Can't wait to get all this cleared out so I can go and transplant a bunch of those tiger lily looking things over there. That'll be the indicator of what the summer's gonna be like. If that shit pops up, we know it's gonna be a crazy hot fucking year. Don't pop up, we're alright. It pops up, Oregon up into Washington's getting 100 and some degree weather, dude. Flyer don't pop up, we're good. Flyer pops up, be ready. Fucking crazy hot ass summer and fucking snizzard ass fucking winter. 100-mile-an-hour winds and fucking snow. Out of nowhere. Overheating. These fucking sky donuts, dude. I have military aircraft too. Fucking big bombers and shit. Cargo transport thing. Them motherfuckers knocked me down below 300 views.
That's crazy.
I'm like, how did you get that? When just from me posting 4 weeks ago that one video to the video that I just posted now,
Yeah.
you got more. You got more views than that cumulative. I'm like, what the fuck? 3 videos together just make 100. I'm like, huh? Whatever other is turned into a big ass blob of 80%. There's no more Iraq. It's just India and America and other. No age, demographic, gender, nothing. Just other. They're fucking other. Gobbled up everything. It's a black hole. Eating up all the views. Eating up all the hours. Dissecting stuff in my private videos and shit. I just talk about all the shit that I'm seeing echoing on the news where I'm like, yeah. I'm a narcissist. Fuck it. No, dude, get off my arm. I'm not dead, nigga. I'm alive. Get off me, dude. Don't sting me, motherfucker shit. Get off me, man. This way. Fucking mosquitoes ain't fucking with you. Get off me, dude. It's my arm. Nigga, I'm alive. Stop. Fucking yellow jacket. Trying to get my arm and shit. I know it's sitting there decrepit, motherfucker. But it's still working. I'm still attached to me. I can feel you fucking biting on me and shit. Back up on me. Please don't sting me, or you'll get the whole body. Swell up and go in the shop. Crazy. Man, flights is cheap to fly all around everywhere, but as soon as you touch down, the place is locked down. What you do? Huh? I said places is cheap to fly around like you talking about, but you come from America, fool. How long you staying for? And you got a 10 or 2 week, 10-day or 2 week motherfucker.
Not asking for no quarantine, none of that.
Yeah, they are.
Just a negative
PCR test.
Yeah.
To go to a country that is fucking red flag from everybody else. And you're gonna go there and get stuck. And all the dumbasses are doing right now. From the UK going there. Pissed off because they had their flights booked and flew. And they stuck in quarantine. And now they can't get home. Because home said, that's a red flag. Or whatever the fuck that says. That place is red light. You can't go there. Well, why'd you change it while I was in flight to there, damn it? Make some bonias. Get this dug out more. get into town and pick up some piping and other things and upload hopefully 2-3 videos. Beautiful talk with our sister-in-law about things, getting insight. It's a beautiful growth family inside, all the way around, reflected out into the world. Getting it in. Got this part connected to there and going down. Once I get past there, then I'll loop this part in for the secondary line coming in, going that way. Sort of the head's going to be out spinning. And a little Lenr pond. 5,000 gallon pond. Anyhow, love my. Bring Casey down. Dig this out. Put my riggers out. Make a skid. Dig out the pond right here. And use this stump. Pipes are going to come in and be fastened as such to keep vibration out. And they go to my ram pumps. And where the end of the roll is, will be the power source. From my mind, high school dropout. Didn't learn none of this. And there ain't no YouTube videos. Except for mine. Good luck. Dig this out and get the angle better. Everything just by eyeball out my head. I don't write nothing down anymore. All this stuff was written down decades ago when I was a little kid. Talk beer. Love and light. Infinite energy. Overrun unity. Gotta get this video uploaded. Let's see. Talk about non-locality, but also plasma. Getting this guy from me up. Get everybody up to date. Video from 6 days ago got 21 views. They're trying to tell me I got.
That's
how many views I got?
That's right.
I got 21, 11, 15. Come on. Crazy. Something that I made. Using Facebook Live. Saying that it's spam, the URL. If it's titled what I'm doing.
Yeah.
If it's not titled what I'm doing, it's get shared. Or if they figure I'm recording with the screen recorder, which they can tell, it gets up. If I'm not, it gets blocked. I turn the screen recording on, it goes up. After 3 or 4 times, they're like, I shared it to your wall with cold fusion separated and spelled out weird. Otherwise, would it actually dig air with the asterisk saying what it is? No. Blocked. Instance community standard, this and that. Okay. Like I said, I'm wondering how the count's not up when I got 30 videos on YouTube. Mm-hmm. All the videos that these people are seeing, the first link is that video. He's saying here, would you like to see fucking Lenr live? Yet the only video that keeps getting liked is the February 2nd one, where it's talking about the negative energy. And I'm like, but what about the other video? I said, I gotta get a screen recording of this actually up there and start getting screen recordings of our actual stuff because they're blocking the shit. At least people can see. There's no way for somebody that wants to get into the field, like people are asking you, what videos do you look up? Other than all you have is a repertoire of stuff, there you go. Where should I share it with them, honey? Or you look through the stuff that you've seen, but stuff that I shared with you for you to get maybe an understanding of what you're doing. But even then, because it's similar and not exactly what they're doing, if you don't illustrate that to a person, it takes them into a whole different field and fucking misunderstanding of what they're trying to get into. So I always punctuate the stuff on the channel and the group and everything is illustrating the byproduct of my work. It is not my work. It is the closest thing I can find to show you something similar. If you're doing my path of what you're doing, you'll get these results like these people are. You can even do Lenr and transmutation if you'd like, but I'm not into that. I'm into the sentientism. Sentientism of the energetics, seen and unseen. On the macro scale, subtle virtual that turn into reality. That I photographed and filmed and videoed and shared with the world, and fuck, who cares? Hey, what are you looking at? Explain that to me. Explain that one, school kids. Or tap you on the forehead and wait for you to stop talking with yourself, and I can try to help you. Talking about that's cool. That's a badass paper tattoo. I hope it stays. Since we got such a good connection right here, I'm gonna upload the second video after it. Abuela grabs her milkshake. We'll get 2 videos up today. Try to get closer. It's updated, everything. Love and light. 2 at one time, inshallah. Keep everything up in order. So you can see what they've been doing, what I've been doing. And keep pushing forward. Love and light. No matter what. Meet along between the wave guides. The energy is there to help you and guide you. Top gear. For a third video, Abuela is telling me something. Talking with her mom today. Has to incur with this video that's going up right now, that's being processed. That may go up before the other. So wait, go ahead, Jeff. You were saying?
I asked my mom about how it was the visit. And she said that something that caught her attention was that Ximena would refer a lot to, I'll ask Juani about it, on simple household things like, my mom said, Maria, they were going to get home, because they drove, so they were going to get back home after doing a night stop, you know. The next day, they were going to get a midnight at home. So my mom said, hey, Ximena, I got frozen food. You want me to make you up a box? So you got meals ready when you guys get home. You don't got to cook or you don't got to buy anything. Oh, let me ask Juani. Hey, Ximena, would you like to go do this? Let me ask Juani. Like, everything was like, let me ask Juani. On even little things that she thought, my mom felt like she could have made the decision.
In her household, she could not without your brother. And the way she was raised. Video that's just not being uploaded.
So my mom is like, that's not something that I'm used to, because even when I go visit you, you of course have in consideration Ezekiel, but you're not asking permission in certain things, or like you just guys plan it differently. You know, it's just different. Like one is able to make decisions for oneself.
Because, like I stated, if I did you like I'm supposed to, you would be in that manner. I'm not into that kind of a marriage or relationship.
And Kwani on his own, he says that he don't like that he wants Ximena to do more decisions on her own. And so it's like, Or like another thing my mom said, like she's not used to because she breastfed us all, but she was have us in a feeding schedule. And she now says that there's no feeding schedule, it's like teat on demand. So she would be all the time pending to Martino to see when would Martino want to be hungry. And my mom was like, "That I'm not used to that." Because she's like, when you guys were kids, my mom lived close by, and so I would know that I got 2 hours until I gotta feed you again. She was like, I would take off. I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure you would. She's like, and that was my me time, so I wouldn't get burnt. Like I would know. And we were talking about Gabriel, like on that note too, just like it all came together. But my mom saying, I had you guys on a feeding schedule, so I fed you every 3 hours, so I knew that in the in-between, like I could go do something downtown or come back or leave you with somebody, because you didn't need it to be fed. I guess there weren't pumps or stuff like that before, or my mom just didn't do it. But she did have her mom close by, which Samina doesn't. Or not all the time, maybe, but opening up, because maybe she might be refugee in that, because like on winter time, Juani was out there doing the apiculture, feeding the animals, doing the thing, and Ximena is like, it's too cold, and Juani was like, come on dude, like enjoy it, like it's cold, put a sweater on and it'll be warmer later, whatever, like just fucking enjoy it. And that she wouldn't go out. Like one time we were Skyping, and I remember my brother saying on the background, "No, she meant like I was like, dude, just go like dance in the rain or something, do something that you ain't used to." And Juanis was saying like, "No, she ain't the kind that don't like to be uncomfortable. Like for some reason she won't go out when it's cold and shit like that, And it's like, what? Like really? You live in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like how do you manage to stay in your house? Like there's shit ton of stuff that needs to be done around or whatnot. Like I know, like she's a homebody, but maybe Martino came along perfectly for her to not perfectly good, but in a manner where she's like guarding herself on that, but she needs to cut it off and do, I don't know, work a different dynamic better. So she's not using Martino as a whatever, because then he'll be a homebody, and or not. My mom was like, I don't know, I'm not who to say, but maybe they rushed for having at the time that they had Martino, which is like they had just moved together, and I was like, well, we're all accidents. Our baby won't be an accident, baby, will it? We're gonna plan it, having a baby. Like the conception moment, I would like to consciously be part of. And not be an accident. We're too many accidents in the world.
Things are processed the way that I put them on. But first one, that 58% process should be the long one. I was talking with our sister-in-law. And that's a shorter one. Third one's a shorter video, but it's catching up to the second one already. Let's see if I can get a fourth video up. Oh, we do laundry and such. It's up there. Another 10, 13 videos to get up to date. Hydroplane. Oh, we get snow and shit in this kind of weather. Y'all be safe out there. Sucking up all this moisture from these rice fields. And you got the positive and the negative side of it. The virtual particle, and that's why I got all these fucking donuts in the sky they doing. Even though the sky is clear, around here, over where we're at up in the hill, where that crazy shit is right there. Yeah. Because there's another water aquifer there. There's Tahoe. Yeah, Little Grass Valley above it. Sly Creek and shit. Darn it. I hope the dirt doesn't beat out the second. Because it's only a 1.5 gig video. The other one's a longer gig. Catching up to it. Anyhow, at least they're uploaded. And another one uploaded after this. Gratitude trip. The second video that was literally in the 93%, like the third video, I guess, because it was on the tower from the lake, it reset itself. And third one hasn't restarted. It looks like it's wanting to do something. It's like, do I stop it to get the second one to upload?
Do one at a time?
I was doing one at a time, honey, because we had such good stuff.
Yeah.
And I was rushing it because you said you wanted to leave. I waited to upload the other one once it was at 85%. I tried to upload the second one, got it up there. You came out with food and said, here, you want to sit down. I did not think something that's at 93% would restart. They both were at 93 when we went over the levee. So, gonna stop at 2, restart them in Orville. I don't want them put up in the wrong order. That way, I mean, it's a process faster, I guess. And that'll be up. At least want to be up. Something else for them to block. Truth and reality. And it's raw. And this one, because Spanish is being spoken and so forth, there'll be a lot of English subtitles. Like, we've seen the graphic go up because people are watching that video. Oh, shucky ducky. Said it was ready to watch. Talk with Sister Samina. 11 hours and 53 minutes. That's the longest video it's ever let me put up. Longest before was 11 hours and 30 minutes. Whoa. So I used to put up longer ones than that. I'm like, how does Keith put up with stuff from other people? 14-hour singing bowl or meditation. I'm like, huh? It's far away. Video number 2 again. Oh, got a view. Just in an hour. Got a view already. These people are crazy saying I ain't got nothing on there. I got one view already. it is at 93%. Several hours ago. I won't do that again. I had 4 videos up today.
He didn't want to take the shirt off, and you could see he was fucking sweaty, but everybody had inflated his head so much about.
Third one, inshallah. Alright. The second one for processing. Go to the third upload again.
Hey, sexy. Hope you have a blissful day.
It was 10 videos ago to be up to date to the one recorded right now. I'm talking about. Inshallah. Get that up soon. Beautiful information. In evolution.
I'm gonna upload this picture. Little bad only words.
Wrong town. Get back up in the hill. 96% where it was at. We're past where it was at like over an hour ago. But I rushed it. I could have had it uploaded already and another video after it. But we're getting this one right here done. Darn it. Talk here. Oh, Shaggy Daggy. Inshallah, enjoy watching all these auto-way tricks information there. You know, they got no more of them damn ass things they was doing. Where they're getting, they're messing with your channel. And now they just shot a blocking it. I was like, damn. That's crazy that video done caught up to the other ones already processing first. But that right there, we used to have dope fiends come into the shop and everything like that. You know, conversations with me. Bro was trying to tell me that there was hella gold in there. I never denied it because I told him, what do you think going through the sulfide, what do you look for when you find gold? And what's beautiful is the type of gold mine that we'd purchase has a different type of stuff, but fool's gold, it's actually gold, and dummies don't realize it. Why in several of my AU reactors I actually show that. Hello. And what people are now realizing because they're going through it is 2 years ago was the apex, like I'd been showing, of gold extraction from the earth. Now we're on the decline, so they have to look for whatever way to get it. Hello? Henceforth, why I was doing what I was doing and showing how fast I can make it, which gets rid of all fiat. You know what I'm saying? Using a fluid to selectively dissolve the gold from the pyrite. I already know how to do that. You can leach it out without affecting the entire pyrite. It's super easy. That's what I've been doing with all the different ores that I've been using. You've been scanning it and coming back with the purities that I've been making. And so forth, the lanterides and other things. But anyhow, honey, you can ignore me like everybody else does. It's just crazy. Why I got all those pieces in that fluorite and showing the fluorite, and why only the really good tweakers that would actually tweak out and knew what gold was will go to what fluorite that I have, that I had marked at what price. Yet even though it has fucking how much? Chalcopyrite, and so forth, but that's gold. Red gold and white gold, because it's mixed with the silver and coppers. But then you have what? You have the actual gold veins, because where you have that type of pyrite, you actually have gold introduced. Why the dude you still see walk across from you to see the Mary is a little short Caucasian gentleman, bald. The only one that said and point that out to me. And asked me how much I wanted for it, and I thought I lied to him and told him you can have it. Since you're the only one that's pointed it out, I know it's there. Why when old boy, the last person coming 4 weeks closed our brick and mortar doors. And when he came in saying all that gibberish that he thought was gibberish I wasn't paying attention to, saying, no, you're right, dude. I extract purities of things from such in our transmute stuff. But I know what's in there. Well, I got goblets of it. Something's found with another mineral, and to find something that you say is valuable is found with it, and you call it a fool's fucking piece of it. And I'd actually test and understand the molecular structure of it. Actually has that inside of it. Who's the fool? Give me all you got. How long will that take to disseminate through the crystal world? Hello? How much of that ore is given away for free? How much of that ore, you understand? How much of that ore can you get? Because that's found in the pop mines and other things and such. And the land that we wanted to buy with your brother. Hello? And appropriate as much as you can. You understand? It's a mercy right there you just found out. Because again, 2019 was the apex of the curve of extraction of ore, of actual AU. It's on the decline, so that's why the price went up and they're looking into other ways of getting it. Hello? The race is on. Because why? We're going to space and we need a whole lot more than what is recommended on fucking Earth to do all that stuff. And make the new mixes, because what they found here, they used to use silver instead of copper, but the dendritic growth and the exogenic explosions and other things of magnetic fluxes that would happen on the circuit boards, they had to figure out a way of making it happen different. But now when they get away from this gravity, they're having to go back to such mixes and computer chip boards. So perovskite and other things as such is going to go up like vanadium, which is a good form and better battery than what we're using with other things that's in the commercial market, but found in the Midwest. Why they're degrading the farms to where they are so that they can buy that up and start mining it. Anyhow. 1, 2, 3 today. Allah's mercies. So that 7 minutes from that one, that would make, we got 15, 16 and a half hours of information up. I could add another 4 gig video up, but I messed up. Anyhow, 3 for the day. 11:53 is the one with Samina, if you want to send to her so she can listen to it. Allah's mercy, I'm gonna go get the laundry. These people are fucking retarded, man. Ooh.
You see, in Norville, nobody's wearing a mask.
No, looking at us like we're weird because we got ours on. I ain't ever taking or going nowhere without my shit for the rest of my life. This air's just gonna get worse. Along with this shit and these people's mentality. Because now they're like, you should wear 6 masks. Because before, you know, when we were telling you to double up and wear 3, you catch the OC-43 in 6 or 7 minutes. It's just 14 seconds or faster. And that's not the Delta Plus. Oh, shit. This is gonna make these people look like fucking morons. I mean, they already are, but these specialists that are having to recant shit and told you 2 weeks ago and for the last week, you don't gotta do nothing once you got the jab and this and that. And now, hold on, the truth is, man, that's just doing breakthroughs all over the place. And you might not want to do such. And we told you that you don't transmit it after getting the jab. Well, wear a mask, please, inside. Even if you're fully vaccinated. What does that tell you?
Yep. Yep.
What does that tell you? Be ready for the fourth quadruple. And quadruple mutation will be out fucking next month. This shit's gonna spawn. They'll change their verbatim of what they're talking about of how the booster shot's gonna be done. Watch.
Like any more accurate or becoming any more accurate? Doing them like
No.
nasal or?
In the sense of it's heard that you need to get your shot. More heardly that they're doing now. Instead of telling people while they're trying to rush them to be heard and get a shot or whatnot. Because again, remember pressure. Now this has an interesting pressure that it's going against. But again, these mutations and outbreaks are happening in places that have 40% and higher vaccinations of the population. So again, remember
Russia
pressure.
and China.
And Israel. Australia and so forth, places. So, with these pressures in the population going back in the pool for it to be able to propagate itself is going to be, these people are going to look more and more like fools, and we're going to lose the ball because, you know, we're coming up on that 90-day thing real quick here. Let's see what we got going on here. Whoa. 6 views. I just uploaded that. Just uploaded those 3 videos. Where's the bottom video? That's crazy. I just uploaded those 3 videos and it's showing that one has 7
views.
Yeah, one has 6.
One on one.
Don't know what the bottom one has, but or what it is. In the last 60 minutes, that one's been viewed 5 times and 3 times.
And your general views keep going down, huh?
Yeah, we're at 297 is my views. Watch time hours 26. 395 in impressions, 3.1. YouTube search. .03 for English subtitles. Yeah, 6 views. That's crazy. I just uploaded those. 6 views for the one. 7 views for the other. 1 view for the first one. So that's 14 views right there. Just in 4 hours, right? And it's like, you say my view count is how much? I mean, come on. Right. Anyhow.
Are they not for the daily, maybe? You know how Etsy tells me in the daily?
In the
I know you're not retarded. It's just like, it can't be.
So, anyhow. Fuck yeah. Start a new video in the morning. Let's see what the Yousteal does. We got this many views in that short a time. Let's see what 12 hours it does. Gotta change the name of that one back to Lenr. I should see what that does. Let's see what's going on Yousteal. That's last night's 297. Let's see what we got today. We're at 303, so supposedly only 6 views. Even though, supposedly only 6 views, even though after uploading the stuff, we watched how many views on one thing? 20 something. But only 6 views, right?
Yeah.
So, the second video I uploaded has 11 views.
Already?
Let's see what real time shows. I supposedly only have 6. 380, 3875. It was at 3,900 last night before I went to bed. These people are sick with it, dude. The computer eat up more shit. India's down to 3.6. America's 15.5. Sick with it. So only supposedly 6 views when the last video I put up has 4. 4, 6, 1, and 21. But that was a trip. Anyhow.